House of Usher. The Silence Still Remembers, written by Jacob Eder. An introduction. Nestled in the remote and desolate wilderness of Wisconsin lies the Lonesome Lodge, a decaying structure steeped in mystery, despair, and malevolent allure. Generations of wanderers, seekers, and fugitives have crossed its threshold, each leaving behind fragments of their stories. Stories of isolation and anguish, of secrets buried in snow and ash, of humanity's perpetual dance with the unknown. In this anthology, The Recluse's Refuge reimagines the suffocating dread of Edgar Allan Poe's The Fall of the House of Usher, transporting its spirit to the stark, bitter landscapes of the modern Midwest. Here the lodge is not merely a building, but a living, breathing entity, an embodiment of sorrow and corruption that ensnares all who dare to inhabit its shadow. Each tale is a window into the lives of those who succumb to the lodge's pull. A hunter consumed by guilt, a pastor undone by his own hypocrisy, a grieving recluse who becomes the arbiter of his own despair. At the heart of the anthology lies an unspoken truth, a question as timeless as the decaying lodge itself. Is it the isolation that drives men to madness, or is there something more sinister at work? A force woven into the very fabric of the lodge and the landscape surrounding it. Like Poe's Usher, the lodge becomes both a symbol and a character, one that mirrors the inner ruin of its inhabitants while standing as a monument to humanity's darkest impulses. A profound exploration of the fragility of the mind, the inevitability of decay, and the weight of memory. The Recluse's Refuge invites readers to lose themselves in a world where the line between the living and the dead, the real and the imagined, is blurred beyond recognition. This is not merely a return to Poe's Usher, but a journey deeper into its heart, reinterpreted for a new age, yet timeless in its stark and unflinching portrayal of the human condition. Preface. The Recluse's Refuge. The Lonesome Lodge is a haunting and evocative anthology, which reimagines and breathes new life into the dark and melancholic world first introduced in Edgar Allan Poe's The Fall of the House of Usher. This collection of interconnected short stories weaves a tapestry of despair, mystery, and reflection, rooted in the stark beauty and desolation of a rural lodge amidst an unforgiving wilderness. Through its chilling narratives, the book explores themes of isolation, grief, guilt, and the inescapable pull of the past, mirroring the psychological and physical decay that Poe so masterfully crafted. Whereupon, this is no mere tribute. The Recluse's Refuge reinterprets the essence of Usher, expanding its scope to delve into the collective human experience of desolation, the ways in which we are bound by our choices, and how even the most remote corners of the world can hold the echoes of something far greater and far darker than ourselves. Each story adds a layer to the lodge's enigmatic history, creating a fragmented yet cohesive narrative of madness, spectral presences, and profound existential truths. The Cursed Cabin. Origins of the House of Usher.
The weight of it does not lift, it deepens, it drags the soul down through frost-bitten silence and into the marrow of despair. What stands in the frozen heart of central Wisconsin is not merely a cabin, not merely a house. It is an origin. It is the beginning of all undoing. Before the East Coast bore its fabled House of Usher, before madness, morbidity, and metaphysical collapse took form in brick and blackened stone, there was this place, this land, this cursed shrine to sorrow and unspoken transgressions. Long before the Usher name whispered through the corridors of literature, its bones were being formed here, buried beneath the endless winter. It began in wood, it began in blood, it began in a house that no one built, but which rose, seemingly on its own accord. The spirits that haunt this place are not restless, they are rooted. They did not wander here. They were born of this soil, were sealed within it when the first frost touched the ground. Those who dared to build upon it did so unknowingly, desecrating the natural order. The foundation was not laid with mortar, it was assembled with the remains of the dead. The house of Usher predates Usher, not in name, but in spirit, in consequence, in the echoing resonance of a haunting that would not remain contained. When the East was settled, the cursed soil was taken with it. A thin layer, thought harmless, harvested from the earth's uppermost skin, transferred across states, across centuries, unknowingly freighted in barrels, crates, and memory. From it, bricks were fired, foundations poured. The new house took shape, not knowing it was building upon a fragment of hell. The house of Usher did not arise spontaneously, it was seeded. The madness was not invented, it was inherited. The collapse was not metaphor, it was return. Each of the stories that follows, each chapter, each life devoured, is woven into this greater spiral. Time within these walls does not move linearly. It folds, fractures, bleeds. The broker, the child, the Earthmover, they did not arrive in sequence. They arrived in pattern, drawn by the same gravity that has always governed the house of Usher, to consume, to replicate, to remind. The curse is not confined to one location. It multiplies, it echoes, it builds its offspring from the bones of the fallen. The lodge in Wisconsin was the first. It was the quiet whisper before the scream, the solemn dirge before the funeral. It remains forgotten by history, but remembered in death. The Usher name is known, but Usher was the progenitor. And if one listens closely enough to the wind that passes over its snow-covered roof, they will hear it, not a voice, but a vow never to be buried again. The house of Usher fell because it tried to contain something that was never meant to be understood, something older, something American, something born in the blood of the earth itself. What lies within the house of Usher is not merely a haunting, it is a beginning. It is where all hauntings begin.
Chapter 1. The Recluse and the Lodge.
The first recluse to stay within the lodge was an author, a solitary figure, solemn, quiet, reclusive, and depressed. Name: Elias Hawthorne Usher. Era: 1893. Occupation: renowned author, philosopher, and occult enthusiast. Personality: reclusive, intellectual, deeply introspective, and progressively paranoid. Key traits: brilliant yet eccentric, driven by an insatiable curiosity about the human condition, death, and the supernatural. Motivation: to escape the distractions of urban life and delve deeply into his work, unburdened by society's demands.
Elias Hawthorne Usher, an acclaimed author celebrated for his melancholic prose and existential philosophies, was a figure of both literary genius and controversy. Born into a wealthy New York family, his early life was steeped in privilege, yet he always felt an acute sense of alienation from the world around him. His writings, which explored themes of despair, mortality, and the occult, gained him a devoted following, but also attracted the ire of critics who found his ideas too dark, too unflinching in their honesty. By 1893, disillusioned with the superficiality of high society and yearning for solitude, Elias purchased a remote property in Wisconsin, a sprawling estate known as the Lodge. The land was cheap, its prior owner eager to rid himself of the property after a series of unexplained tragedies. To Elias, the isolation and mystery of the Lodge were not deterrents, but attractions. He saw it as the perfect place to retreat from the world, to focus on his craft, and explore the esoteric ideas that had consumed his thoughts. What Elias did not know, or perhaps refused to acknowledge, was the land's dark history. The indigenous tribes of the area had long considered it cursed, a place where the spirits of the earth and sky did not reside in harmony but in eternal conflict. Local settlers referred to it ominously as the Lonesome Lodge, a name that carried whispers of despair and death. But Elias, ever the skeptic, dismissed such tales as the superstitions of lesser minds. The lodge itself was a marvel of Gothic architecture, its design both grand and foreboding. Constructed of dark, weathered timber, with high gabled roofs and narrow windows that seemed to pierce the soul, it stood like a sentinel on the edge of a vast forest. Inside, the house was both opulent and oppressive, its labyrinthine halls lined with tapestries and antique furnishings that seemed to whisper of lives long past. For Elias, the lodge was both a sanctuary and a muse. Its solitude allowed him to write with an intensity he had never before achieved, his works growing darker and more profound with each passing day. He filled journal after journal with his musings on life and death, on the nature of the soul, on the possibility of worlds beyond this one. Yet as the months turned to years, the isolation began to take its toll. The house, so silent and still in those early days, seemed to awaken. Elias began to hear sounds he could not explain, the creaking of floorboards in empty rooms, the faint murmur of voices in the dead of night. Shadows moved where there should have been none, and the temperature would drop inexplicably, leaving him shivering despite the roaring fire in the hearth. At first, Elias tried to rationalize these occurrences. He told himself it was the wind, the settling of old wood, the tricks of an overworked mind. But as the phenomena grew more frequent and more sinister, doubt began to creep in. The beginning. The cabin stood silent amidst the barren woods, its rough-hewn timbers weathered by years of harsh winters and merciless storms. A monument to isolation, it sat like a forgotten relic, wrapped in a shroud of perpetual stillness, where the air hung heavy with the scent of pine and despair. Within its walls lived a man whose existence had been eroded by time, each passing year carving deeper furrows into his soul. The world had long since forgotten him, as he too had forgotten himself. The man, hollow and graying, rose each morning to the oppressive quiet of his solitary domain. His days were consumed by rituals of survival that masqueraded as purpose. Cigarettes burned to their filter in trembling hands, leaving trails of ash to mark the passing hours. Whiskey, his only companion, flowed amber and warm, dulling the sharp edges of a reality he could no longer endure. His typewriter, a rusting relic of his former ambitions, sat like a specter in the corner of the room, its keys coated in the dust of years untouched. Words, once his refuge, had abandoned him, leaving only the echoes of a mind unraveled by regret. His thoughts were a labyrinth of sorrow, each pathway leading to memories he had tried to bury beneath the weight of countless empty bottles. He had once been a man of ideas, a voice sought after for its insight and depth, but the years had stripped him bare, leaving only a shell inhabited by ghosts. The faces of those he had loved lingered in the shadows of his mind. His wife, her laughter once a beacon of light, now reduced to a faint echo swallowed by the void. His children whose voices he could barely recall, their absence a wound that would never close. At night, the cabin became a theater for his torment, its creaking timbers and groaning roof playing a dirge to his despair. The forest, cloaked in the impenetrable darkness of Wisconsin's winters, offered no solace, its silence a mockery of the life he had forfeited. He would sit by the faint glow of the hearth, the fire's feeble warmth failing to reach the frozen chambers of his heart. Cigarette smoke coiled around him like a noose, its acrid sting a cruel reminder of the vitality he had squandered. The descent into madness. Elias's writings began to change. Where once they had been meticulous explorations of philosophy and the human condition, they now took on a frantic, almost manic quality. He wrote of the house as if it were alive, describing its walls as breathing and its shadows as watching. He recorded dreams, nightmares really, of figures cloaked in darkness, their faces obscured but their eyes burning with an unholy light. He became obsessed with the idea that the house was not merely a structure but a vessel, a conduit to something beyond human comprehension. He pored over ancient texts, seeking answers in the arcane and the occult. He corresponded with scholars and mystics, including a group of Talmudic esoterists from Romania, who would later immigrate to New York and establish what would become the infamous House of Usher. Elias's fascination with these ideas grew into an all-consuming obsession. He began conducting rituals in the Grand Hall, using symbols and incantations he barely understood. He believed that by communing with the forces within the house, he could unlock the secrets of existence, perhaps even transcend his mortal limitations. The man's writing had once been his salvation, a conduit through which he could articulate the vast emptiness within him. Now it was a mockery of the life he had imagined for himself. The stories he had once penned with fervor now eluded him, their narratives lost in the fog of his decaying mind. His thoughts, fragmented and disjointed, spilled forth as nonsensical ramblings that he could no longer shape into coherence. Each failed attempt to write brought with it the crushing weight of his inadequacy, a suffocating reminder of his irrelevance. The woods surrounding the cabin were both his sanctuary and his prison. He ventured into them each day, a solitary figure trudging through the snow-laden paths that wound endlessly among the trees. The cold bit into his flesh, its sharpness a cruel contrast to the numbness that had taken root within him. He would wander until exhaustion forced him back to his desolate refuge, his steps heavy with the burden of a life unlived. The forest, indifferent to his suffering, bore witness to his slow, agonizing decay. His body, too, betrayed him, each movement an effort, each breath a struggle. The years of drinking and smoking had left their mark, his lungs wheezing with the strain of decades spent inhaling death. His hands, once steady and capable, now trembled uncontrollably, the simple act of lifting a glass a precarious endeavor. He would stare at his reflection in the cracked mirror above the sink, a stranger gazing back at him with hollow eyes, their depths reflecting the abyss within. The nights were the worst, when the stillness of the cabin grew deafening, the silence pressing against him like a weight he could not lift. He would lie awake, staring at the ceiling, his mind racing with thoughts he could not escape. Each memory was a dagger, each regret a chain binding him to his sorrow. He would imagine the life he might have had, the man he might have been, had he made different choices, spoken different words, loved more deeply. These thoughts tormented him, their cruelty matched only by their futility. There was no respite, no reprieve, no redemption to be found in the isolation of his existence. The cabin, with its sagging roof and peeling walls, was a tomb in which he lived out his days, each one more desolate than the last. The world outside continued without him, its indifference a cruel reminder of his insignificance. He was a man forgotten by others, by himself, by the very universe that had once seemed so vast and full of promise. In the rare moments of clarity that pierced the fog of his despair, he would consider ending it all. The thought of release, of finally silencing the ceaseless cacophony of his mind, was a comfort he dared not indulge. The cabin held within it the means to his escape, a length of rope, a loaded rifle, the razor's edge of his own broken will. Yet something kept him tethered to this purgatory, some faint, irrational hope that refused to die even as it starved for lack of sustenance. He was not a man in the truest sense, but a shadow, a remnant of what once was, a ghost haunting the ruins of his own life. Each day was a cruel imitation of the one before it, an unending cycle of emptiness and pain. His was a life of profound loneliness, an existence defined by absence, of love, of purpose, of meaning. The cabin, with its creaking timbers and dimly flickering fire, was a testament to his failure, a monument to the life he had lost. Outside, the wind howled through the trees, its mournful cry echoing the sorrow that consumed him. Inside, the man sat by the dying embers of the fire, a glass of whiskey in one hand, a cigarette in the other. He stared into the darkness, his thoughts as cold and desolate as the winter night. Time stretched endlessly before him, a barren expanse he could not traverse, each moment a reminder of all that had been and all that would never be. The cabin groaned under the weight of the wind, its walls trembling as if in sympathy with the man who called it home. A single tear traced a path down his weathered cheek, its warmth a fleeting contrast to the chill that surrounded him. He did not wipe it away, did not acknowledge its presence, for what use was grief when it had become the fabric of his existence? The tear fell, lost among the shadows, just as he was, a man undone, consumed by the vast, unyielding darkness. In silence, he would sit staring into the flames of the fireplace, the flickering light casting trembling shadows across the walls of the cabin. The fire whispered softly, its crackle, a voice of fleeting life in a room steeped in profound stillness. His gaze, hollow and unblinking, remained fixed on the dance of the embers, as though within their chaotic movement he sought to unravel some ancient truth, some purpose buried beneath the ashes. He was struck with a brilliant set of thoughts, those of which would ensure his place and stature in history. He began working tirelessly, sleeplessly, without end, on his opus, his masterpiece, his final farewelling act, a political manifesto. His synoptic introduction for the deeply personal and introspective manifesto began with, "Brilliance. In this contemporary age, this epoch defined by its obsession with immediacy and surface appearances, is nothing less than a curse. To possess a mind capable of profound insight, to grasp with intimate understanding the intricacies and interwoven mechanisms of existence, is to bear a burden few can comprehend. In a world consumed by blind commercialism, entrenched in the hollow rituals of consumerism, and entranced by the vainglorious pursuit of self-aggrandizement, such brilliance finds itself not revered, but alienated. To know so much, to perceive with clarity the profound misalignments and shallow priorities of a society drunk on its own illusions, is disheartening. It is to stand as an observer at the edge of a frenzied crowd, watching as humanity trades substance for spectacle, depth for convenience, and meaning for materiality. It is defeating to see the potential of what could be a world illuminated by intellect and creativity, crushed beneath the weight of apathy and the ceaseless churn of profit-driven distractions. Brilliance, in this context, is not celebrated but suffocated, not embraced but misunderstood. To think deeply, to feel profoundly, and to see the world as it truly is, becomes a source of sorrow, for the gift of understanding reveals the vast gulf between what humanity could achieve and the banalities it chooses to exalt. It is a cruel irony that the sharpness of the mind, the very essence that defines brilliance, should also be its cross to bear in an age that values gloss over grit, expedience over excellence, and conformity over genuine enlightenment. Minutes blend into hours, and hours fade into days, the air filled with smoke, reeking of alcohol and wood fire, voices echoing seemingly from beyond the fireplace, pushing him beyond the limits of human potentiation, beyond the brink of survival, hundreds of pages typed with no rest, no sleep, and before finishing the manifesto, he was interrupted by the dancing flames. The warmth barely reached him. It licked at his weathered skin, but failed to pierce the icy barricade within. The fire, alive and vital, mocked him with its fleeting existence, burning fiercely, devouring itself with every passing moment, only to collapse into a cold and empty death. He felt a kinship with it, this relentless consumption, this inevitable descent into nothingness. Cigarette smoke curled lazily from the corner of his mouth, joining the haze that hung perpetually in the room. The bitter taste clung to his tongue, a familiar cruelty he could neither escape nor resist. His hand, trembling from the decades-long betrayal of his body, lifted the glass of whiskey resting on the table beside him. The amber liquid caught the firelight, glinting like a false promise, before he tipped it to his lips. The burn was harsh, searing his throat as it went down, a fleeting sensation that could no longer ignite anything within him. The silence pressed heavy, a living thing that coiled itself around his thoughts, amplifying their weight until they threatened to crush him entirely. Memories surged unbidden, their edges jagged and sharp, cutting through his feeble attempts at distraction. He saw her again, her face illuminated in the half-light of a life long since gone, her laughter reverberating faintly like a ghost of warmth. She had been his everything, a fragile beacon in a world that had otherwise offered him nothing but contempt. Yet he had failed her, as he had failed all things. The love they had shared now existed only in fragments, fleeting moments that flickered before him like phantoms in the firelight. His children's faces followed, their features blurred by time and neglect. He could not recall the exact lines of their smiles, nor the sound of their voices. Their absence was a howl in the chambers of his mind, a wound that had festered into something black and unnameable. The years he had lost with them, the moments he had traded for the hollow companionship of the bottle, gnawed at him with relentless cruelty. He shifted slightly in the chair, the groan of the old wood breaking the stillness like a sigh of resignation. The firelight caught the edge of the typewriter across the room, its keys silent and dust-covered, an unspoken accusation in its inertness. He had sat at it once with a kind of fervor, his fingers dancing across the keys, weaving worlds out of words. But that was a lifetime ago, before the darkness had claimed him, before the weight of his failures had rendered every attempt at creation a futile act of self-deception. Now the blood-red pages mocked him. Each one was a reminder of the voice he had lost, the purpose that had slipped through his fingers like sand. He had once thought himself a storyteller, a weaver of tales that could touch the hearts of others. Yet, as he stared into the fire, he realized that his own story had become one of silence, of emptiness, of unspoken regret. The wind howled outside, its mournful cry echoing through the forest like the lament of the earth itself. He imagined it battering against the cabin, clawing at the windows and doors, desperate to infiltrate his fragile sanctuary. But the wind was no match for the fortress he had built around himself, a prison of his own making, as impenetrable as it was isolating. His eyes remained fixed on the flames, unblinking, unseeing. Within their violent dance, he saw his own life reflected, a brief flare of vitality, consumed by the relentless hunger of time, reduced to ash and cinder. The fire would die as all things do, leaving behind only the cold and the dark. He would rise eventually to feed it once more, prolonging its life for a few more hours, but the futility of the act gnawed at him. Nothing could stave off the inevitable. In the silence he began to hum, a broken tune that faltered and faded before it could take shape. It was a song he had heard once, long ago, though he could no longer remember where or when. The melody trembled in the air, wavering like the dying light of the fire, before slipping back into the void. It was as though the song, like all else in his life, had abandoned him, leaving only its ghost behind. He stared into the flames until his eyes burned and the fire blurred into a shapeless glow. The heat pressed against his face, but it could not reach the frozen core within. His thoughts circled endlessly, a relentless tide of despair and longing, until the fire was reduced to embers, their faint glow a final sigh before succumbing to the darkness. The cabin fell silent once more, the void settling around him with a familiar, suffocating embrace. He remained in the chair, staring into the blackened hearth, the cigarette burned to a stub between his fingers, the glass empty beside him. The night stretched on, vast and unyielding, as he sat in the grip of a sorrow so profound it seemed to breathe, its presence filling the room. Outside, the wind continued its mournful cry, unanswered, unheard, as the man sat alone in the cold embrace of his solitude. A broken and defeated man, so wistful in his pathetic remand, sat as though weighed down by the unbearable density of his own despair. The cabin around him, lifeless and cold, mirrored the state of his heart, its air thick with a stillness that felt as though it might crush him. His thoughts churned, an endless tide of anguish and regret that refused to abate, each wave dragging him deeper into the abyss. The internal struggle waged within him, a relentless battle between the ghosts of his past and the void of his present. His mind, a labyrinth of shattered memories and unfulfilled dreams, offered no respite, no sanctuary. The despair overwhelmed him, rising like a tide, dark and suffocating, filling his chest with a weight that pressed against his lungs. His breath came in shallow, panicked bursts as though he were drowning in the sorrow that enveloped him. The shock of grief struck him with a force that stole the air from his body, leaving him gasping as though he had been struck by some unseen hand. His memories, vivid and cruel, unfurled like a film played on a loop, a relentless parade of faces, voices, and moments long since lost. Each image cut into him, sharp as broken glass, and each sound echoed with a mournful clarity that left him trembling. The pain of reminiscence gripped him, clawing at his chest with an intensity so profound it felt physical. The weight of it bore down on him, as though his ribs might crack beneath its pressure, as though his very soul might collapse under the strain. His head fell into his hands, fingers gripping at his hair as though trying to tear the memories from his mind, to unburden himself of the torment that seemed to pulse through his veins. He gasped for air, his chest heaving in frantic, uneven attempts to breathe, each inhalation a struggle against the living darkness that had taken hold of him. It was no mere sadness, no fleeting melancholy, but a sorrow so complete, so insufferable, that it seemed to permeate every fiber of his being. It was as though the despair had become a part of him, an entity that lived within, coiled around his heart and lungs, squeezing with an unrelenting grip. The room seemed to close in around him, its shadows stretching and deepening, as though the cabin itself conspired to reflect the darkness within. The fire in the hearth had long since died, leaving the room bathed in an oppressive gloom. He felt trapped, as though the walls themselves were pressing in, as though the very air had grown too thick to breathe. His vision blurred, not with tears, but with the weight of his sorrow, a haze that dimmed the world and left him suspended in a realm of pain. Every sensation was magnified, each thud of his heart a drumbeat of despair that reverberated through his chest. He could feel his pulse pounding in his temples, a relentless rhythm that seemed to mock his attempts to find calm. His body trembled, his hands unsteady as they clutched at the arms of his chair, seeking stability in a world that offered none. The living darkness within him grew, swelling with each passing moment, consuming what little light remained in his soul. It was insufferable, this weight, this agony, this profound awareness of his own defeat. He longed for an escape, yet no escape could be found, for the darkness was not something external but a part of him, inseparable and eternal. His breath caught once more, a sharp intake that ended in a ragged sob, the sound breaking the silence like a fissure in the earth. His tears refused to fall, held back by the sheer magnitude of his sorrow, as though even they could not bear the enormity of his grief. He sat, paralyzed, consumed, a man undone by the very life he had lived, suffocating in a sorrow so vast it seemed it might swallow the world. The memories of times past, both good and bad, came rushing forth like relentless tides, each moment fleeting yet somehow eternal in their torment. They carried with them a dawning realization, a truth so bleak it clawed at the edges of his mind. There was no reprieve, no safety from this self-imposed hellscape. Every cherished memory was laced with the venom of loss, and every regret burned anew, forging a torment that neither time nor distraction could dull. It was unceasing, unending, unendurable. Incessant and constant, the oppressive weight of his thoughts bore down on him, an inescapable tide of reflection and recrimination. The walls of the cabin, once a haven, seemed to close in, amplifying the echoes of his despair. Each fleeting moment of clarity was shattered by the persistent thrum of his anguish, a dark rhythm that played on loop, binding him to his torment with cruel precision. He drank to forget, to silence the cacophony within, yet the more he drank, the louder the emptiness became. The whiskey, amber and deceitful, offered only false promises, an ephemeral warmth that quickly gave way to the cold void that lurked within. Glass after glass disappeared into his trembling hands, his desperation growing with each swallow. The alcohol burned his throat, but the pain was welcome, a physical sensation that distracted, if only briefly, from the gaping chasm inside. Drunk beyond reason, the world blurred and tilted, yet even in his stupor the emptiness persisted. It clung to him like a second skin, impervious to his attempts to drown it. The more he drank, the deeper he sank, spiraling into a pit of hopelessness that no amount of liquor could fill. His mind, dulled yet painfully aware, circled endlessly around the same dark truths, returning to them as though compelled by some unseen force. Nothing truly numbed the terrible and powerful emptiness. It was vast, all-consuming, a void that devoured every attempt at solace. The more he tried to escape it, the more it tightened its grip, a cruel paradox that left him trapped in a cycle of longing and despair. His thoughts became fragmented, incoherent, yet beneath the haze, the sharp edge of his sorrow remained, unyielding and unforgiving. The memories continued their onslaught, vivid and merciless, each one a dagger to the heart. The laughter of a distant past rang hollow in his ears, a cruel echo of joy now lost. The faces of those he had loved and lost appeared before him, their expressions etched with the pain of abandonment, of betrayal, of things left unsaid. He reached for them, his shaking hands grasping at nothing but air, their forms dissolving into the shadows as quickly as they had come. He drank more still, as if the next sip might finally bring the oblivion he sought. The bottle, nearly empty, stood as a testament to his desperation, a silent witness to his futile attempts to escape. Still, the emptiness remained, steadfast and immovable, a reminder that no amount of alcohol, no fleeting vice, could ever fill the void carved by a lifetime of regret. His body slumped forward, head in his hands, the glass slipping from his grip and shattering on the floor. The sound, sharp and jarring, barely registered in his drunken haze. The fire in the hearth had burned low, its once bright flames reduced to faintly glowing embers, mirroring the extinguished light within him. He sat in the dimness, surrounded by silence, his breath ragged and uneven, his soul a battlefield littered with the ruins of what might have been. There was no escape, no relief, no hope. Only the vast, unyielding darkness that enveloped him, the memories that tormented him, and the drink that betrayed him. The emptiness remained, powerful and terrible, a force greater than himself, and in its grip he was utterly, irretrievably lost. Delving deeper still, he fell to the bottle, its poison coursing through him like a mockery of comfort, pulling him further into the depths of a drunken stupor. Smoke hung thick in the air, curling in languid, suffocating tendrils, filling the cabin with a hazy malaise. The acrid stench clung to the wooden beams and his own skin, a pungent testament to his disintegration. Yet none of it mattered. Nothing was sacred in this prison of anguish, where despair reigned unchecked, and every breath felt like an act of defiance against the pull of oblivion. He staggered to his feet, the room tilting violently as he grasped at the table for balance. The prism of his anguish refracted endlessly, each remnant of thought magnifying his torment. Memories, regrets, and failures collided within him, their sharp edges piercing the fragile remnants of his resolve. His body moved with the reckless abandon of the hopeless, compelled by a longing so profound it left him trembling. He needed respite. Anything to quiet the ceaseless screams within his mind, anything to remind him of what it meant to be something more than a ghost inhabiting a decaying vessel. Flinging open the cabin door, he stepped into the night. The wind roared, a feral thing that tore at his clothes and lashed his weathered face with icy ferocity. The cold struck him like a blade, sharp and merciless, burning his skin and drawing tears that froze before they could fall. The pain was bracing, a cruel grounding force that cut through the haze of drink and smoke, dragging him back into the hellish reality he had tried so desperately to escape. The darkness was absolute, broken only by the pale, distant glow of the moon, its light diffused by the swirling snow. The forest stood as a shadowed monolith, ancient and uncaring, its towering pines swaying violently in the gale. He felt small beneath it, a wretched figure dwarfed by the indifference of nature. Yet, in that moment, the cold bite of the winter winds gave him clarity, not solace, but a bitter understanding that he was still alive. Each stinging gust, each searing breath, was a cruel reminder of his flesh and its unyielding insistence on existence. Alive. The word felt foreign, hollow, as though it belonged to someone else entirely. To be alive was not a comfort, but a curse, a cruel joke played by a universe that had abandoned him. This was no purgatory, no hell, at least not in the sense he had once believed. It was something far worse, life itself, raw and unfiltered, south of heaven, severed from truth, warmth, or grace. He stared into the night, the vast expanse of nothingness mirroring the emptiness within him. His breath came in ragged, visible plumes, dissipating into the air as though mocking the fragility of his presence. The snow fell in relentless waves, covering the ground in a merciless shroud, erasing all traces of his steps as though to deny he had ever been there. His aloneness was absolute, his form a solitary silhouette against the endless void of winter. The wind howled louder, a sound that resonated deep within him, like a chorus of forgotten souls mourning their own isolation. He closed his eyes, letting the cold seep into his bones, hoping it might numb something deeper than his flesh. The ache in his chest persisted, unyielding, a hollow, gnawing agony that no external force could assuage. His aloneness was not simply physical, it was metaphysical, a state of being that permeated every fiber of his existence. He opened his eyes again, his gaze fixed on the distant, unbroken line of the forest. He wondered if he could walk into it, lose himself among the trees, let the cold claim him as its own. Even then, the thought felt futile, for he knew the darkness within would follow him wherever he went. The winter, for all its cruelty, could only touch his body. It could not reach the depths of his soul, where the true torment lay. The wind surged once more, a final, furious assault that nearly drove him to his knees. He stood firm, rooted in place, defying the storm even as it battered him. This pain, at least, was honest. It did not pretend to heal, did not lie to him with promises of redemption. It was a stark, brutal reminder of his existence, of the undeniable truth that he was here, alive, enduring. Thenceforth, this was the greatest tragedy of all. Cigarette after cigarette burned down to the man's fingertips, untainted by the burning of his skin, his fingers trembling against the bitter wind as he lived one with the final flickers of a dying matchbox. A half-empty whiskey dangled precariously from his hand, its contents sloshing with his unsteady steps. He wore no coat, no jacket, no hat, just jeans stiffened by the frost and boots that crunched heavily against the frozen ground. The cold gnawed at him with cruel insistence, yet he trudged forward, indifferent to its bite. Past the cabin's fences, the fragile boundary of his isolation, he ventured into the tundra of snow that stretched endlessly before him. The drifts rose high, and with each laborious step, he sank deeper into their frigid embrace. The effort to move through the icy depths drained what little strength remained in his body, his legs straining against the weight of the snow as it clung to him, dragging him down. His breath escaped in shallow clouds, dissipating quickly into the abyssal darkness around him. The tree line loomed ahead, an unbroken silhouette of pine and oak, their skeletal branches stretching skyward like dark, twisted fingers. The forest beckoned him with its vastness, its promise of obliteration, an escape into its endless expanse, where even the faintest traces of humanity were erased. He pressed onward, each step an act of defiance against the cold that consumed him, his boots crunching through the snow with a sound that seemed impossibly loud in the suffocating silence. The darkness was absolute, an impenetrable shroud that swallowed the faint glow of the cabin behind him. The moon was obscured by thick clouds, its light veiled from the desolation below. The cold grew fiercer, its claws tearing at his exposed skin, burning and numbing in equal measure. His cheeks were raw, his fingers stiff and unresponsive, yet he did not stop. The wind screamed through the trees, a sound that matched the chaos within his mind. But he pressed on, his eyes fixed on nothing, his steps driven by a force even he could not name. His lungs burned with each breath, the frigid air searing his throat and chest, the pain radiating outward in waves. He coughed violently, his body convulsing under the strain, yet the sound barely broke the oppressive quiet. Each cough felt like a knife twisting in his ribs, yet he bore it silently, enduring the indescribable pain without complaint. He moved forward as though compelled by some unseen hand, his thoughts a swirling torrent of desperation and resignation. Lost now, he wandered deeper into the woods, the vast expanse of trees closing in around him. The path he had taken was long gone, swallowed by the snow that fell in relentless waves. He was blind within the darkness of the midnight winterscape, each step taken in uncertainty, each direction indistinguishable from the last. His mind, fogged by drink and despair, was equally directionless, devoid of reason or purpose. He could no longer discern where he was or why he had come here. There was only the need to move, to escape, to lose himself entirely. The forest became a labyrinth, its twisted roots and towering trunks forming an endless maze. The snow beneath his feet grew deeper, the effort to push through it sapping what little energy he had left. His body grew heavier with each step, his movements slower, more labored, yet still he pressed on. He was aimless, a solitary figure swallowed by the void, his form reduced to a shadow among shadows, his presence insignificant against the vast, indifferent wilderness. The wind howled, tearing at him with a ferocity that seemed almost sentient, as though the forest itself sought to repel him, to drive him further into its depths. He felt his body weakening, his legs trembling beneath him, yet he did not stop. The cold had become an entity of its own, pressing against him with unrelenting force, its touch invasive and all-encompassing. He stumbled, his boots catching on unseen roots beneath the snow, yet he rose again, his determination as relentless as the storm around him. Directionless and aimless, he ventured onward, his mind as lost as his body, his thoughts as dark as the night that enveloped him. The whiskey bottle slipped from his grasp, disappearing into the snow without a sound, yet he did not notice. The cigarettes, crumpled and damp, remained forgotten in his pocket. There was only the act of walking, of moving forward into the void, of seeking something he could not name, but which he felt was just beyond reach. His breath came in ragged gasps, his body trembling violently, yet he refused to yield, the faintest flicker of purpose driving him deeper into the black expanse. He did not know if he sought freedom or obliteration, solace or suffering. The forest offered no answers, only the unyielding presence of its cold, dark embrace. Blind to reason, he wandered ever deeper, a man lost not only to the world but to himself, each step taking him further from the life he had known and deeper into the endless abyss of his own despair. He hurled the bottle against the nearest tree, the shattering sound splitting the eerie silence like a gunshot. Glass fragments sprayed outward, the frosted bark of the pine catching flecks of amber whiskey and glinting shards. What remained in his hand was a jagged remnant, its edges cruel and unforgiving. Without hesitation, he clenched it in his fist, squeezing until the glass dug deep into his palm. He gritted his teeth as thousands of shards pierced the tender flesh, carving rivers of agony into his hand. Yet he felt no release, no catharsis, only the dull ache of numbness interspersed with flashes of searing pain. Blood seeped from his mangled hand, at first slowly, then in a violent cascade. The crimson drops fell, staining the snow beneath him in vivid, jarring streaks. The frost-bitten skin of his arm bore the rivulets, the blood mingling with the snow's icy crust as it streamed down to his elbow. The pain should have brought clarity, but instead, it heightened the suffocating darkness within him. With blood dripping steadily, he marched forward, his frost-stiffened boots crunching through the snow, his grip tightening around the jagged glass as if it were an anchor to this wretched world. Reaching the same tree, its towering form indifferent to his anguish, he lashed out, his bloodied knuckles colliding with its frozen bark. The impact shot through his arm, sharp and visceral, but he struck again, and again. His fury erupted with every blow, each strike stripping layers of skin from his hands, leaving them raw and bloodied. The tree bore his pain stoically, the blood smearing its surface like a testament to his descent. The sound of bone cracking echoed in the stillness as his knuckles gave way under the relentless assault, splitting and buckling, yet he did not stop. His breath came in ragged gasps, forming desperate clouds that hung in the frigid air. At last, his strength waned, his body surrendering to exhaustion. He stumbled back, knees buckling, and fell chest deep into the snow. The world around him blurred, the midnight landscape a haze of black and white, marred only by the stark red pooling beneath him. He knelt there, defeated, his head bowed and his shoulders trembling, his blood soaking into the icy ground as though the earth itself sought to absorb his suffering. The frost clung to him, its cold tendrils biting through his clothes and into his skin, yet he barely felt it. He was consumed by a grief so profound it silenced even the pain, leaving him hollow, stripped bare of all but the oppressive weight of his despair. His shattered hands hung limply at his sides, his chest heaving against the suffocating snow. Kneeling there, in that vast expanse of nothingness, he was neither man nor ghost, but something caught in the liminal space between, a figure swallowed by the night, bloodied, broken, and utterly alone. The forest bore silent witness, its towering trees unmoving, their branches swaying only faintly in the icy wind. Above him, the sky offered no comfort, its darkness impenetrable, its stars hidden from view. He lifted his head, his bloodied face streaked with frozen tears, and let his gaze wander into the void. There was no sound now, but the faint rustle of the wind and the labored rasp of his own breath. Kneeling in defeatism, his body frozen, his spirit fractured, he realized there was no fight left to give, no further descent to be made. This was the bottom, the end of all things, a silence so absolute it seemed to stretch beyond time itself. Enduringly, he remained directionless, void, and bereft. The vastness of the winter enveloped him, its desolation mirrored in the hollow chambers of his heart. His body, battered and trembling, knelt amidst the unyielding snow, a wretched silhouette against the boundless expanse of ice and darkness. The cold pressed against him with relentless cruelty, the frost creeping into his very marrow, claiming him inch by inch with its fateful bite. The wind howled mournfully, its cry an unholy dirge that carried the weight of a world indifferent to his suffering. It tore at his hair, his clothes, his bloodied hands, as though intent on stripping him of even the smallest remnants of himself. The frost clung to his lashes, to his beard, to the torn fabric of his jeans, transforming him into a monument of despair, a frozen effigy lost in the boundless dread of winter's embrace. His breaths came shallow and uneven, each one a painful reminder of the life that still lingered within him. Yet that life was not a gift, but a curse, a tether binding him to this endless suffering. He wanted to rise, to move, to seek something beyond the bleakness, but his body had betrayed him, succumbing to the weight of defeat and the piercing grip of the cold. The snow wrapped around him like a shroud, its icy touch unyielding, indifferent to the blood that seeped into it, staining its purity with the crimson mark of his anguish. The frost's bite was fateful, relentless in its assault, numbing his flesh and dulling his senses. Yet, even as his body grew still, his mind remained a tempest, a swirling chaos of memories, regrets, and broken dreams. The faces of those he had loved and lost flickered before him, their features blurred by time and pain, their voices drowned beneath the roaring wind. They were specters now, unreachable, taunting him with the life he could never reclaim. The desolation stretched endlessly before him, an unbroken wasteland of ice and darkness that offered no solace, no escape. There was no path to follow, no horizon to guide him, only the vast, unyielding void. He was a man undone, his will fractured, his spirit extinguished, left to kneel in the snow as the world around him swallowed him whole. Succumbed to defeat, he became one with the desolation, his body blending into the frozen landscape until he was no longer a man but an echo, a faint whisper carried by the wind, lost amidst the endless expanse of winter. The cold claimed him fully, silencing the last trembling beats of his heart, leaving only the emptiness he had fought so long to escape. The howling void surrounded him, an abyssal symphony of winds that sang his solitude in unholy tones. This was his only soliloquy, a chorus of cold, bleak gusts, their resonance dark, foreboding, and all-consuming. The air vibrated with an oppressive cacophony, a sound so alive it felt as though the night itself breathed, whispering secrets of despair into the hollows of his mind. The winds roared with a surreal melody, a haunting serenade orchestrated by death itself, its mournful refrain pulling at the fragile threads of his sanity. It welcomed him, this dreadful symphony, a confluence of distant trumpets playing somewhere far beyond the reach of mortal comprehension. The notes, discordant and overwhelming, seemed at once far removed and impossibly near, a paradox of sound that reverberated within him, each note struck like an iron bell in the frozen expanse, a call to surrender, to lay down his anguish and join the eternal stillness that beckoned from the shadows. Yet the music carried with it no comfort, only terror so distinct, so soul-piercing. It heightened every fiber of his awareness to the edges of madness. He could feel it, the presence of things unseen, lurking just beyond the veil of darkness. The forest, no longer a forest of trees, but a living, breathing entity, loomed over him with a sentience that weighed heavily upon his chest. The things which inhabited its depths were somber, loathsome, and vile, ancient entities born of the void itself. He felt them moving within the wind, their unseen forms coiling like serpents, their malice palpable in the icy gusts that cut through his flesh. They seemed to peer into him, these formless horrors, their gaze penetrating not just his body but his very essence. His thoughts, no longer his own, were laid bare before them, exposed to their silent scrutiny. It was as though they had reached into the deepest confines of his mind, unraveling every memory, every regret, every sorrow. They saw the malcontent of his soul, the blackened remnants of a life undone, and they lingered there, feeding on his despair with a hunger that felt eternal. The winds swirled around him, encasing him in a vortex of sound and sensation that blurred the line between reality and nightmare. His breath, shallow and trembling, mingled with the freezing air, disappearing as quickly as it came. The darkness pressed closer, an oppressive weight that sapped the last vestiges of warmth and will from his body. The melody grew louder, more insistent, the distant trumpets now blaring with a clarity that rattled the very marrow of his bones. He wanted to scream, to silence the cacophony, to banish the unseen things that prowled the edges of his consciousness, but no sound escaped him. His voice was swallowed by the wind, consumed by the void that enveloped him. He was utterly powerless, a fragile, broken thing, adrift in a sea of darkness, his thoughts no longer his own, his soul laid bare to the predatory eyes of the abyss. It was then he realized the truth, the wind, the music, the unseen things. They were not external forces. They were born of him, manifestations of the despair and loathing that had consumed him for so long. The abyss was not out there in the forest, nor in the sky, nor in the endless expanse of snow. It was within him, a void that had grown with each passing day, fed by his regrets, his failures, his endless longing for something he could no longer name. Wherefore, now it had consumed him fully, leaving him kneeling in the snow, a shadow of a man staring into the dark with unseeing eyes. The haunting serenade continued, its melody echoing endlessly in the depths of his mind, a song without end, a requiem for the living dead. The loathsome things watched still, their unseen forms coiled tightly around his soul, feeding on his malcontent as the winds howled their final mournful dirge. All which he wrote of, every dark, despairing word etched into the forgotten pages of his life, became manifest in the frozen wasteland of his existence. The grotesque visions born in his mind, those malformed horrors of thought, were given shape, life, and sentience. They crawled forth from the recesses of his imagination, clawing their way into the physical world, unbidden and unstoppable. It was through will alone, unconscious and fractured, that his thoughts were wrought into being. Monstrous creations birthed from the twisted corridors of his anguish. They emerged first as shadows, writhing and shifting against the tree line, grotesque silhouettes that defied the natural laws of form. Eyes that glowed with malevolent light flickered in the darkness, and limbs twisted in unnatural angles as though the very act of existing pained them. Their forms were terrible to behold, half-seen amalgamations of flesh and void, pulsing with a grotesque vitality that mocked the sanctity of creation. They bore the fingerprints of his despair, their jagged edges and malformed bodies a reflection of the torment from which they had been spawned. The wind carried their voices, guttural and low, yet laced with a mocking familiarity. These were not strangers. They were echoes of his thoughts, reflections of his own fractured psyche, given voice and agency. They whispered his failures, his regrets, his unspoken fears, each syllable tearing into him with the precision of a blade. Their words resonated in the marrow of his bones, filling the air with a chorus of malice and loathing. He tried to turn away, but their presence surrounded him, pressing closer with each moment, their grotesque forms growing ever more distinct against the darkened backdrop of the woods. Through his will, they existed, and through his will, they fed. The more his mind lingered on their grotesquerie, the stronger they became, each thought lending them new life, new shape, new purpose. He was their unwitting creator, their unwilling god, and they worshipped his anguish with a devotion that was both terrifying and insidious. They thrived on his pain, drawing sustenance from the depths of his despair, growing larger, more grotesquely alive with every fleeting moment of his consciousness. One creature stepped forward from the shadows, its form a writhing mass of sinew and bone, its hollow eyes filled with an unrelenting hunger. It carried the weight of his darkest imaginings, the embodiment of every self-loathing thought that had ever crossed his mind. Its hands, clawed and dripping with shadow, reached out toward him as though to pull him into the depths of its malformed body. He could feel its pull, an unyielding force that drew him closer to the horror he had created, to the thing that was both of him and apart from him. Another emerged, smaller but no less grotesque, its form vaguely human, yet impossibly wrong. Its face was a hollowed mask, a yawning void that seemed to suck the light from the air around it. This one spoke not with words but with emotions, its presence washing over him in waves of shame and regret so powerful that they threatened to crush him beneath their weight. It moved with an unnerving grace, circling him, its form shifting and stretching as though it struggled to contain its grotesque vitality. He stumbled backward, his breath coming in ragged gasps, the snow beneath him stained with his blood. Yet there was no escape from them, no flight that could take him from the horrors that had sprung from his mind. They were everywhere, their grotesque forms writhing in the periphery of his vision, their whispers rising into a cacophony of despair that reverberated within him. The forest itself seemed to come alive with their presence, the trees twisting and bending as though to accommodate their unnatural forms. It was then he realized the truth, a truth so grotesque, so shattering, it stopped his breath. These abominations were not merely manifestations of his thoughts. They were extensions of him, fragments of his very soul, given terrible form. Every wound they inflicted, every whisper that tore into his mind, reflected the self-loathing that had festered within him for years. They were his despair, his regret, his hatred made flesh, and they would not, could not, be undone. His knees buckled, and he fell into the snow, surrounded by the grotesque army of his creation. They pressed in closer, their malformed faces inches from his own, their breath a rancid heat against his frostbitten skin. He could feel their hunger, their need, their unrelenting desire to consume him, to absorb the last vestiges of his will into their grotesque forms. In that moment, as he stared into the hollow eyes of the thing that bore his anguish, he understood that there would be no escape, not from them and not from himself. One must understand these spiritual manifestations, these ugly, grotesque amalgamations, are the same sick and twisted spirits which once dwelled within those the Recluse had killed. The hundreds of evil, tyrannical men whose lives he took were infested with these creatures from beyond the abyss, their malevolence seeping through every fiber of their being, binding them to the void. Now they stood before him, their forms warped by the darkness from which they had emerged, unrecognizable, yet deeply, horrifyingly familiar. The air around the cabin grew heavier, almost unbreathable, as though these creatures carried the weight of their forsaken existence into the world of the living. They moved with a dreadful purpose, their misshapen bodies lurching closer with every passing moment. Their eyes, or what served as eyes, glowed with an unholy light, pulsating with the hatred and torment they had carried from their mortal shells. Their voices, an amalgamation of guttural growls and anguished screams, echoed in the freezing air, each note a weapon that struck the Recluse's soul with unrelenting precision. The Recluse, broken and battered, could feel their presence wrapping around him, suffocating him in its enormity. Each step they took toward him resonated like a death knell, a harbinger of the suffering they sought to unleash. They were more than shadows, more than ghosts. They were vengeance incarnate, the embodiment of all the evil they had wrought in life, now untethered and limitless. Their shapes defied reason, twisted amalgamations of limbs and void, pulsating and writhing as though in constant agony. He could not avert his eyes. Though every fiber of his being screamed for him to look away, his gaze remained fixed on the creatures, drawn by a sick fascination, an unrelenting compulsion to face the horrors he had birthed. It was as if the void within him had found its reflection, a grotesque mirror held up by the spirits that now surrounded him. These were not mere entities, they were fragments of his own existence, manifestations of the violence and despair that had defined his life. The wind, once howling, fell into a ghastly silence, broken only by the sound of his ragged breathing and the sickening squelch of the creature's movement through the snow. The world seemed to collapse around him, the vastness of the forest shrinking until there was only the cabin, the snow, and these aberrations of his creation. The night itself seemed to deepen, as though even the stars had recoiled from the horror unfolding below. He tried to rise, to retreat, to put distance between himself and the horrors that crept ever closer, but his body refused him. His knees buckled under the weight of his fear, his hands trembling as they gripped the frozen earth beneath him. Blood seeped from his clenched fists, staining the snow in dark spreading pools, as though the land itself sought to drink his suffering. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat a hammer against his ribcage, each breath a struggle against the crushing despair that had taken hold. He tried to rise, to retreat, to put distance between himself and the horrors that crept ever closer, but his body refused him. His knees buckled under the weight of his fear, his hands trembling as they gripped the frozen earth beneath him. Blood seeped from his clenched fists, staining the snow in dark, spreading pools, as though the land itself sought to drink his suffering. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat a hammer against his ribcage, each breath a struggle against the crushing despair that had taken hold. The creatures circled him now, their movements slow, deliberate, their grotesque forms casting twisted shadows that danced across the snow. Their voices grew louder, a cacophony of torment and malice that filled the air, drowning out even his own thoughts. They spoke no words, but their intent was clear. They were not here to destroy him. They were here to consume him, to drag him into the abyss from which they had come. The recluse clenched his jaw, his breath coming in short, painful bursts as he stared into the hollow, glowing eyes of the nearest creature. He could feel its hunger, its insatiable need to feed on the despair that radiated from him. It reached out, its twisted appendage quivering as it neared his face, the sharp edges of its malformed claws glinting in the dim light. He did not flinch. He had nowhere left to run, no strength left to fight. He was theirs now, a man undone, stripped of everything but the raw, bleeding core of his existence. As the creature's clawed hand touched his cheek, he felt a searing cold unlike anything he had ever known. It was not the cold of the winter air or the biting wind. It was the cold of the void, the absence of all warmth, all light, all life. It seeped into him, spreading through his veins like poison, stealing the last vestiges of his strength. He could feel himself slipping away, his thoughts fracturing into shards of incoherence, his vision narrowing until there was only the darkness and the creatures that dwelled within it. The spirits moved closer still, their grotesque forms merging into one another, a writhing mass of shadows and light, of hatred and despair. They enveloped him completely, their presence so overwhelming that it seemed to seep into the very fabric of the night. He could no longer distinguish himself from them. His pain was their pain, his despair their sustenance. He was no longer a man, but a vessel, a conduit through which the void could manifest its will. The forest, the snow, the cabin, all of it faded into the background, swallowed by the darkness that now consumed him. His final thoughts were not of resistance, nor of escape, but of surrender. He was tired, so tired, and the promise of oblivion, of an end to the unrelenting torment, was a mercy he could not deny. He closed his eyes, his breath shallow and trembling, as the creatures descended upon him, their voices rising into a deafening crescendo that drowned out the world. When the wind finally howled again, it carried with it no trace of the recluse, no sign of the horrors that had unfolded. The cabin stood silent amidst the snow, its timbers groaning in the cold, its shadows stretching long and deep in the faint light of the moon. The forest was still, the trees standing as silent sentinels to a darkness that had claimed another soul. Thus the void, ever hungry, ever waiting, lingered just beyond the edges of the night, its appetite sated for now. Beyond the depths, the shadows surged, an encumbering tide of blackness made alive, their forms writhing with a malice so immense it defied comprehension. The spirits struck with ferocity, their attacks so visceral, so horrifyingly precise, that each blow felt as though it carried the weight of damnation itself. Teeth, jagged and animalistic, tore into his flesh with a force akin to the jaws of tigers, ripping and shredding, their fangs piercing through sinew and bone. The sensation was not fleeting but slow, deliberate, as though these grotesque beings relished every shred of agony they inflicted. Jaws like bears clamped down upon him, their crushing force splintering the illusion of safety his flesh once afforded. He could feel his very bones bending under the strain, the unbearable pressure threatening to snap him in half, though it never quite did. The pain surged through him in waves, raw and electrifying, coursing through his nerves like an unholy fire. Each bite was an incision into his sanity, a relentless gnawing not only at his body but at the fragile threads of his mind. Others seized him with an inescapable grip, their forms twisting and constricting like snakes, their scaled, sinuous bodies coiling around him with a strength that defied nature. His ribs bowed inward, his chest heaving in a desperate attempt to draw breath, the pressure building until every heartbeat became a battle, every inhalation a war against the inevitable collapse of his lungs. The spirit squeezed with such force that the very blood in his veins seemed ready to burst forth, yet it remained contained, as though denied even the release of its own flow. Then came the crushing weight, an assault so brutal, so incomprehensible, that it eclipsed all else. It descended upon him like the stomp of an elephant, immense and unrelenting, the heaviness pressing into his chest until the icy snow beneath him felt distant, irrelevant, his body bent and twisted, his spine groaning under the sheer force, his rib cage straining against the inevitability of shattering. Yet, despite it all, he did not break, nor was he granted the mercy of unconsciousness. The pain was hellish vivid, unrelenting, and utterly real, its claws digging deeper with every passing moment. Suffering transcended description, the sensations tearing through him so acutely they became surreal, unmoored from reality. Flesh was rent asunder, bitten and mangled, limbs contorted into grotesque shapes, and yet the damage left no scars, no open wounds to mark the carnage. The torment was endless, perpetual, a symphony of hellish agony orchestrated by beings whose sole purpose was his destruction. He felt his very soul shrieking in protest, yet no sound escaped his lips. It was as if the veil between his existence and the abyss had been torn, leaving him stranded in a place where pain was not bound by the laws of the mortal world. His mind, already teetering on the brink of collapse, was flooded with questions that offered no solace. Were these angels of death descending not in the serene robes of myth, but as nightmarish harbingers of his end? Was this the grim reaper, not singular but legion, a cacophony of horrors come to collect the debt of his life? Or was this the piper, his dreadful tune now the soundtrack of agony, playing on as the creatures mutilated and contorted him into something unrecognizable? He thought then of the endless abyss, the bottomless pit spoken of in whispers, where no sound escaped, no scream carried beyond its Stygian depths. Was this that place? Was this the mouth of the void, where the screams of the tormented were swallowed whole, their agony silenced by the crushing weight of eternity? Was this the veil between the living and the dead, rent apart to reveal the horrors that waited beyond its fragile boundary? The darkness pressed closer, suffocating, alive with the presence of these spirits, these grotesque beings born from realms he could not fathom. Their cruelty was unrelenting, their attacks methodical, as though they were not simply inflicting pain but orchestrating it, crafting a masterpiece of despair that transcended the limits of human suffering. Each bite, each crush, each suffocating squeeze was precise, deliberate, designed not to kill but to unmake, to strip away every fiber of his being until nothing remained but the raw, quivering essence of his torment. Was this hell, then? Not the fire and brimstone of old sermons, but something infinitely worse cold, silent and all-encompassing, where agony was eternal and mercy an impossibility. Was this Sheol a place not of punishment but of existence beyond hope, where the soul was left to wither and rot, a prisoner to its own despair? Was this the beginning of an eternity of unsound fury, where suffering was not a sentence but a state of being, where every moment stretched into infinity, marked only by the ceaseless onslaught of torment? The weight of these thoughts was as crushing as the spirits themselves, each one a dagger driven into the heart of his sanity. He could feel the despair building within him, an unending tide that threatened to consume him entirely. He thought of the 1,000 winter moons that might pass, each one marking not the passage of time, but the continuation of his suffering, his existence bound to a cycle of agony that could never be broken. It was then he knew then, in the deepest, starkest recess of his mind, that this was only the beginning. This was not an introduction, but a prelude, the first movement in a symphony of despair that would echo through the void for all eternity. This was not death. This was not life. This was something far, far worse. Crawling in writhing pain, his blood spilled freely into the snow, its crimson rivulets carving sinister veins through the stark white. Each movement was agony, his shattered body dragging itself forward inch by excruciating inch, leaving a streaked trail of despair in its wake. The snow beneath him, once pristine, now mingled with the dark essence of his suffering, enmeshing and mixing in terror unrivaled. Trembling hands grasped at the ice, his fingernails splitting and breaking against the unyielding surface, his breath ragged and shallow, his chest heaving with the unbearable weight of his torment. His gaze, trembling and unfocused, lifted upward, onward toward the void that stretched endlessly before him. The winds of abandon roared around him, their frost-bitten tendrils slicing through his flesh with a cruelty that defied nature. The freezing air burned his face, a paradoxical flame of ice that gnawed at his exposed skin, tearing at the mask of stoicism he had once worn. His expression now was one of pure agony, a face contorted in the throes of utter defeat. Behind him, the creatures of the great beyond surged like a tide of blackened malice, their grotesque forms writhing and clawing with insatiable hunger. They latched onto his legs, their claws sinking deep into his flesh, their jaws gnashing and tearing. He screamed a raw, guttural cry that the winds carried away into the endless void as their relentless pull dragged him backward. His body convulsed with the effort to resist, his fingers clawing desperately at the snow and ice. But it was futile. The earth beneath him trembled, its surface fracturing and collapsing into itself, revealing a gaping maw of abyssal blackness. The ground opened up, a cavernous pit of unfathomable depth, its edges lined with jagged, shadowy forms that seemed alive, their hunger palpable. The creatures pulled with a force that transcended the physical, their strength rooted in the very fabric of his soul. He fought with everything he had, his muscles straining, his mind screaming against the inevitability of his fate. But it was all for naught. His body, broken and betrayed, succumbed to their relentless pull. The pit yawned wide to receive him, a monstrous void that promised only eternal darkness and despair. He fell, his form swallowed whole by the abyss, his descent slow yet terrifying in its certainty. The air around him grew heavier, suffocating, as though the very essence of existence was being stripped away. He plummeted endlessly, his body weightless, yet his soul burdened by a crushing despair that grew heavier with each passing moment. Time became meaningless, each second stretched into eternity, every heartbeat an agonizing reminder of his defeat. His chest grew tight, the weight of his hopelessness pressing down like a millstone, each breath harder to draw than the last. Suddenly, through the oppressive blackness, a flickering light emerged below, faint and distant. The cold vanished, its icy claws replaced by a heat so intense it felt alive, pulsing through the suffocating darkness. The sense of life, of mortality began to slip away, fleeting and insubstantial, as though it were no longer his to claim. The light grew stronger, its source a searing, wrathful blaze that illuminated the walls of the endless pit. The fires burned with a fury that defied comprehension, their edges lashing out like serpents, their flames stretching upward as though to ensnare him. The heat was incomprehensible, indescribable, a force that transcended sensation. It was not the heat of the sun, nor the flame of earthly fire, but something far more profound, an elemental wrath that consumed everything in its path. The air around him crackled with energy, each particle vibrating with a rage that threatened to tear him apart. The fire reached for him, its tendrils of flame licking at the edges of his being, promising an agony that surpassed anything he had known. The intensity of the heat was unbearable, its searing touch invading every corner of his existence. It was not simply pain, it was annihilation, the unmaking of the self, a destruction so total it left no room for thought or reason. His flesh, though untouched, seemed to blister and peel under its force, his very soul igniting in the presence of such fury. The descent continued, the fires drawing closer, their wrathful light casting long, flickering shadows that danced like the mocking specters of his own despair. He wanted to scream, to beg for the fall to end, to plead for mercy from a force that knew no such thing, but the words caught in his throat, choked by the suffocating heat and the crushing weight of his hopelessness. His descent was inevitable, his fate sealed, as the flames of perdition rose to meet him. The fire, unrelenting and eternal, consumed all in its path, and he knew with a terrible certainty that this was not the end, but the beginning of a torment that would stretch beyond the boundaries of time itself. This was his eternity. A descent into the boundless abyss where the fires of wrath burned forever and the soul knew no reprieve. The flames rose higher as the descent continued, their glow casting everything in hues of blood and ash. The walls of the abyss were alive, shifting and pulsating with an organic malignancy that defied explanation. Shadows darker than the blackest night danced across the firelit expanse, their forms grotesque and ever-changing. The air was thick, suffocating, and carried a scent unlike anything natural, a vile combination of sulfur, decay, and something far worse, something ancient and unnameable. Each second stretched into eternity, his fall punctuated by the agonizing pull of unseen forces that dragged him deeper into the gaping maw of perdition. The fire's heat intensified, no longer merely oppressive but violating, its tendrils of flame reaching out as though alive, licking at his soul with a hunger that promised obliteration. Yet it did not consume him, not fully. It let him feel its presence, its rage, its boundless fury, keeping him alive within its grasp, ensuring his torment remained acute and unending. Below, the source of the fire revealed itself in flashes, vast rivers of molten agony flowing endlessly, their surfaces boiling with tormented faces that screamed silently beneath the liquid flame. Their mouths opened wide in unrelenting cries, but no sound escaped, swallowed whole by the abyss's unmerciful depths. The faces came and went, rising to the surface only to vanish into the current, each a fleeting echo of despair bound to this infernal place. The rivers twisted and turned, carving through the pit like arteries, feeding the lifeblood of a realm born of suffering and eternal damnation. Above, the shadows writhed like sentient things, their movements serpentine and deliberate, as though observing him, feeding on his fear as he fell. Their shapes hinted at forms once human, but now warped beyond recognition, their limbs elongated, their faces stretched into grotesque masks of anguish and hatred. Their eyes, or the empty voids where eyes should have been, followed his every motion, their gaze cutting into him with the precision of knives. They were not mere witnesses. They were accomplices, architects of his despair, entities that thrived in the endless torment this place offered. The pit itself seemed to breathe, its walls expanding and contracting with a rhythm that was not random but calculated. Each movement an oppressive reminder of the living, malevolent force that governed this hellscape. The air vibrated with a deep, guttural hum, a sound that resonated not only in his ears but in the very marrow of his bones. It was a sound of inevitability, of finality, a constant reminder that there was no escape from this place, no reprieve, no hope. The fire's edges stretched upward now, reaching toward the vortex above, their flames clawing at the darkness with an insatiable hunger. The heat radiating from below became a force unto itself, pressing against his chest, crushing his lungs, suffocating him without mercy. His skin, though untouched by the flame, felt as though it were peeling away, layer by layer, his very being unraveled by the oppressive heat. His thoughts, once fragmented and chaotic, were now singular, focused only on the sheer weight of his suffering. This was not a place for the living or the dead. It was a realm beyond both, a domain of pure, unfiltered despair. Far below, where the fire raged brightest, shapes began to emerge, towering structures that defied reason. They were not buildings, but twisted monolithic constructs, their surfaces alive with movement. Faces and limbs protruded from their sides, writhing and screaming, their forms fused into the very fabric of these infernal creations. Spires of bone and ash rose from the molten rivers, their tips jagged and piercing the oppressive sky, each one an altar to the torment that permeated this place. The heat, so incomprehensibly intense, became its own form of sentience, pressing against his thoughts, invading his mind with whispers of despair. The flame was not simply a fire, it was alive, a living force of wrath and punishment that sought not to destroy him, but to reshape him, to mold him into something akin to the shadows that writhed above. It promised no respite, no release, only an eternity of pain so profound it would strip away all that he was, leaving only an echo, a shadow bound to the pit forever. The descent slowed, his body hovering above the molten rivers, the flames licking at his feet but never quite consuming him. He could feel their pull, their hunger, but something held him suspended as though the abyss itself wished to savor his suffering. The spires below glowed faintly, their surfaces illuminated by the fires that raged around them, casting long, jagged shadows that seemed to stretch endlessly. Above, the vortex of darkness began to close, sealing him within this place, cutting off all light, all memory of the world he had known. Here, in the belly of the beast, time ceased to exist. There was no past, no future, only the eternal now of his suffering. The shadows coiled closer, their forms whispering promises of despair, their voices a symphony of torment that burrowed into his mind. Now he could see the faces within them, faces he recognized, those he had wronged, those he had loved, those who had been lost. They stared back at him with expressions of hatred, sorrow, and betrayal, their mouths moving silently, their words drowned by the ever-present roar of the fire. This was perdition. This was the cavernous, abyssal pit of bottomless torment, a realm where despair reigned supreme, and hope was a forgotten memory. The fire, the shadows, the molten rivers, the writhing constructs, all of it was alive, all of it was bound together in a singular purpose. To consume him, to unmake him, to forge him anew in the image of his suffering. This was not the end. This was the beginning of an eternity he could not escape. a descent into a darkness so profound, so all-encompassing, that it left no room for light, no space for redemption. This was the place where agony became existence, where the soul was stripped of all it had known and left to rot in the searing embrace of the abyss. This was the pit, the final threshold, where despair was not a consequence but a state of being, and he was its newest inhabitant, bound to its fires forever. Above, where once he had crawled upon the frozen, desolate ground, the wintry landscape seemed to sigh with an eerie finality. The earth bellowed, a low, resonant groan that echoed through the silent woods, as though it mourned the act it had just committed. The hole, the cavernous maw that had swallowed him whole, began to contract, its edges closing inward with a terrible grace. The snow shifted, spilling into the void as the blackened pit sealed itself, erasing any trace of its existence. The once yawning chasm, so alive with malice and hunger, vanished entirely, leaving only an unbroken expanse of snow and ice. There was no scar, no sign of disruption, no evidence to suggest it had ever been there at all. The land seemed undisturbed, pristine in its deception, masking the horror it had concealed. The place where he had crawled, blood mixing with snow, was now indistinguishable from the rest of the landscape, presence and absence obliterated in an act of indifferent finality. The wind resumed its mournful wail, scattering loose snow across the barren field as if to bury any lingering memory of what had transpired. The forest, towering and foreboding, stood silent once more, its ancient trees swaying faintly as if nodding in agreement with the earth's cruel erasure. No footprints marked the place where he had struggled. No blood stained the icy crust. The world above had moved on, indifferent to the fate of the soul now lost to the abyss. It was as though he had never existed, his life and suffering erased as completely as the hole itself. The cold winds whispered over the silent snow, their hollow cries carrying no hint of the torment that had unfolded. The void had consumed not just his body, but his presence, his memory, leaving nothing but the stark, unfeeling whiteness of the winter wilderness, a blank slate to cover the echoes of despair. To think others tread upon the same unbroken grounds above, their footsteps light upon the snow, unwitting, unknowing of the torment buried beneath them. They move in their fragile ignorance, wrapped in the mundane rhythms of their lives, their thoughts preoccupied with trivialities, oblivious to the horrors that lurk below. Their frailty is their armor, their ignorance a shield, keeping them blissfully unaware of the truth that beneath their feet, far into the belly of the earth, a torment unfolds beyond the reach of mortal comprehension. Miles below, in the unseen depths, where light dares not venture, the fires rage, consuming but never fully devouring. This is no natural flame but a hellish conflagration, eternal and wrathful, burning its victims to the edge of annihilation, without ever granting the release of oblivion. The screams of the damned echo endlessly in that cavernous abyss, their agony trapped within the suffocating void, unheard by the living above. The earth itself conspires to seal their torment, its layers of rock and soil muting the cries, silencing the horror so that the surface remains unmarred, pristine. Those who walk above cannot fathom the infernal reality beneath them. They see only the frozen landscape, the skeletal trees swaying in the wind, the vast emptiness of the wilderness. They feel the bite of the cold, the sting of the wind, but they do not feel the heat that roars in the deep, nor the weight of despair that crushes those caught within its grasp. They are blind to the suffering that festers miles below, where time loses meaning and pain becomes a state of existence. It is a terrible irony, their unknowing. Each step they take on that snow-covered ground echoes faintly in the depths, their presence above a cruel reminder to those below of the life that continues without them. The earth itself betrays no sign of its double existence, no tremor or scar to hint at the inferno within. It holds its secrets tightly, its surface a mask of stillness, while the horrors churn endlessly beneath. If only they knew, if only they could see what lies beyond the veil of their ignorance, the rivers of molten fire, the grotesque shapes writhing in eternal agony, the shadows that claw and gnash, the screams that never end. If only they could feel the weight of despair that suffuses the air below, the oppressive heat that does not burn flesh but sears the soul. But they cannot know, and the earth ensures they never will. So they walk, unwitting and unknowing, their lives untouched by the inferno beneath. Their steps are light, their thoughts fleeting, their existence fragile, yet unburdened by the knowledge of what lies just beyond reach. The fires burn on, relentless and eternal, consuming but never fully consuming, a torment without end, hidden from the world above, buried in the belly of the earth. The only light, the glimmer, the flickering of the embers giving form to the shadows of the deep, where darkness is God supreme and the light is fleeting, horizonless, foreverly. The exsanguination of the human spirit is not swift like the cut of a blade, nor is it loud like the shattering of glass. It is slow, deliberate, and insidious, a bleeding out that begins deep within, far from the gaze of others. It seeps silently, drop by drop, until nothing remains but a hollow shell, a vessel drained of its essence, its will, its humanity. This is no mere death. It is a deprivation, a hollowing out that leaves behind the form but strips it of the soul. In the depths where light dares not tread, the exsanguination occurs not of blood, but of hope, of resolve, of the fragile fibers that hold the human spirit together. Each moment spent in that endless descent, each brush with the infernal flames, draws another thread loose, unraveling the tapestry of self. The fire does not consume flesh. It consumes identity, burning away the layers of memory, desire, and purpose, until all that remains is the raw, aching void where once a soul resided. The process is agonizing in its subtlety, for it does not come with a single decisive blow. Instead, it unfolds in countless agonizing instants, each one a tiny theft of vitality, of meaning. The spirit resists at first, clinging desperately to what remains, but the weight of despair is too great, too unrelenting. It crushes even the strongest resolve, sapping the will to fight until surrender becomes not a choice, but an inevitability. There is no blood in this exsanguination, no crimson stain to mark the loss. It is intangible yet all-encompassing, a draining that leaves no visible wound, yet renders the victim unrecognizable. The human spirit, so resilient in the face of earthly trials, finds itself powerless here, where the laws of life and death no longer apply. It is not merely broken, it is emptied, stripped of the very essence that makes it human. What remains is a shadow, a flickering remnant that bears the shape of a soul, but none of its substance. It is a specter of what once was, bound eternally to the torment that brought about its unmaking. The exsanguination is complete when there is nothing left to take, when even the echoes of the spirit's former strength have been silenced, leaving behind only the hollow sound of despair, reverberating endlessly in the abyss. This is the ultimate cruelty of the place, the final act of its insatiable malice, to take not life, but the very spirit of life, and bleed it dry, to leave its victims not dead, but less than living, less than human, a void where once there was light, a silence where once there was song, an emptiness that stretches on, unending, into eternity. The final days of Elias Hawthorne Asher's life are shrouded in mystery, but his journals provide a chilling glimpse into his descent. His last entries speak of a presence within the house, a force that watched him always, that whispered to him in his dreams, that promised him knowledge and power in exchange for his surrender. The Recluse, a man whose genius was eclipsed only by the darkness of his obsessions, sought to transcend the boundaries of art, creation, and existence itself. His passion for writing consumed him, turning ink into an insufficient medium for the vastness of his ambition. Obsessed with crafting the darkest, starkest, most tragic yet beautiful narratives ever conceived, he turned to a material both profane and profound, his own blood. Each stroke of the pen, drawn with the essence of his life, bore a weight no mortal words could carry alone. He believed that through this act he could infuse his words with not just emotion, but consciousness, a beating, agonizing soul. The writing of blood and anima, thus kind he wrote to animate, to bring fruition to his writings, to see them form, to become manifest. For all which he wrote within blood gave animating power unto the beast, the powers that be, to incept life, novel and new, murky and profounding, to breathe the anima of life, of labor into the formless soil, whenceforth life would be arisen, in blasphemy and reprobation, nevertheless life it shall be. For life is in the blood, and to write so dispassionately, impossibly, with the blood, was to bring heart and soul to the very words written, to ascribe consciousness and thought to each and every word, now breathing heavily, laboriously, and insufferably, with the air which gives life. To write was twofold. It was to create not only art, but also to meddle with the blackest of hearts, to spring forth the flaring nostrils of living water, to produce beauty and perfection, juxtapose the bane of vanity and sentient life. To write of storms in diverse places, of beasts in seas, of technology unseen and hands veiled, was to fulfill prophecy, to necessitate by sheer will of his blood covenant with the abyss, the actualization of events, not as a precursory or foreshadowing, but as a truly wondrous yet cold and terrifying thing, an amalgamation of life, bore of the same soil the Creator used. This man was the first to breathe and speak, write, and will life into existence, into being. Alas, these new life forms did not placate his insatiable rage, nor quench his heart's deepest desires. He could not replicate the life he had lost, only mimic it, fading and surreal. In his seclusion, the Recluse delved deeper into forbidden realms of thought, theology, and alchemy. He convinced himself that blood, the essence of life, carried the animating spark of creation, the same sacred force breathed into Adam by the Creator. By pouring this essence into his writing, he believed he could emulate divine creation, achieving what was foretold. You shall move mountains, and heal the sick, and raise the dead. He sought not merely to mimic the Creator's work, but to rival it, to transcend the boundaries imposed upon mortal men. In his final works, compiled feverishly into what he called his manifesto, the Recluse documented his experiments with words that dripped with both literary brilliance and unholy intent. He wrote not merely stories, but commands, inscriptions that willed life into existence. The act of writing, performed with the ink of his veins, became a ritual of inception, a covenant with forces far beyond human comprehension. His words no longer remained static. They breathed, they twisted, they became. From the depths of his mind and the marrow of his blood, the Recluse brought forth beings unimagined. Beasts of the seas that slithered and roared, storms that gathered intelligence and purpose, entities formed from shadows that took shape and consciousness. Each word imbued with the sacred and profane, drew from the abyss and the divine alike. His blood mingled with the air, the soil, and the ink, weaving a tapestry of creation that defied the natural order. He described the beasts in such vivid, harrowing detail that they clawed their way into existence, laboriously drawing breath and filling the void with their anguished presence. The Recluse became, in his own mind, the first man since the Creator to animate the formless soil into being. Through sheer will and the sacrament of his blood, he transgressed the natural laws, fashioning life not from love or care, but from grief, rage, and despair. Yet, what emerged was not life as the Creator intended. It was life born of agony, twisted and grotesque, reflecting the tormented soul from which it sprang. These beings did not placate his yearning. They stood as a reminder of his ultimate failure, his inability to recreate what he had lost. The blood covenant with the abyss. Each creation came with a cost. The act of writing became a ritualistic bloodletting, binding the Recluse to the forces he invoked. He entered an unspoken covenant with the abyss itself, offering pieces of his soul with every sentence he completed. He believed himself a prophet, fulfilling prophecy through his words, yet his creations bore no benevolence, no divine purpose. They were as cold and detached as the void that birthed them, harbingers of chaos and despair. To write of storms in diverse places, of veiled hands manipulating the world, of beasts rising from depths unmeasured, was to necessitate their existence. His words did not foretell events, they enacted them. The storms raged, the beasts emerged, the veiled hands took shape, their movements shifting the currents of history. What he wrote became reality, not as metaphor but as tangible horror. Each creation mirrored his pain, his loathing, his unquenchable desire for control over the uncontrollable. The Manifesto of Madness. In his manifesto, the Recluse documented his descent into godhood, a terrible, fractured godhood born of rebellion against the natural order. He described his creations in exquisite, excruciating detail, their malformed bodies and tortured spirits reflecting the anguish of their inception. They were life, yet they were not alive. They were puppets of his grief, manifestations of his loneliness, and they haunted him as much as they served him. What he sought above all was to replicate the life he had lost, the faces and voices that haunted his memories. Yet, no matter how detailed his descriptions, no matter how much blood he poured into his words, he could not bring them back. What he created were shadows, facades of life, grotesque parodies of the love and connection he so desperately craved. Each failure deepened his torment, driving him further into madness. The price of creation. The Recluse's genius was undeniable, but it was a genius consumed by hubris and despair. His creations, born of blood and will, were a testament to his defiance of natural law. Yet they were also his undoing. The beings he brought forth turned not to him with gratitude or reverence, but with anger and sorrow, their very existence a protest against the means of their creation. They loomed in the corners of his study, their eyes hollow, their breaths labored, their forms grotesque yet pitiful. In his final days, the Recluse disappeared into the labyrinth of the House of Usher's vast forestry, his masterpiece unfinished, his bloodied pen abandoned. His manifesto remained, a chilling relic of his ambitions, a testament to the power of words and the terrible price of creation. The house itself seemed to absorb his essence, its timbers pulsing faintly with the echoes of his blood-stained words. It is said that to read the manifesto aloud is to invoke the life it describes, to summon the horrors and wonders of the Recluse's imagination into being. Yet no one dares. The manifesto lies hidden, a forbidden text that holds within its pages the power to create, to destroy, and to condemn. The bloodied papers torn and tossed from the typewriter sitting on the desk with the wind sweeping other pages across the cabin's floors, the last few pages following the presence read, "Inviolable, they say, this hallowed notion of nationalism, but I profess it to be nothing less than a plague upon humanity's potential. It infects the minds of the shallow, those content with the comfort of tribal confines, those whose loyalty is offered not to humanity, not to progress, but to a mere flag, a fabric imbued with mythologies and empty promises. Such minds, these minimalists of thought, pledge allegiance to symbols they scarcely understand, to a god as unknowable as their convictions are unexamined. It is not patriotism, it is blind allegiance. It is not pride, it is the hollow echo of blind obedience. To grant such voices platforms, to allow their reductionist ideals to spill unchecked into the discourse of a species meant for greatness, is to surrender to the smallness of thought. It is to tether our shared destiny to their self-imposed ignorance. Let us guard against such simplicities, for they threaten to reduce the boundless complexity of our shared existence into crude dichotomies, perpetuating division where unity might flourish, and mediocrity where brilliance might dare to shine. They threaten the innocence and naivete of our youth, those most precious of souls, whose minds are tender clay, pliable and impressionable, yearning for the light of truth, but instead molded by hands steeped in ignorance. These children born into the boundless wonder of possibility are force-fed the dogma of division and the sickness of a dying ideology, a fabrication of falsities designed to chain their spirits to antiquated notions of supremacy and separation. What is more tragic than the theft of a child's mind, their innate curiosity replaced by the rigidity of indoctrination? The beauty of their boundless imagination is stifled, replaced by distinct, exacting frameworks of thought that rob them of the freedom to question, to explore, and to dream. It is not education, it is enslavement to an idea unworthy of their purity. We must stand vigilant lest the future itself be written by the hands of those who have forgotten the sanctity of untainted wonder, and who seek to perpetuate the shadows of their own broken truths. Thus, it becomes cyclical, an insidious perpetuation passed from one generation to the next. These thoughts, imbued with false virtue, proselytized under the guise of tradition, propagandized into sacred truth, and supplanted into the pliant minds of our youth, serve only to sustain the machinery of mental impoverishment. The cycle flourishes, its roots deepened not by wisdom, but by repetition, binding the future to the errors of the past. It is a system that thrives on stunted minds, robbing the individual of their capacity for true growth, their potential for economic and intellectual independence, and their ability to cultivate individualistic thought. In this cycle, the youth are not educated but programmed, their minds imprisoned within the rigid confines of inherited ideology. Creativity is sacrificed for conformity, critical thought for blind acceptance. The shackles may not be visible, but they are felt in the quiet despair of unrealized potential and the hollow echo of ideas that were never their own. We must, with unrelenting determination, break this cycle. We must tear down the walls of inherited ignorance and usher in an era of thought that nurtures freedom, fosters individuality, and celebrates the infinite capacity of the human mind. For it is only through this liberation that we can reclaim the future, not as a repetition of the past, but as a boundless horizon of possibility. The cycle must end, not by mere rejection, but by the creation of a new paradigm, one that elevates rather than diminishes, that frees rather than binds, and that inspires rather than confines. The duplicitousness of societal frameworks reveals itself in the insidious mechanisms of social conformity, by which individuals are corralled into submission, forced to ingratiate themselves to systems that consume their individuality and replace it with nationalistic ideations and religious dogmas. These constructs, devoid of space for true individuation, wield indoctrination as their weapon. Theosophical in nature, they oppressively impose their doctrines upon every citizen within the borders of a nation, masquerading under the pretentious facade of civilization, while perpetuating a hollow parody of progress through relentless social engineering and conformity to a prescribed normalcy. How evident, how wholly indisputable is the absence of separation between church and state when children are coerced, no, demanded, to recite redundant pledges of allegiance to a nation and a god, neither of whom care nor exist in any meaningful capacity beyond their symbolic utility. These systematic values and so-called virtues are no more than a grotesque fabrication, an amalgamation of false historicity and hegemonic constructs designed to perpetuate a fiction of moral superiority. It is not allegiance. It is ritualized subjugation. It is not education. It is systematic erasure of critical thought. This is a moral imperative. To end this cycle is not merely a choice, but an ethical necessity. To perpetuate it further, to weave into the fabric of our youth false narratives of historical grandeur, Western supremacy, nationalistic entitlement, and a cultivated aversion to otherness, is nothing short of a humanitarian crime. It is an act of violence against the very essence of the human spirit, a betrayal of the boundless potential that resides within every child. We must dismantle these constructs, unearth the roots of their deceit, and replace them with systems that honor truth, embrace diversity, and cultivate minds unshackled by the chains of antiquated ideology. Only then can we hope to build a world that is not a prison of conformity, but a crucible for growth, understanding, and true civilization. Elias seemed knowing, but glimpsed a foreshadowing of America's future and its historic and educational annals. What insight, what a mind, what remained of what would have been Elias's final curtain call. His masterpiece was all but lost, except to the villagers and vagabonds who roamed the landscape, some scavenging, and some finding and reading with intrigue the perplexing puzzle of manuscriptal papers found throughout the cabin. The villagers who lived near the lodge reported seeing strange lights and hearing unearthly sounds emanating from the property in the weeks before Elias disappeared. Some claimed to have seen him standing in the forest at night, his figure illuminated by a pale, unnatural glow. Others spoke of hearing screams carried on the wind, screams that chilled the blood and silenced the night. When a search party finally ventured to the lodge, they found it empty. Elias was gone, his belongings untouched, his manuscripts scattered across the floor of the grand hall. His final journal entry, scrawled in a hand trembling with either fear or madness, read, "The house is not a home but a gate. It leads to a place where thought dissolves, where time collapses, where the soul is unmade. I go now to meet it, to become one with it. Pray for me if prayer holds any meaning in this hollow world." Elias Hawthorne. Asher's disappearance only added to the lodge's sinister reputation. The land was abandoned for years, its story becoming part of local folklore. But his writings survived, passing through the hands of collectors and occultists who found in them a dark and terrible wisdom. Among those influenced by his work were the Romanian esoterists, who later built the House of Usher, a younger yet equally cursed sibling to the lodge. To them, Elias was more than a writer. He was a prophet, a man who had glimpsed the abyss and lived to record its truths, if only for a time. The house of Usher became a monument to his vision, a place where his ideas could be explored and expanded, though at a cost no one could fully anticipate. The house of Usher, meanwhile, stood as a silent witness to the tragedy it had begun, its shadows ever waiting for the next soul brave or foolish enough to enter. What is it about this place, this return to Usher's cabin, this lonesome lodge, starker, more isolated, darker and more bittersome than the cabin on the East Coast? This cabin, located within the more rural, isolative, and bewildering steppes of north-central Wisconsin. The air here feels heavier, burdened by an unspoken history, a weight that presses down on the soul as surely as the snow buries the earth. Is it the cabin itself that drives men to madness, its timbers steeped in some intangible malevolence, its walls bearing witness to countless nights of despair? Or is it the seclusion, the vast, unyielding isolation that takes root in the mind, twisting thoughts into grotesque shapes? The loneliness here is palpable, a living thing that wraps itself around the unwary, its grip unrelenting. The darkness of the Wisconsin winter stretches endlessly, each night an abyss that swallows even the faintest trace of hope. The cold winds, sharp and mournful, howl through the trees like wailing specters, their cries a dirge for those lost to this forsaken place. Each gust cuts to the bone, a chilling reminder of life's fragility, of how easily warmth can be extinguished. The bleak landscapes offer no reprieve, their stark beauty veiling a cruelty that lies just beneath the surface. The forests, vast and unbroken, are a labyrinth of shadows, their towering pines and skeletal oaks standing like sentinels to the unspoken horrors of the land. The snow, pristine and unyielding, conceals everything beneath its icy shroud, paths, footsteps, even the very idea of escape. Here, the horizon holds no promise, only an unending expanse of white and gray that blends into the void. Perhaps it is all of these things, the cabin, the isolation, the relentless cold and wind. Perhaps it is something more insidious, something woven into the very fabric of this place, a whisper that lingers in the stillness, a presence that watches from the shadows, unseen but deeply felt. Usher's western cabin does not merely shelter, it consumes. It takes the seeds of despair and waters them with silence, with solitude, until they bloom into madness. Men come here seeking solace, seeking respite from a world that has turned its back on them. Yet the cabin offers none. It magnifies their fears, amplifies their regrets, turning their minds inward until they are left alone with the worst parts of themselves. Here, every sorrow becomes a specter, every regret a noose. The cabin is a mirror, and what it reflects is enough to drive any man to the brink. Still, they return. It is the promise of escape, the allure of a solitude so complete it borders on transcendence. Perhaps it is the cabin itself which calls them, beckons them, frothing with loathing, its whispered invitation too faint to hear but too powerful to resist. Whatever the reason, they come and they stay and they succumb, each one falling prey to the cold, to the darkness, to the crushing weight of their own existence. Usher's western cabin does not merely stand against the winter. It is the winter, its desolation, its cruelty, its unyielding grasp, and it waits always for the next soul to claim.
Chapter 2. The Adventist.
Name, Father Gabriel Elias Mercer, Eder 1947. Occupation, Catholic priest and former missionary. Personality, devout but conflicted, idealistic and deeply introspective. Key traits, loyal to his church but naive to its political machinations, courageous but haunted by doubts. Motivation, to serve God and prove the power of faith while privately wrestling with the limits of his belief.
A summons to the house of Usher. In the spring of 1947, Father Gabriel Mercer was summoned by his cardinal, a man of power and influence, whose connections extended far beyond the church's sacred halls. The cardinal, acting under the guise of spiritual necessity, tasked Mercer with a daunting mission to travel to a remote property in Wisconsin known as the House of Usher and to bless it, to rid it of any lingering spirits or malevolent forces that might dwell within. Unbeknownst to Mercer, this assignment was not born of concern for the sanctity of the land or its inhabitants. The cardinal, whose ties to Freemasonry were deeply concealed, had been approached by Archibald Alexander Cain, the Grandmaster of the Masonic Order, who had his own designs for the house. To Cain, the House of Usher was not a site to be cleansed, but a place of power to be awakened, and he required the Church's involvement to grant legitimacy to his covert plans. Father Mercer was a pawn, his faith a tool to be wielded by men with ambitions far darker than he could imagine. Arrival at the House of Usher. Father Mercer arrived at the house on a grey, windless morning, his breath visible in the crisp air. The sight of the property chilled him to the core, not from its disrepair, but from the overwhelming sense of oppression that seemed to radiate from its very stones. The fields surrounding the house stretched endlessly, barren and silent, while the forest loomed like a wall of shadow at the property's edge. The house itself, with its crumbling facade and darkened windows, seemed to watch him, waiting. He carried with him the tools of his trade, a worn Bible, a vial of holy water, a silver crucifix, and a small satchel of blessed salts. To Father Mercer, this was more than a duty, it was a test of faith. Despite his unease, he believed that his prayers and rituals could overcome any darkness, that the light of God would prevail even in a place as forsaken as this. The ritual begins. Inside the house, the air was colder than it should have been, and the silence was oppressive, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. Father Mercer began his work in the grand hall, its once majestic features now reduced to decayed wood and peeling wallpaper. He lit candles at the 4 cardinal points, sprinkling holy water as he walked the perimeter, reciting prayers of exorcism in Latin. At first, the ritual proceeded without incident. The house remained eerily still, its shadows unmoving, its silence unbroken. But as the prayers grew louder, as the crucifix in his hand began to gleam in the candlelight, the atmosphere shifted. The air grew heavier, and a low, almost imperceptible hum filled the space, vibrating through the floorboards and into his bones. Father Mercer felt it before he saw it. A presence, vast and unyielding, pressing against the edges of his perception. The shadows in the corners began to move, writhing like living things, and the candles flickered violently, their flames twisting in unnatural directions. The confrontation. The first sign of resistance came in the form of whispers, soft, indistinct, and omnipresent. They spoke in a language Mercer did not recognize, their tones both mocking and mournful. He tightened his grip on the crucifix, his voice rising as he commanded the spirits to depart. But the whispers only grew louder, their words blending into a cacophony of voices that filled the room. Then they appeared. Figures formed from the shadows, their shapes shifting and incomplete, their eyes burning with an otherworldly light. They encircled Mercer, their presence overwhelming, their intentions unknowable. One stepped forward, its voice like the echo of thunder in a cavern, and spoke directly to him. "Why do you fight? This is not your battle. This house is beyond your God, beyond your understanding. You are but a lamb in the lion's den." Father Mercer refused to falter. He raised the crucifix high, shouting verses of scripture, his voice trembling but unbroken. The figures recoiled at first, their forms dissolving into smoke, but they did not vanish. Instead, they reformed, their laughter echoing through the hall. They began to show him things, visions of his past, of his failures as a missionary, of the lives he could not save. He saw the faces of those who had died despite his prayers, their eyes filled with accusation. They whispered his doubts back to him, the questions he had never dared to voice aloud. Is your faith so fragile? Do you even believe the words you speak? The unveiling of the truth. In his final moments within the house, Mercer felt the weight of a revelation he could not bear. He saw the threads of his mission unravel, the truth of the cardinal's deception laid bare. The house was not a place to be cleansed, but a trap, a convergence of forces far beyond his comprehension. The Grandmaster's hand was evident now, his manipulation of the Church's authority, a calculated move to awaken whatever lay dormant in the house of Usher. Mercer fell to his knees, his crucifix slipping from his grasp. The shadows closed in, their voices rising to a deafening crescendo, and for the first time he prayed not for deliverance, but for understanding. In that moment, the house spoke, not in words, but in a flood of incomprehensible truths, a torrent of knowledge that shattered his mind and left him gasping for air. The aftermath. When the Church's emissaries came for him days later, they found Father Mercer outside the house, kneeling in the frost-covered grass. His hands were clasped in prayer, his eyes staring blankly ahead. He spoke no words, responding only with faint murmurs of scripture, his voice hollow and broken. The house of Usher remained untouched, its secrets preserved, its curse unbroken. Father Mercer was taken back to the parish where he lived out his days in silence, his faith a hollow shell of what it once was. In his journal, found years after his death, he left a single cryptic passage. There are truths too vast for the mortal soul, battles beyond the reach of God or man. The house of Usher is not a place to be conquered, but a wound in the fabric of existence itself. To stand before it is to face the infinite and to fall. Father Gabriel Mercer returned to the parish not as the man who had left, but as a shadow of himself. His experience at the house of Usher, colloquially referred to by locals and indigenous communities as the Lonesome Lodge, had left him fractured, his once unshakable faith a fragile veneer barely concealing the tempest of doubt roiling within him. In the weeks following his return, his sermons became less impassioned, his prayers less fervent. Parishioners noticed the change in him, the distant look in his eyes, the tremor in his hands as he held the chalice during communion. Rumors began to spread, whispers of a man who had seen too much, who had wrestled with the divine and lost. Mercer, once a beacon of hope, had become an enigma, his silence as haunting as the stories of the lodge itself, a man haunted by shadows. At night, Mercer found no solace. His dreams were plagued by visions of the lodge, its decayed timbers creaking beneath the weight of unseen forces. He saw the shadows again, writhing, shifting, speaking in voices that echoed not just in his ears, but in his very soul. He would wake drenched in sweat, the whispering still lingering in the corners of his mind, like a faint melody he could neither remember nor forget. But it was not just the lodge that haunted him. Mercer found himself questioning everything he had believed, the rituals he had performed, the prayers he had recited. None of them had held power in the face of the forces within the lodge. His God, once an omnipotent force of light and love, now seemed distant, almost indifferent. Mercer began to wonder if the divine was not as he had been taught, if the universe was governed not by benevolent design, but by chaos, by forces that cared little for the struggles of men. The Lonesome Lodge in local lore. As he grappled with his doubts, Mercer delved into the stories surrounding the lodge. He sought out the locals, farmers, trappers, trappers and elders of the indigenous community, who spoke of the place with a mixture of reverence and fear. The indigenous people called it Wabanan Miigwan, the House of the Lost Light, a place where the veil between worlds was thin, where the spirits of the forgotten roamed freely. They spoke of the lodge as a wound in the earth, a scar left by an ancient wrong, its presence a reminder of sins long buried but never atoned for. The settlers, by contrast, had given it a name stripped of mysticism, but no less ominous, the Lonesome Lodge. To them, it was a place of tragedy, where families had been torn apart by madness and despair. Some spoke of a settler who had vanished while searching for his child in the woods. Others told of a logger who had been driven to suicide after spending a single night within its walls. The stories varied, but all shared a common thread. No one who entered the lodge emerged unscathed. A crisis of faith. These accounts only deepened Mercer's turmoil. The people he spoke to did not see the lodge as a place to be cleansed or exorcised. They saw it as something eternal, something beyond human comprehension or intervention. Mercer began to wonder if his failure at the lodge had been inevitable, if his mission had been doomed from the start. He turned to scripture for answers, combing through the texts that had once been his anchor. But the verses that had brought him comfort now felt hollow, their promises of salvation and divine protection ringing false in the wake of what he had witnessed. The lodge had shown him a reality that defied the neat categories of good and evil, a reality where light and darkness were not opposing forces, but interwoven threads of the same incomprehensible tapestry. A flicker of hope or madness. Despite his despair, Mercer could not entirely abandon his faith. There were moments, brief, fleeting, when he felt a glimmer of hope, a sense that perhaps his experience at the lodge had been a test, not of his faith in God, but of his faith in himself. Perhaps the darkness he had encountered was not a repudiation of the divine, but a call to understand it more deeply. But these moments were quickly overshadowed by his growing obsession. Mercer began to isolate himself, spending hours in the church's dusty archives, poring over ancient texts and apocryphal writings. He sought answers in the forbidden corners of theology, exploring ideas of liminal spaces, divine wrath, and the concept of deus absconditus, the hidden god. His parishioners, once his flock, now avoided him, unnerved by the intensity of his gaze, the feverish urgency in his voice when he spoke of the lodge. A return to the lodge. In his final days, Mercer made a decision that would seal his fate. He would return to the lodge, not to cleanse it, but to understand it. He believed that the only way to reconcile his faith with the reality he had experienced was to confront the lodge on its own terms, to face its darkness without the shield of ritual or dogma. On a cold October morning, he packed a small bag with only the essentials, his Bible, a flask of water, and the crucifix that had failed him once before. He left a note on his desk, addressed to his cardinal, though he knew it would go unread. I go not to banish the shadows, but to walk among them. If God is with me, I will know it. If he is not, then let the lodge be my tomb. Father Mercer was never seen again. Days later, a search party ventured to the lodge, but they found no trace of him. His bag and Bible were discovered near the grand hall, the crucifix lying in the ashes of a long-dead fire. The lodge itself stood unchanged, its shadows deeper, its silence heavier, as if it had absorbed him into its being. In the years that followed, stories of the priest who disappeared became part of the lodge's legend, his fate a cautionary tale whispered among those who dared to speak of the place. To the indigenous people, Mercer's disappearance was seen as a sign that the lodge's curse could not be undone. To the settlers, it was further proof that some places were not meant to be disturbed. And to the lodge itself, it was nothing. It remained as it always had, a monument to despair, a house that consumed all who entered, leaving nothing behind but whispers and shadows. The pastor, a man who had stood for decades at the pulpit, his voice echoing through the sacred halls, was a figure of stature and conviction, or so it seemed. His sermons, meticulously crafted, resonated with fire and passion, filling the pews with believers who hung on his every word. He was a scholar of scripture, well-learned and articulate, a shepherd to his flock. Yet the road to hell, paved with good intentions, is one wrought with unseen cracks, and beneath the surface of his polished exterior lay the dark truth of his hypocrisy. Within the deepest chasms of his heart, beyond the reach of his own self-deception, the pastor did not truly understand the words he preached. The holy doctrines he expounded with such fervor were hollow to him, empty of the belief he demanded of others. In the darkest corridors of his mind, he grappled not with faith, but with doubt, a gnawing uncertainty that clawed at the edges of his soul. He had worn his belief like armor, a facade to shield him from the world, yet it was brittle, unable to protect him from the rot that grew within. He had deceived thousands, even tens of thousands, over the course of his life, not through malice, but through a deeper failure, an inability to reconcile the lofty ideals he preached with the emptiness that consumed him. His hypocrisy was not the loud kind, not the brazen sin of a man who knows his transgressions, but the quiet kind, the slow erosion of integrity by the relentless tide of self-delusion. He convinced himself that his words mattered, that his voice carried divine truth, even as his faith crumbled like sand in his grasp. When he first arrived at the cabin, it was with the hope of solace, of finding the clarity he had so long pretended to possess, the isolation, the quiet, the unbroken expanse of wilderness. He believed it would grant him the space to commune with his God, to find the answers that had eluded him for so long. But the cabin offered no comfort. It was not a place of redemption, but of reckoning, and the pastor felt its weight the moment he crossed its threshold. The nights were the worst. Alone in the suffocating silence, he felt the walls close in around him, their timber groaning with an ancient, malevolent presence. The air inside was heavy, oppressive, as though it carried the weight of every unspoken sin, every hidden doubt. He tried to pray, his trembling hands clasped tightly, his voice cracking as he recited the words he had spoken 1,000 times before. Alas, the prayers felt hollow, the words meaningless, echoing off the walls like the whispers of a man begging a deaf and empty void. It was not long before he began to feel the doom creeping through him, not a fleeting dread, but an insidious, all-encompassing presence that crawled through his spiritual marrow. It was as though the cabin itself had awakened to his hypocrisy, its shadowed corners brimming with the unspoken truth he could no longer escape. He would sit in the darkness, staring into the cold embers of the hearth, and feel it move within him, a slow, crawling certainty that his damnation was not a distant possibility, but an inevitable, impending reality. The pastor's dreams became nightmares, vivid and haunting, filled with images of fire and ash, of shadows that whispered his name in voices that dripped with malice. He saw himself standing before his congregation, their faces twisted with anger and betrayal, their mouths moving in silent accusations. He saw the words of his sermons, once so carefully written, crumble into dust in his hands, their substance lost to the wind. He saw himself dragged down into the abyss, the weight of his hypocrisy pulling him deeper into the void. Each morning, he awoke drenched in sweat, his breath coming in shallow gasps, his hands trembling with a fear he could not shake. The cabin, silent silent and still, offered no reprieve. Its walls seemed to watch him, their knotted grain twisting into shapes that mocked his attempts to prey. The wilderness outside, vast and unbroken, felt like a prison, its snow-covered landscape a mirror of the desolation within him. He began to speak aloud, his voice echoing through the empty space, his words a desperate plea for absolution. "I meant well," he would say, his voice breaking. "I tried to do good." But the silence that followed was deafening, a judgment in its own right. The cabin did not care for his intentions, nor did it care for his regret. It demanded only the truth, and the truth was that he had failed, not just as a preacher, but as a man of faith. The doom grew heavier with each passing day, its presence no longer confined to his dreams. He felt it in his chest, a crushing weight that made it difficult to breathe. He saw it in the shadows that danced on the walls, their shapes grotesque and unrelenting. He heard it in the wind that howled through the cracks, a low, mournful wail that spoke his name. The cabin had become his confessor, his judge, and his executioner, and he knew there was no escape. In his final moments, the pastor knelt on the floor of the cabin, his hands clasped in prayer, his voice trembling as he begged for mercy. But no light pierced the darkness, no voice answered his plea. There was only the silence, the cold, and the weight of his own hypocrisy, dragging him into the depths of his despair. The cabin claimed him as it had claimed others before him, his cries swallowed by its unyielding walls, his soul consumed by the doom he had always feared, but never genuinely believed. Chapter 3. The Portentous Poacher. The Marksman, the Poacher's Descent.
Name: Samuel Sam Grayson, Eder, 1991. Occupation: retired, USMC sniper, poacher, and nomadic survivalist. Personality: methodical, solitary, intensely pragmatic, with a cold and calculated demeanor. Beneath the surface, however, is a deeply fractured man, plagued by memories of war and a growing detachment from humanity. Key traits: extraordinary marksmanship, an almost supernatural ability to track and hunt, deeply paranoid and increasingly unhinged. Motivation: initially driven by survival and profit, his actions become fueled by a slow descent into madness, obsession, and a warped sense of dominion over life and death.
The Poacher's History. A soldier turned predator. Samuel Grayson's story began like so many others of his generation, molded by the turbulence of war. Born in 1961 in the Midwest, Grayson grew up idolizing tales of grit and survival passed down by his father, a Korean War veteran. From a young age, he displayed a natural talent for marksmanship, spending hours in the forests surrounding his hometown with a rifle in hand. His precision was uncanny, his instincts primal. At 18, Grayson enlisted in the United States Marine Corps, where his skills quickly earned him a place among the elite. As a sniper, he completed 3 harrowing tours in Afghanistan during the Soviet-Afghan War, supporting the Mujahideen in their guerrilla warfare against the USSR. The unforgiving terrain, the constant threat of death, and the moral ambiguity of his missions honed Grayson into a relentless and efficient killer. Yet the horrors he witnessed and inflicted etched deep scars into his psyche. When the war ended, so too did Grayson's purpose. Returning to a country that neither understood nor cared for his sacrifices, he found himself adrift. Unable to reintegrate into civilian life, he turned to the one skill he knew best: killing. Grayson became a nomad, roaming the Americas with nothing but his rifle and a backpack. He survived by poaching, illegally hunting and selling the pelts, horns, and other valuable parts of animals in demand on the black market. The Midwest, with its harsh winters and vast, rugged landscapes, became his favored hunting ground. He reveled in the challenge challenge of tracking elusive prey through snow-covered forests and frozen marshlands, pushing his body and mind to their limits. Deer, elk, wolves, bears, no creature was safe from Grayson's sights. His kills were precise, almost surgical, a testament to his military training. Yet his poaching was not merely about survival or profit. It became an obsession. The hunt was his escape, a way to silence the ghosts of war that haunted his every waking moment. In the winter of 1991, Grayson stumbled upon the house of Usher while tracking a black bear through the dense Wisconsin wilderness. The lodge, with its decaying facade and ominous stillness, seemed at first like a perfect shelter from the biting cold. But from the moment he crossed its threshold, something shifted. The house seemed to whisper to him, its walls creaking with sounds that defied explanation. At first, Grayson dismissed the sensations as tricks of an exhausted mind. Yet, the longer he stayed, the more the house seemed to seep into his thoughts, warping his sense of reality. His dreams became vivid and violent, filled with visions of the creatures he had killed, twisted, nightmarish forms that stared at him with accusing eyes. The house seemed to amplify his paranoia, feeding his growing belief that he was being hunted, not by man, but by something far older and darker. The Poacher, a shadow among the wilderness, woke before the earliest crack of dawn, slipping into the world while it was still veiled in darkness. His craft was not born of necessity or reverence, but of greed, his every act a desecration of the land he claimed to know so intimately. He moved through fields and forests with practiced ease, an expert in his grim trade. Animals, deer, elk, coyotes, wolves, bears, mountain lions, eagles, none were spared his unrelenting sights. Each kill was calculated, every shot an act of cold, meticulous precision. For him, it was not sport, it was business, and the seasons meant nothing to him. He was gifted in his ability to lure creatures into his trap, a man who understood the rhythm of the wild better than most. He studied migration patterns and behaviors, the movements of herds, the roosting of flocks, and the hidden intricacies of nests. His knowledge was encyclopedic, his instincts honed to a razor's edge. He could sense the presence of prey long before it came into view, his mind working swiftly to determine its path, its vulnerabilities, its fatal mistakes. His skill with a rifle was unparalleled, a remarkable shot he never missed, each bullet a whisper of death that found its mark with unwavering accuracy. He moved as though the rifle was an extension of himself, its sights always aligned, its barrel an unerring arbiter of life and death. His understanding of ballistics was unimpeachable. He calculated distance, wind, and elevation with the ease of a man who had spent his life perfecting his art. His bullets were surgical, piercing hearts and skulls with grim efficiency. On those rare occasions when he needed a second shot, it was fired so quickly, so seamlessly, that his prey barely had time to fall. He hunted with tools that betrayed his mastery of the modern world's darkest technologies. Night vision transformed the cover of darkness into his advantage, the green glow of his scope revealing the secrets of creatures that believed themselves safe in the shadows. Suppressors silenced the bark of his rifle, ensuring that his acts of violence were as quiet as the snow that settled softly around him. His midnight blue camouflage rendered him invisible, a phantom creeping through the land he violated with every careful step. In the snow he was supine, blending seamlessly into the landscape, the frost kissing his face, the cold biting his flesh. He lay utterly still, his breathing shallow, his heart steady, his body enmeshed in the icy blanket of the earth. A gilly cover concealed him further, its mottled fabric merging with the grasses, the trees, the snow. He became one with his surroundings, a predator invisible to both his prey and those who might hunt him in turn. His patience was infinite, his movements deliberate, his presence a secret known only to the land he trespassed He was supremely effectual, a silent storm sweeping through the wilderness, his path marked only by the death he left in his wake. His efficiency was chilling, each act of trespass, each calculated kill, executed with a precision that spoke of a mind utterly consumed by its purpose, yet for all his skill, all his mastery, there was no reverence in his work. The wilderness for him was not a sacred place, but a resource to be exploited, its creatures nothing more than targets to line his pockets. He took without thought, without permission, his greed carving wounds into the land that would never heal. The poacher lay prone in the snow, his body enmeshed in the icy expanse, blending seamlessly with the frost-covered ground. The cold was bitter, cutting through every layer of fabric and biting into his flesh, but it did not deter him. His mind was focused, calculating, every thought dedicated to the task at hand. He steadied his rifle, the barrel glinting faintly in the pale moonlight, and brought the scope to his eye. The crosshairs settled on the silhouette of a deer far in the distance, a solitary figure grazing amidst the endless white. The rangefinder confirmed the distance, 737 yards. The temperature was a brutal -17 degrees Fahrenheit, and the wind, blowing steadily at 22 miles per hour, created a challenge only a marksman of his caliber could meet. He adjusted for windage, dialing the scope with precision. The air was still in his lungs as he focused, his gloved finger resting lightly on the trigger. He pulled the shot, the rifle's suppressed bark dissipating quickly into the cold silence. The bullet arced downward, falling just a foot below the deer's chest. A clean miss. Unshaken, he quickly worked the bolt, ejecting the spent casing with a smooth, practiced motion, the sound crisp in the frigid air. He chambered another 7.62 by 54R round, the long, sharp-pointed bullet gleaming in the dim light as it slid into place. He rechecked his scope, adjusting elevation for the now confirmed 874 yards. He calculated the wind drift, allowing for its steady pull, and clicked the adjustment knob up by 1.6 miles. The deer had moved slightly, its posture now cautious, its head lifting to survey its surroundings. The poacher knew he had only seconds before it bolted. He shifted his body subtly, his dominant hand crossing over the barrel to stabilize his aim. His breath slowed, his heartbeat steady. Leading the target, he calculated the deer's movement, its pace, and the 4-second delay from trigger to impact. He fired again. The bullet sailed through the icy air, its trajectory flawless. The poacher held his gaze on the deer through the scope, counting the seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. The impact was sudden and decisive, striking the thoracic cavity with surgical precision. The deer staggered, its legs buckling as the life drained from its body, a thoracic kill instant and clean. The poacher exhaled slowly, lowering the rifle. There was no celebration, no elation. This was his craft, his trade, perfected over years of practice and countless hunts. The winter wind howled around him, carrying with it the scent of pine and blood, the silent witnesses to his mastery. He chambered another round out of habit, his hand moving automatically, ready for the next target, the next shot, the next moment where life and death balanced on the pull of his trigger. Over the weeks, Grayson's behavior grew increasingly erratic. His kills became more brutal, his trophies more grotesque. No longer content with selling pelts, he began taxidermizing his prey, creating macabre displays that filled the lodge's halls. But the animals were not enough. For now, the poacher remained king of this dark domain, his sins hidden beneath the vast, unyielding expanse of winter. But even in his triumph, the land stirred, its silence heavy with the weight of what it had witnessed. It would remember, as it always did, waiting for the day when the hunter would finally meet his reckoning. The poacher, so long untouchable, so deeply enmeshed in his craft, was not a man who feared the land he hunted. To him, it was a canvas upon which he painted his cold, calculated artistry. The rhythm of the wilderness, the silent interplay of predator and prey, were tools he had mastered, and he wielded them with precision born of years spent in solitude. Yet for all his mastery, all his skill, there was one truth he had overlooked. The land was not his. It was never his. It began subtly, as these things often do. The air, though still and cold as always, seemed heavier. The wind, barely more than a whisper, carried something faint and intangible, a presence that pressed against his chest, clawing at the edges of his mind. He ignored it, of course. He had no time for superstition, no patience for the unease that gnawed at him as he lay motionless in the snow. His focus remained unbroken, his sights fixed, his trigger finger steady. But the unease grew. It was in the silence, a silence that had once been his ally but now felt oppressive, deafening in its stillness. The usual sounds of the forest, branches creaking, the distant howl of wind, the rustle of unseen creatures, were gone, swallowed by a void that seemed to stretch endlessly. He adjusted his ghillie cover, his breath slow and measured, but the sense of something watching, something waiting, gnawed at his resolve. As the night deepened, the forest itself seemed to shift. The trees, tall and skeletal, loomed closer, their shadows stretching unnaturally across the snow. The pale moonlight, once a tool he used to navigate his hunts, now cast the landscape in an eerie, otherworldly glow. The snow reflected the light in sharp, angular patterns that seemed to writhe and shift when he was not looking directly at them. His first shot of the night missed. It was a minor thing, a fraction of a second miscalculation, but it was enough to send the buck bounding into the trees, its white tail vanishing into the darkness. He cursed softly under his breath, a rare slip for a man so meticulously composed. The forest mocked him, the branches whispering secrets just beyond his understanding, their movements too precise, too deliberate.
The poacher moved deeper into the woods, his rifle cradled in his arms, the familiar weight grounding him. He tracked the buck's path with the practiced ease of a man who knew the land intimately, his eyes scanning for the subtle signs of its passage. Yet the deeper he went, the more the land seemed to turn against him. The snow, once firm beneath his feet, grew softer, dragging at his boots. The air grew colder, biting at his exposed skin with a ferocity that left his breath hanging in the air like a ghostly mist. The forest, once his domain, felt alive, aware. He pressed on, driven by a mixture of frustration and determination. His patience, once infinite, was thinning. He crouched low, his body merging with the landscape, his rifle trained on a faint movement in the distance. But as he lined up his shot, he realized too late that the movement was not the buck. It was something else. The shadow moved with a fluidity that no animal could match, its shape undefined, its presence suffocating. He froze, his finger on the trigger, his breath caught in his throat. The figure seemed to dissolve into the trees, its form indistinguishable from the shadows it inhabited. His rifle, his mastery, his very presence in the wilderness suddenly felt insignificant, as though the land itself had decided he no longer belonged. The poacher stood, his heartbeat pounding in his ears, and turned to leave. But the forest would not let him go. The trees closed in, their branches clawing at him as he moved, the snow rising around him, slowing his steps. The silence was gone, replaced by a low guttural sound that seemed to emanate from the very ground beneath his feet. He ran, abandoning all pretense of stealth, his boots crunching loudly against the snow. The land remembers. The whisper came from everywhere and nowhere, a voice older than the forest, older than the earth itself. It filled his mind, drowning out his thoughts, its tone not angry, but cold, detached. The land knows. He stumbled, falling to his knees, his rifle slipping from his grasp. The snow beneath him began to sink, pulling him down, wrapping around his legs like icy hands. The whisper became a roar, the shadows closing in, their shapes indistinct, yet terrifying in their intent. The land always takes back what was stolen. His screams were swallowed by the void as the forest reclaimed him, his body disappearing into the snow, his presence erased from the landscape. The poacher, who had once moved like a shadow among the wilderness, was no more. The forest, silent and still once more, stood as it always had, eternal and unyielding. The land, unbroken and unforgiving, remained. Grayson awakens, hours, days later, how could one tell? He was dehydrated, muddied, cold, and terrified. Strangely, his equipment, bags, and weapons were neatly sitting upright, next to a sea of trees. He felt different, invigorated, yet exhausted, cognitively fatigued, yet filled with a disquieted, newfound purpose. He collected his things and slowly made his way back to the cabin.
When he arrived, he left his things on the porch and he entered, finding the gallons of water stored beneath the kitchen sink in cabinets. He grabbed several gallons, stripped himself, bloodied and bruised, and made for himself a bath, and as he waited for it to warm up, he restoked the fireplace into a virulently hot, smoky blaze. He sat down in the bath, inching into it slowly, drinking from one of the gallons of water as he slowly lowered himself into the lukewarm water. Thirst, like he hadn't experienced since the deserts of the war, pervaded him. He lay in the bath for hours, pontificating upon what he had experienced, trying to reconcile the seemingly supernatural occurrences, trying to reason the events into something empirically tangible. His eyes failed him, his eyelids heavy, the darkness encumbering, unstoppable. He drifted into sleep. When he woke, he was disoriented, cold, and confused. He got out of the tub, quickly drying off, and putting on cold weather clothing, starting the kettle, anxiously awaiting warm water for his mud-black coffee, as he stood there, eating his venison jerky, watching the fireplace's last embers whirring about until the wood was spent and the fire went cold. He spent many days recovering from the hypothermia. The cold seeped deep within his bones. He was hyper-aware, hyper-vigilant, hyper-focused, and increasingly paranoid. Over the weeks, the man once known as Grayson was no longer recognizable by name, nor memory, nor even semblance of the creature he had been. The earth had taken him, devoured him whole beneath its frozen crust, and in that swallowing, in that ghastly communion between flesh and soil, it had remade him, not as man, but as something altogether darker, bleaker, and unspeakably altered. His return was not of grace nor of mercy, but of dread, stitched from earth and sinew, bone and clay, animated by the vengeful breath of the land itself, a revenant, a simulacrum of flesh that bore the face of its former self, yet beneath which there stirred only hatred, only madness, only the unquiet hunger of the soil's wrath. Where once his eyes had held the calculating gaze of a hunter, now they glowed faintly, embers buried in shadowed sockets, their light the phosphorescent echo of something buried deep, something older than memory, older than bone. His skin bore the pallor of death, taut and ashen, fractured where the land itself had fused with flesh, where root and moss emerged from wounds unhealed, creeping like veins of ivy across the scaffold of his frame. His mouth, when it opened, did not speak. It rasped, exhaled the cold breath of the grave, the language of the cursed earth, guttural and profane, words never meant for the tongues of men. The madness grew as the weeks fell into one another, each day darker than the last. His hunts, once cruel, became unhinged, a frenzy of slaughter that defied reason, defied need. The beasts he slew were no longer mere trophies, but macabre extensions of his decay, their bodies twisted into horrid displays, flesh stitched to flesh, bones wired into obscene dioramas that lined the blood-stained walls of his lodge, Heads turned to face doorways, eyes sewn open, forever wide in terror, mouths gaping in silent, eternal screams. The poacher did not simply kill, he defiled. He did not simply mount his kills, he desecrated. But the animals were not enough. The hunger that gnawed at him was not one of the body, but of the spirit, a relentless, insatiable ache imparted by the land itself, whispering into the marrow of his bones, commanding, craving. His hands, coarse with the filth of blood and soil, began to turn their craft upon other prey. The line between beast and man blurred as his hunts strayed further from the wilderness and nearer to the homesteads, nearer to the unguarded, the unarmed, the unsuspecting. The lodge, once a place of commerce and transaction, stood now as a mausoleum of horror. No fire dared burn in its hearth. The air hung thick with the stench of rot and despair, the floors slick with the remnants of violence. Outside, the winter deepened, its silence absolute, save for the faint, dreadful sound of rustling within the trees, a sound like breath, like whispering. The land, ancient and unforgiving, had not forgotten. It had never forgiven. It stirred beneath the frost, its spirit bound now to the flesh of its tormentor, animating him as its instrument, its marionette of vengeance. The poacher's dominion had turned to imprisonment. His crown was now his chain, for in all his mastery, in all his conquest, there was one truth that could not be denied. The land was never his. It had always been the land's. It would take back, piece by piece, every drop of blood, every breath, every scream he had stolen from it. His reign would end, not by the hand of man, but by the will of the earth itself, a will that would see him undone, devoured anew, his bones ground into the soil, his name unspoken, erased, as though he had never been. When a pair of DNR rangers stumbled upon his operation, Grayson snapped. Using his sniper skills, he dispatched them with chilling efficiency, dragging their bodies back to the lodge. They too became trophies, posed in haunting, lifelike tableaus that adorned the walls of the grand hall. Grayson's descent into madness was complete. The man who had once been a soldier, a hunter, a survivor, was now a predator of the darkest kind, his humanity stripped away by the house's influence and his own fractured mind. The night was bitter, the kind of cold that seemed to seep into the soul, numbing everything but the mind's sharp edge. The DNR agent, a seasoned ranger, braved the elements with a flashlight in one hand and a sidearm in the other. He moved cautiously but with determination, the crunch of his boots muffled by the wind howling through the snow-covered trees. He had tracked the infamous Poacher for months, following a trail of blood and devastation, and tonight he believed he was close. The ranger's breath froze in the air as he walked the mounds, his eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. His radio had gone silent the moment he entered what he called the kill zone, a vast stretch of wilderness notorious for illegal hunting and a graveyard for animals slaughtered out of greed. He had called in his location, but the isolation of the area was oppressive, the distance to backup vast. He knew he was alone out here, and the thought sent a chill down his spine deeper than the winter itself. Unbeknownst to him, the Poacher was already watching, lying prone in the snow, his rifle cradled in his gloved hands. The man's head was in his scope, the faint beam of his flashlight tracing nervous arcs across the desolate expanse. The Poacher's breath was steady, his finger hovering just off the trigger, his mind cold and calculating. Panic twisted through his thoughts, but it was not the panic of a man who felt fear. It was the panic of someone deciding how best to eliminate a threat. The Poacher knew the ranger's vehicle would be chipped with GDPS geolocation, a tether to the world he sought to escape. He smirked bitterly, thinking of the ranger's cautious steps as cowardly. He must have called in backup already, he thought, a cry for help, like a wounded animal in the dark. He adjusted the ballistics on his rifle. his sights never leaving the ranger, who drifted closer to his death with every uncertain step. The poacher was patient, almost cruel in his precision. He allowed the ranger to wander, to suffer in the extreme cold, each moment heightening the dread that would come with his end. Time stretched, the poacher's steady heartbeat synchronizing with the rhythm of his breath. The ranger moved closer still, unaware of the death that loomed only a few hundred yards away. Finally, the poacher made his decision. Without empathy, without hesitation, he stilled his body, slowed his pulse, and held his breath. His finger squeezed the trigger with the deliberation of a predator finishing its hunt. The crack of the rifle was sharp, a sound that tore through the silent night. The bullet found its mark with devastating precision, the ranger's head exploding in a grotesque eruption of bone, blood, and brain matter. His body collapsed lifeless into the snow, the beam of his flashlight casting a faint, trembling circle around the carnage. The poacher did not flinch. He watched through the scope for a moment, ensuring the kill was confirmed, then rose from his position. He moved swiftly, dismantling the ranger's vehicle with accelerant and fire, ensuring it became an unrecognizable husk of ashen ruin. He knew others would come. They always did. That, too, was part of his design. When the first responders arrived, they did so cautiously, their radios crackling with tension. The poacher, from his elevated perch, played with them like a cat with its prey. He let them feel the weight of the darkness, the crushing cold, and the knowledge that they were being hunted. One by one, they fell. Each shot was precise, deliberate, a work of grotesque art as he dispatched them without mercy. Their bodies were dragged through the snow, their remains collected. To the poacher, this was no longer survival or defense. It had become something far darker, far viler. He mounted their severed heads upon the walls of his cabin, their lifeless faces frozen in expressions of terror. The cabin, already steeped in darkness, now bore the marks of true monstrosity. It became a shrine to his deeds, a place of horrors no one dared approach. The poacher burned their vehicles as he had done before, the flames rising into the night like beacons of despair. The blackened wrecks were left as twisted, skeletal reminders of his dominance, their forms rendered unrecognizable by fire. The cold winds howled around the infernos, carrying the scent of charred metal and blood into the endless night. In the silence that followed, the poacher sat amidst his trophies, the flickering light of the fire casting long shadows across the walls. His face was blank, his eyes distant, as though the atrocities he had committed were already slipping from his memory. The wilderness around him stood still, the snow falling softly, erasing the tracks of the dead. Grayson's actions did not go unnoticed. The disappearance of the Rangers prompted an investigation by the FBI, who assigned Agent Nathaniel Fox to the case. Fox, a young but brilliant detective with a reputation for solving impossible cases, quickly uncovered a pattern linking Grayson to a string of poaching incidents across the Midwest. Working alongside the DNR, Fox tracked Grayson to the vicinity of the house of Usher. The hunt was grueling, with Fox and his team braving treacherous terrain and brutal weather to close in on their quarry. Grayson was no ordinary fugitive. He used the skills he had honed as a sniper to outmaneuver his pursuers, picking them off one by one with deadly precision. The poacher, ever meticulous, had chosen his perch with precision. Over a mile from the cabin, he lay concealed in the embrace of the wilderness, a man defined by logic, forethought, and cold calculation. His equipment was methodically assembled, the Desert Tech bullpup rifle chambered in 6.5 Creedmoor, a weapon of precision and efficiency rested on its bipod. 2 sidearms completed his arsenal, a Desert Eagle .50 AE in a finely engraved leather chest holster, its tungsten-tipped FMJ rounds gleaming with lethal intent, and a Glock Gen 310mm, full-sized, loaded with jacketed hollow points, an insurance policy against both man and beast. His gear told the story of a man prepared for every contingency. The Tier 4 Atlas rig he wore bristled with tools of survival and death, magazines, flashlights, knives, wound stuffers, and medicines, everything necessary for both the hunt and the escape. Even his bulletproof vest was no ordinary armor. It was designed to withstand the deadliest of threats. Yet none of it would prepare him for what was to come. The standoff between Grayson and Fox was as inevitable as it was tragic. Deep in the woods surrounding the lodge, the two men faced each other, a hunter and a seeker of justice, both driven by unrelenting purpose. Fox, armed with only a sidearm, knew he was at a disadvantage against Grayson's long-range rifle and unmatched marksmanship. Yet he pressed forward, determined to end the poacher's reign of terror. The cat-and-mouse game stretched into the night, the cold wind howling through the trees as Fox closed the distance between them. In the end, it was not Fox's genius, but Grayson's madness that decided the outcome. Distracted by the voices he believed were coming from the lodge, Grayson hesitated for a fraction of a second, long enough for Fox to take his shot. Hit, a single shot from his standard issue Glock 26. Chambered in 9x19 parabellum, a central mass shot. To no avail, Grayson was wearing a contouring Tier 4 vest under his fur coat. Detective Fox, distracted by the many sounds of the forest, was mortally wounded by the poacher, left for dead. He lay there bleeding as the poacher approaches him questionless, staring blankly into the eyes of a sociopath, or so he thought. These eyes were of the abyss itself, and in this moment Fox knew he was not himself hunting a crazed lunatic, but rather a man turned dark by his own madness, twisted and malformed into something else, into something darker and something starker, into something from beyond. The poacher stared intently into Fox's eyes, and for the first time showed mercy, or perhaps antipathy. He stumbled onwards into the direction of the cursed trees as dawn crescendos into a misty, murky morning full of fog and coldness, with a wind so intensely still and foreboding, exhausted and driven to utter madness, with a depression so deviltrous, he picked up his bag, his gear, and headed towards the frozen forests within the horizon, barely visible. The first sound came softly, a whisper carried on the still, frozen air. It was almost imperceptible, a faint cry that might have been the wind if not for the edge of malice in its tone. The poacher froze, his senses sharp, his breath shallow as he strained to hear. Then came the laughter, high-pitched, unnatural, and filled with a terrible mocking glee. It echoed through the trees, twisting and bending like a physical force, making it impossible to locate its source. His heart, unshaken by years of death and danger, betrayed him with a single, sharp pang of fear. The laughter turned to screams, blood-curdling and raw, as though the forest itself were alive with torment. He spun in place, scanning the darkness with growing unease. The shadows moved unnaturally, darting in and out of his peripheral vision, up and down, left and right, in a dance designed to confuse and disorient. His logical mind worked furiously to piece together what he was seeing, but the patterns defied reason. For the first time in years, he felt fear tighten its grip around his chest. He quickly backed against a large oak tree, his breath silent, his body composed, though his mind was reeling. He dropped 2 flares at his feet, the sudden burst of light casting an eerie glow over the surrounding snow and foliage. For a moment, the light held the shadows at bay, but then they began to move again, swooping toward him with terrible speed and malice. His rifle, the weapon he had trusted through countless hunts, refused to fire. The trigger clicked uselessly, its precision mechanism inexplicably failing him, aside and drawing his Glock with a fluid motion, firing into the darkness. The rounds seemed to pass through the shadows, leaving them unscathed. His hands, usually so steady, trembled as he emptied the magazine, the shots echoing hollowly in the unrelenting cold. He holstered the Glock and reached for the Desert Eagle, its weight familiar and comforting. With desperate care, he aimed and fired. The first shot struck true, hitting one of the creatures mid-swoop. It fell to the snow with a sickening thud, its black blood spilling out in intricate vein-like patterns that seemed to move of their own accord, reaching toward him like living tendrils. He fired again and again, each shot shaking the night as the creatures recoiled momentarily before surging forward once more. Frantic now, he grabbed a canister of kerosene from his vest and poured it over the nearby foliage. With trembling fingers, he struck an emergency match and tossed it into the drenched snow. Nothing lit. The flames sputtered and died, swallowed by the cold, as though the elements themselves conspired against him. The darkness pressed closer, suffocating and absolute. He tossed his last flare, its light barely pushing back the encroaching blackness. The bloodied tendrils crept nearer, coiling around his feet. He kicked and stabbed at them with his knife, but they were relentless, their grip tightening with every movement. The forest filled with screeches and roars, sounds so vile and alien that they seemed to burrow into his mind, fracturing his thoughts. The creatures emerged fully then, grotesque forms of sinew and shadow, their hands clawing at his legs. He fought with everything he had, stabbing at their gnarled fingers, firing into the darkness until his magazines were spent. The snow beneath him turned to mud, then to something darker and more insidious, pulling him downward as the creature's laughter rose to a deafening crescendo. He would not surrender. Not yet. With a final, desperate scream, he clawed at the ground, his nails digging into the frozen earth, but it was no use. The hands dragged him into the abyss, the last flare flickering out as he vanished into the blackness. The forest fell silent once more, the snow undisturbed, as though he had never been there at all. Only the faint, lingering echo of malice remained, carried on the cold wind, a warning to all who might venture into the shadows. The house, its malevolence undiminished, stood as a silent witness to the tragedy it had so insidiously orchestrated. Its timbers, long weathered by time and frost, seemed to lean closer, as though listening, complicit, compounding the weight of what had transpired beneath its shadow. There, upon that cursed soil, Detective Nathaniel Fox, blood seeping into the frozen earth, clung to the waning fragments of consciousness, his body failing, but his mind, sharp, unyielding, bearing horrified witness to the grotesque culmination of the hunt. Through blurred, frost-laden eyes, Fox beheld the thing that Grayson had become, or perhaps what the land itself had remade him into. No longer merely a man, no longer simply a poacher, but a vessel, possessed, haunted, a darkened echo of human shape, twisted into something monstrous, something other. The wilderness did not release its prey. It absorbed them, reshaped them, bled into their marrow until there was naught left but the puppet strings of madness. Fox, breath shallow, broken, tasted copper at the back of his throat, the sting of the air sharp as razors against his lips. His vision narrowed, a dark vignette closing around the scene before him. The nightmare spectacle of the man's slow, stumbling retreat into the tree line, into the thick, brooding fog that rolled in with the coming dawn. The air hung thick, dense with dread, as the mist wrapped itself about the poacher's silhouette, swallowing him whole, leaving behind only the memory of those eyes, those terrible, abyssal eyes, not merely the gaze of a killer, but the stare of a man devoured by something far greater, far darker. It was then, as his life bled into the soil, that Fox understood the grim truth. He had not been hunting a man. He had not been pursuing madness. He had been chasing a revenant, a thing resurrected not by science nor by sorcery, but by the hatred of the land itself, a land that remembered every cruelty, every drop of stolen blood, every scream unheeded beneath its canopies, a land that had claimed its vengeance, and through Grayson had given it form. Fox's body weakened, his pulse a fading drumbeat against the hush of the forest, but his mind remained lucid, horrifically so. The screams, the unnatural, piercing screams that had risen through the trees, echoed still in his ears. Not the cries of Grayson's prey, but something older, something nameless. He had heard them. He had seen the shadows moving against the flare light, darting like carrion upon a corpse, circling, waiting. The land had taken Grayson, but it had shown Fox its truth before it did. There, amidst the frost-bitten pines, the detective's blood pooled black beneath him, a stark bloom against the snow. His breath grew faint, each exhale shallower than the last, misting in the air like a soul departing. Alone, forgotten beneath the overcast sky, Nathaniel Fox understood the fullness of horror, of futility, of the evil that festers in the bones of the earth. Though he would be hailed as a hero in the stories told after, the detective who had dared to confront the devil in the woods, the truth of it would remain with him alone, unspoken, buried beneath the official reports and the accolades of men too far removed to know. The truth that his hunt had not been for justice nor law, but for something that law cannot touch, something that justice cannot bind. The truth that as his eyes fell closed upon the snows of Wisconsin, amidst the hush of the trees and the weight of the house of Usher looming silent behind him, he had died knowing he had not hunted the beast. The beast had hunted him. The story of Samuel Grayson became part of the lodge's dark legend, a cautionary tale of a man consumed by war, by the hunt, and by the darkness that dwells both within and without. But even the most skillful hunter cannot outrun the consequences of his actions, and the forest, the snow, the very earth he violated, these things never forget. The poacher, so confident, so calculated, had trespassed not only upon land, but upon forces far older, far darker than he could comprehend. He moved quietly, supine and unseen, but something moved with him, watching from the shadows, waiting for the moment when the roles would reverse, when the hunter would become the hunted. For in those woods, beneath the pale moonlight and the cover of snow, there are things that cannot be suppressed, cannot be silenced, cannot be killed. The land remembers. The land knows. The land always takes back what was stolen.
Intermission.
The thrill of it all, a dark, intoxicating elixir coursing through the veins of men who revel in chaos. These chaosisms, born not of necessity, but of an insatiable hunger, defined their existence. These men who thrived within the tempest of disorder did not merely endure chaos. They became its architects, its harbingers, its prophets. They created it wherever they walked, whenever they breathed, unapologetically, without pause or remorse. To them, chaos was not a curse, but a calling, the fractured hymn of their lives sung in discordant tones. Whether purposefully or subconsciously, they wove division into the fabric of every interaction. They sought separation where unity might have grown, scattering the seeds of discontent like ash upon the wind. They moved through the world like fire, consuming all in their path, leaving behind only the smoldering wreckage of what once was. Their existence was not predicated on harmony, but on misery, for it was in misery that they found their purpose, their identity, their cruel ecstasy. These men lived for the misery, not their own, but that which they inflicted upon others. They thrived on the wails of despair, the fracturing of bonds, the implosions of peace and civility. They were drawn to suffering like moths to flame, their presence amplifying the darkness, feeding the chaos until it became a force that consumed all in its wake. Their rebellion was not one of ideology or principle, but of pure, unadulterated defiance, a revolt against order, against structure, against anything that threatened to impose meaning upon their existence. They did not build, they dismantled, they did not heal, they wounded. Their every action was a strike against the fragile constructs of humanity, their every word a dagger plunged into the heart of connection and understanding. Where others sought solace, they sought discord. Where others built bridges, they burned them, the flames rising high and hot, casting long shadows that danced in the ruins they left behind. There was a thrill in this, an exhilaration that coursed through their veins with every act of destruction. It was not the chaos itself, but the power it granted them, the ability to unmake, to undo, to render meaningless that which others cherished. They were gods of entropy, their hands stained with the ash of what they had brought to ruin, their eyes alight with the cold fire of rebellion. Yet for all their swagger, all their unapologetic defiance, there was an emptiness within them, a void that the chaos could never fill. They lived for the misery because it was all they had left. In the wreckage of their chaos, they stood alone, surrounded by the echoes of their own destruction. They sought to drown the silence with noise, to obliterate the stillness with turmoil, but the void within remained, vast and unyielding. These men, for all their power, were not creators, but destroyers, not masters of chaos, but its slaves. They danced to its erratic rhythm, unaware that the chaos they unleashed was a mirror, reflecting their own fragmentation. They did not see that their rebellion was a cage, their defiance a chain, binding them to the very misery they inflicted on others. For chaos, in its truest form, does not choose sides. It does not favor its creators, nor does it spare them. It consumes all equally, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake. Beholding these men who lived unapologetically for the thrill of it all would one day find themselves alone in the wreckage, their laughter silenced, their chaos turned inward, devouring them whole. Chapter 4. The Savant. The Savant, a tragic prodigy.
Name Jonathan Alistair Green. Eder, 1987. Occupation, mathematician, cryptographer, and aspiring philosopher. Personality, withdrawn, intensely focused, socially awkward, but profoundly curious and capable of boundless empathy for abstract concepts. Key traits, brilliant yet isolated, hyperlogical but plagued by a yearning to understand emotions and human connection. Unique abilities, an eidetic and photographic memory that allows him to recall entire libraries of information and complex equations. His undiagnosed Asperger's manifests in obsessive interests, heightened sensory awareness, and challenges with interpersonal relationships. Motivation, to uncover the universal truths that govern existence, believing that understanding these truths will bring him peace and purpose. Early life, a mind apart, Jonathan Alistair Green was born into a world that did not know what to make of him. From an early age, his prodigious intellect set him apart from his peers. By the age of 6, he could recite entire encyclopedias from memory, solve advanced calculus problems, and dissect philosophical texts with an understanding far beyond his years. Yet for all his brilliance, Jonathan struggled to connect with the world around him. Social interactions were a labyrinth he could not navigate, every conversation a puzzle with no clear solution. Teachers and classmates saw him as distant, even cold, unaware of the storm of thoughts and emotions swirling within him. His parents, though loving, could not bridge the gap between their son's extraordinary mind and his profound isolation. They watched with equal parts pride and sorrow as he retreated further into his world of numbers, patterns, and theories, a life of obsession. Jonathan's teenage years were marked by an obsession with the idea of universal patterns. He believed that beneath the chaos of life lay an elegant order, a set of principles that could explain everything from the movement of galaxies to the complexities of human emotion. Mathematics became his language, his solace, and his obsession. By the age of 18, he had published groundbreaking papers in cryptography and theoretical physics, earning accolades from academic institutions worldwide. Yet his success brought him little joy. The more he learned, the more he felt the weight of unanswered questions. Why, he wondered, could he understand the mechanics of the universe but not the workings of his own heart? Why could he decrypt the most complex ciphers but not the emotions on another's face? The House of Usher, a call to the unknown. In the summer of 1987, Jonathan stumbled upon a series of cryptic references to the House of Usher while researching esoteric texts on chaos theory. The house, described as a place where the boundaries of reality bent and broke, fascinated him. To Jonathan, it was not a haunted house, but a paradox, a physical manifestation of the universal truths he sought to understand. Compelled by both curiosity and desperation, Jonathan made his way to Wisconsin, leaving behind his academic career and the few tenuous relationships he had formed. He told no one of his plans, knowing that no one would understand. The journey to the lodge was grueling, the isolation of the surrounding wilderness mirroring the isolation in his own heart. When he arrived, he was struck not by fear, but by awe. The lodge stood like a monolith, its dark timbers and gaping windows seeming to invite him into its depths. Inside the lodge, the unraveling begins. Inside the lodge, Jonathan felt a strange sense of recognition, as though he had been there before in dreams he could not recall. The walls seemed alive with patterns he could almost, but not quite, understand, their geometry defying logic. He began to see connections everywhere. The angle of a shadow mirrored a mathematical constant. The creak of a floorboard matched the rhythm of a prime number sequence. At first he was exhilarated. The lodge seemed to confirm his belief that the universe was governed by an elegant, hidden order. But as the days turned to weeks, his excitement gave way to obsession, and obsession to despair. The patterns became overwhelming, their complexity too great even for his prodigious mind to grasp. He spent hours, then days, staring at the walls, scribbling equations and diagrams in an ever-growing frenzy. The lodge, it seemed, was not a place of answers, but of infinite questions, each more unanswerable than the last. Jonathan began to hear whispers, not words, but tones and frequencies that resonated in his mind like unspoken truths. He saw figures in the corners of his vision, their forms shifting and fragmenting like fractals. The breaking point. One night, Jonathan discovered a room he had not seen before, its door hidden behind a tapestry of incomprehensible symbols. Inside, he found a single object, a mirror, its surface black and reflective like obsidian. When he investigated it, he saw not his own reflection, but an infinite expanse of stars, spiraling galaxies and cascading equations that seemed to extend forever. The sight was both beautiful and horrifying. For a moment he felt he understood everything, the patterns, the connections, the meaning of existence, but the understanding was fleeting, slipping away as quickly as it came, leaving behind a void so profound it felt as though it would consume him. In that moment, Jonathan realized the truth he had been avoiding all his life. Some questions are not meant to be answered. Some truths are too vast, too complex, too terrible for the human mind to bear. The aftermath. Jonathan was found weeks later, wandering the woods near the lodge, his clothes torn and his skin frostbitten despite the summer heat. He spoke in fragmented sentences, his once brilliant mind reduced to incoherent murmurs. When asked about his time at the lodge, he would only say one thing: "It's all connected, but we were never meant to see the threads." Jonathan spent the rest of his life in a psychiatric institution, his mind trapped in the patterns he had once sought so desperately to understand. His journals, recovered from the lodge, became the stuff of legend, filled with equations and diagrams that no one has ever been able to decipher, their meaning lost with the man who wrote them. The Savant was a man apart, a mind attuned to the hidden rhythms of existence. He could sit in a room filled with noise and chaos and discern every thread of conversation as if each voice spoke directly to him. Numbers and patterns were not abstractions but living, breathing entities that danced before his eyes and coursed through his veins. The world, to him, was a symphony of interconnected equations, and he understood it in ways that others could only dream of. His brilliance was his solace, his weapon, his shield against the incomprehensible. But even he, for all his gifts, could not save himself. The cabin welcomed him with an uncanny stillness, the kind that swallowed sound and distorted time. At first he had thought himself immune to its insidious pull, his logical mind dissecting its architecture, its history, its secrets. The numbers whispered to him, revealing ratios and dimensions, probabilities and anomalies. Yet the deeper he probed, the less the patterns made sense. They twisted upon themselves, spiraling into impossibilities, mocking his every effort to decode them. It began with faint sounds, voices on the edge of perception, layered and overlapping like static-filled radio transmissions. At first, they were distant, ignorable, but they grew louder, clearer. He could hear them all, a cacophony of pleas, whispers, screams, and laughter. They spoke of pain and despair, of things buried and forgotten. They did not stop, even as he covered his ears, even as he screamed back at them to be silent. The patterns betrayed him next. The numbers, once his refuge, became weapons turned against him. They shifted in his mind, their familiar sequences fracturing into jagged edges that cut through his thoughts. Prime numbers became labyrinths, fractals shattered into incomprehensible shards, and equations spiraled infinitely, dragging him into their depths. He could feel them now, not as abstract concepts, but as physical forces pressing against his chest, constricting his breath. He tried to focus, to ground himself in the tactile world. The grain of the cabin's wood beneath his fingertips, the cold bite of the air against his skin, the faint flicker of light from the hearth. He clung to these details as lifelines, but the cabin had already claimed him. The walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting with a rhythm that matched his own ragged pulse. The flickering light cast shadows that moved independently, their forms twisting and writhing as if alive. Sleep became impossible. When he closed his eyes, the patterns followed him, invading his dreams with impossible geometries and ceaseless voices. He would wake in a cold sweat, the taste of iron in his mouth, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The days blurred into nights, the nights into an unending haze of torment. The cabin grew around him, its halls stretching into impossible distances, its rooms multiplying and folding in on themselves. He could not reconcile the madness of this place. For every answer he thought he grasped, a dozen new questions rose in its place, each more terrifying than the last. The logic he had relied on his entire life crumbled beneath the weight of the cabin's malevolence. He was no longer the master of patterns, the interpreter of chaos. He was a prisoner, his mind a battleground between his reason and the incomprehensible horrors that defied it. In the end he succumbed, not in a single moment of surrender, but in a slow erosion of self. his thoughts fractured, splintering into echoes of the voices he had once tried to silence. The patterns consumed him, their jagged edges tearing away his identity, his sanity, his very existence. He became part of the cabin, another whisper in its endless chorus, another shadow in its flickering light. The Savant, who had once seen the world in its entirety, could not escape the madness of this place.
Chapter 5. The Grandmaster. The Grandmaster, the worshipful master of ceremonies.
Name: Archibald Alexander Kane, Eder, 1947. Occupation: 33rd degree Freemason, Grandmaster, occultist, theosophical leader. Personality: charismatic, manipulative, insatiably curious, profoundly arrogant, yet burdened by an ever-deepening sense of existential dread. Key traits: ambitious, erudite, dangerously persuasive, and singularly focused on transcending mortality. Motivation: to uncover and command the ultimate metaphysical truths hidden beyond mortal understanding, believing himself destined to surpass the Creator in knowledge and power.
The Grandmaster and the Cardinal. Archibald Alexander Kane, the Grandmaster of Freemasonry's most secretive and exalted lodge, thrived in the blurred spaces where power, secrecy, and ambition intersected. His life had been one of privilege and relentless pursuit, a meteoric ascent through society's highest ranks. But to those who truly knew him, a sparse few, his driving force was neither wealth nor prestige, but an obsession. Kane's fascination with the metaphysical had begun in his youth, sparked by forbidden texts and whispered legends of ancient knowledge. By the time he reached his 30s, he had cultivated not only an impressive intellect, but an aura of unassailable authority. As the 33rd degree Grandmaster, he wielded influence like a blade, carving out his path with a mixture of charm and ruthless cunning. Yet his ambitions were not confined to the earthly. He sought communion with the divine, or more accurately, to unseat it. Discovery of the House of Usher. In 1947, Kane's attention turned to the House of Usher, known among Freemasons as an ancient epicenter of occult power. A reclusive member of his order, the folklorist Alaric Devereux, had uncovered fragmented accounts of the house, describing it as a place where the fabric of reality grew thin, a locus where mortal and eternal forces converged. For Kane, it was more than a haunted house. It was an opportunity. The house, referred to by locals as the Lonesome Lodge, had earned a reputation for despair and madness. But Kane dismissed such stories as the misunderstandings of lesser minds. He believed the house held something far greater, a nexus of raw, untamed metaphysical energy. However, even Kane's considerable resources could not guarantee access to the house without arousing suspicion. He required an intermediary, someone to perform the necessary rites of entry while diverting attention from his true intent. The Cardinal's role. The Cardinal, an ambitious and secretive man with ties to both the Church and the Masonic Order, was an ideal collaborator. Unbeknownst to Father Gabriel Mercer, the Cardinal had been in quiet correspondence with Kane for years. Their alliance was one of convenience rather than trust, united by a shared understanding that the line between the sacred and the profane was often dictated by power, not principle. Kane persuaded the Cardinal to send a priest to the house under the pretense of blessing and exorcising it. This would provide the cover Kane needed to access the house's power. Mercer, devout and unsuspecting, was the perfect pawn, a man of faith chosen to walk into the lion's den, unaware of the role he played in Kane's greater scheme. Kane's arrival at the House of Usher. Archibald Alexander Kane arrived at the House of Usher a mere 3 nights after Mercer's departure, under cover of darkness. The priest's ritual had already awakened something within the house, and Cain could feel its energy resonating in the air, a low, vibrating hum that seemed to penetrate his very bones. Shrouded in ceremonial robes, he approached the house with neither fear nor reverence, but with the cold determination of a conqueror. In his leather-bound journal, he recorded his observations. The house breathes, its walls hum with a frequency that defies natural explanation, as though it is not built of stone and timber, but of something alive, something watching. I have prepared for this moment my entire life. Whatever lies within, I will bend it to my will, or it shall bend to me. The grand hall became his sanctum, its decayed grandeur a fitting backdrop for his work. He arranged his tools with meticulous precision, candles, sigils, and relics, each infused with the power of centuries-old rituals. His incantations filled the air, their ancient syllables weaving a web of intent designed to pierce the veil between worlds. The ritual's climax. The house responded almost immediately. The air grew thick, the temperature dropping so rapidly that frost crept along the shattered windows. Shadows began to gather in the corners of the room, coalescing into shapes that defied human comprehension. Yet Cain was undeterred. This was what he had sought, the presence of the infinite, the raw force of creation and destruction. As the ritual reached its peak, the entities revealed themselves, towering figures of shifting smoke and fire, their forms both majestic and grotesque, their voices a symphony of contradictions. They spoke not with words, but with thoughts, invading Cain's mind and laying bare the depths of his ambition. They offered him visions of the cosmos, the infinite expanse of existence, and the incomprehensible truths that governed it. But they also revealed his insignificance. To them, he was not a Grandmaster, but a fleeting flicker in the vastness of eternity. His knowledge, his power, his ambitions, mere shadows compared to the forces they embodied. The collapse. Cain refused to accept their judgment. He raised his ceremonial dagger, his voice trembling but defiant, reciting the final incantation to bind the entities to his will. But the ritual did not end as he intended. The entities surged forward, their forms dissolving into a torrent of shadows and light that engulfed him. In his final moments, he saw not the godhood he had sought, but the abyss that awaited him, a void so vast, so consuming, that it rendered all existence meaningless. His screams echoed through the house, blending with the cacophony of voices until they became one. When the shadows retreated, Cain was gone. His tools lay scattered, his journal open to a page stained with blood, its final entry written in a trembling hand. To see the infinite is to be unmade. To touch the eternal is to cease to exist. The aftermath. The cardinal, receiving no word from either Mercer or Cain, severed all ties to the house, dismissing it as a failed venture. But the house remained, its dark energy undiminished, its curse unbroken. Among Freemasons, the tale of Archibald Alexander Cain became a whispered cautionary legend, a story of hubris, ambition, and the terrible price of seeking what was never meant to be known. And in the house of Usher, the shadows lingered, waiting for the next soul brave or foolish enough to challenge them. The Grandmaster, the 33rd degree Mason, the self-proclaimed worshipful master of ceremonies, was a man who knew no bounds. Wealth, power, influence. These were the tools with which he shaped his reality, yet they left him hollow, their promises of fulfillment unkept. Women adored him, men feared him, and the world bowed to him, yet still it was not enough. Nothing was enough. His insatiable hunger grew, festering in the depths of his darkened soul. His aspirations turned from the tangible to the ethereal, from the earthly to the abyssal, for only the promise of communion with the beyond could slake his thirst.
He had heard of the cabin's haunting embrace, its reputation as a portal, a nexus to the otherworldly. It whispered to him like a siren, offering him the possibility of reaching beyond the veil, of surpassing the limits of mortal understanding. He came to it with supreme hope, with the unshakable confidence of a man who believed himself chosen, destined to commune with forces far greater than himself. He envisioned himself not merely evoking spirits but manifesting them, conjuring their terrible forms into being, and consummating his unholy desires with them. To him this was more than ambition, it was a calling. He fancied himself greater than the infamous Aleister Crowley, more enlightened than Solomon, a man who could master the arcane and bring even the most elusive specters to heel. Theosophy, Luciferianism, theistic Satanism, he wove them into a tapestry of dark faith, his belief a twisted amalgamation of ancient rites and self-serving delusions. To him, the abyss was not to be feared, but worshipped, a fount of infinite power that he alone could access. The Grandmaster entered the cabin as a conqueror, his robes immaculate, his tools of ceremony laid out with reverence and precision. He cast his circle, drew his sigils, and began his incantations, his voice deep and commanding, resonating through the suffocating stillness. The air grew thick, charged with an unnatural energy, as though the very fabric of reality was bending to his will. His confidence swelled. He was certain that he had succeeded, that the abyss itself was listening. But the abyss is not a servant. It does not answer to those who call it lightly. At first, the manifestations were subtle, a flicker of shadow, a cold breath against his neck. Then they grew bolder. The room darkened, the sigils twisting and warping on the floor as though alive. The shadows stretched and writhed, taking forms that defied reason, their shapes shifting in ways that the human eye could not fully comprehend. He felt them before he saw them, their presence overwhelming, suffocating, like a weight pressing down on his chest. The creatures emerged from the darkness, grotesque and indifferent, their forms pulsating with an otherworldly malice. They did not come to honor him, nor to serve him. They came to devour him. The Grandmaster, so confident, so certain of his dominance, faltered. His voice, once booming with authority, broke into trembling whispers as he realized his mistake. He reached for his tools, his artifacts, his sigils, but they were meaningless in the presence of such entities. His wealth, his influence, his power, none of it mattered here. He was not a master in this place. He was prey. The creatures surrounded him, their movements slow and deliberate, as though savoring his fear. They did not speak, for they had no need to. Their indifference was more terrifying than any malice could have been. To them he was nothing, a flicker of insignificance, a speck of dust in the infinite void. His achievements, his rituals, his very existence were beneath their notice, and yet they would consume him all the same. He tried to resist, clawing at the air, shouting words of defiance and desperation, but it was futile. They moved as one, their forms twisting and enveloping him, their cold, lifeless hands pulling him into the shadows. He screamed, not in defiance, but in pure, unfiltered terror. As the reality of his insignificance washed over him, the creatures offered him no caress, no recognition, no communion. To them, he was less than nothing, a contradiction of flesh and arrogance, a fool who dared to think himself worthy of the abyss. They consumed him utterly, dragging his broken body and soul into the void, leaving no trace of the man who had once commanded the fear and respect of so many. The cabin, silent and dark, stood unchanged, its presence unmoved by the fate of the man who had dared to enter it. Outside, the cold winds howled through the trees, carrying with them the faintest echoes of his final screams, lost to the night. Chapter 6. The Philosopher.
Name, Dr. Elias Callaway. Era, 1967. Occupation, philosopher and rationalist. Personality, stoic, deeply analytical, empathetically detached but internally conflicted. Key traits, inquisitive, logical, unyielding in his search for truth, yet haunted by the limits of reason, motivation, to demystify the supernatural and prove that logic and rationality can conquer fear, despair, and chaos.
Dr. Elias Callaway, a revered academic and a man of unshakable intellect, approaches life as a puzzle to be solved, each phenomenon a riddle to be unraveled by the tools of logic, observation, and deduction. For decades, his philosophical treatises challenged the dogmas of mysticism, religion, and superstition, arguing that all things, no matter how strange or terrifying, are, at their core, comprehensible through reason. In the autumn of 1967, Dr. Callaway learns of the House of Usher through a cryptic letter from a former student turned folklorist, describing the land as a place of inexplicable occurrences and an unyielding malevolence. Dismissing the letter's supernatural undertones as nothing more than overwrought imagination, Elias is intrigued not by the idea of ghosts or curses, but by the fear they inspire. He sees the House of Usher as an ideal setting to test his lifelong hypothesis that reason can banish all shadows, even those conjured by humanity's deepest fears. Against the advice of colleagues, Elias journeys to Wisconsin, his rational mind dismissing the ominous warnings that accompany every mention of the house. Upon arrival, the landscape strikes him not with dread, but with fascination. The vast, desolate fields seem to stretch endlessly, a canvas of muted grays and browns painted beneath a leaden sky. The forest surrounding the property looms like a living entity, its gnarled branches twisting skyward in defiance of the heavens. And at the heart of it all stands the House of Usher, its weathered facade and sunken foundation exuding a quiet defiance against time and reason. Elias enters the house alone, armed not with weapons or holy artifacts, but with notebooks, cameras, and his indomitable will to demystify. The house is silent as the grave, its air thick with the weight of untold years and unspoken stories. To Elias, the creaking of the floorboards, the faint rustling of unseen vermin, and the oppressive chill are merely physical realities. Phenomena to be documented, categorized, and explained. He sets up his workspace in what was once the grand hall, its walls adorned with faded remnants of a forgotten grandeur, and begins his meticulous study, the encounter with the unknowable. The first nights pass uneventfully, though Elias is struck by a strange sensation he cannot quite articulate, a feeling not of being watched, but of being measured. Dismissing this as a psychological effect of isolation, he buries himself in his work. He notes the peculiar acoustics of the house, the way its shadows seem to shift with a logic that eludes the eye, and the unnerving way the wind outside never quite reaches the interior, leaving the air eerily still. But soon, anomalies begin to surface. Objects move inexplicably, not in the dramatic fashion of poltergeist tales, but subtly, a pen rolling across the desk, a chair slightly askew. Voices, faint and indistinct, drift through the halls, their tone neither threatening nor welcoming, but undeniably present. Elias rationalizes each event, attributing them to drafts, vibrations, or auditory pareidolia. Yet the longer he remains, the more these phenomena seem to defy his logical frameworks. Time becomes distorted, moments stretch into eternities, while hours vanish in an instant. His reflection in the mirror becomes a stranger, its eyes heavier, its gaze questioning. One night, Elias hears footsteps in the attic, deliberate and rhythmic, yet impossible given the decayed state of the upper floors. Armed with a lantern and his unwavering resolve, he ascends the crumbling staircase, his steps echoing in the suffocating silence. The air grows colder with each step, the lantern's flame flickering as though recoiling from something unseen. In the attic he finds nothing, no intruder, no source of the noise. But as he turns to leave, the shadows in the corner shift, coalescing into a shape that seems both human and inhuman, its edges blurred as though it exists in a space between realities. The figure speaks, not in words but in thoughts, its voice a flood of overwhelming truths and paradoxes. It shows Elias visions of the house's history, its builders, its inhabitants, its victims, all bound by a force that transcends time and comprehension. He sees the land before the house, a place of primal chaos and dark reverence, and he understands that the house is not cursed by an external force, but is the curse, a living, breathing anomaly that defies all reason. The breaking point. Elias retreats to the grand hall, his mind reeling, his notes scattered. For the first time in his life, he feels the sting of inadequacy, the terrifying realization that there are things beyond the grasp of human intellect. Yet even in the face of this revelation, he clings to his rationality. He writes feverishly, attempting to impose structure upon the chaos, to force the incomprehensible into the confines of language and reason. But his words fail him, the sentences collapsing under their own weight, the meaning slipping through his fingers like sand. As the days blur into nights, Elias begins to unravel. He speaks aloud to the house, demanding answers, challenging it to reveal its secrets. In response, the house responds with silence, an infinite, mocking silence that presses down upon him like the weight of the universe. He grows gaunt, his hands trembling as he continues his futile attempts to make sense of what cannot be understood. In his final entry, Elias writes not of answers, but of surrender. He admits that his lifelong pursuit of truth was flawed, that some truths are not meant to be grasped but endured. The house has shown him the fragility of reason, the limits of human understanding, and the abyss that lies beyond. Yet, even in his despair, there is a hint of reverence, a recognition that the unknown is not an enemy to be conquered, but a force to be respected. When a team arrives weeks later to retrieve Elias, they find the house undisturbed. His notes remain scattered, the ink smudged by trembling hands. Elias himself is gone, his fate a mystery that adds yet another layer to the house's legend. All that remains is his final thought, scrawled hastily on the last page of his journal. The house is not haunted, it is haunting. It is the shadow of reason's failure, the echo of truths too vast for thought, and I, a man of reason, have been unmade by it. To comprehend all is to unmake the self. Some knowledge is not to be held, but to be witnessed, and weep. The legacy of Dr. Elias Calloway did not end with his disappearance. His journals, though fragmented, incomplete, and descending into chaotic margins of incoherence, circulated in academic and esoteric circles, copied and recopied, whispered about in hushed debates between scholars and theologians who would never publicly concede belief in such things. The Calloway paradox, as it would later be known among philosophers and parapsychologists alike, became the defining ruin of his reputation and simultaneously the cornerstone of his immortality within discourse. The proposition that absolute rationality, when confronted with the truly unknowable, will collapse, not due to the failure of intellect, but under the weight of its own arrogance. In the years that followed, the name Elias Calloway would stand as both martyr and madman, a figure dissected in scholarly essays, ridiculed by rationalists, canonized by occultists, and pitied by the empathetic few who recognized in his final words the tragedy of a mind shattered not by madness, but by the encounter with that which reason cannot endure. Those who read his journals noted the progressive deterioration of his handwriting, the tremors evident in every stroke of the pen, the shift from methodical notation to feverish, pleading script. Margins once reserved for cross-referenced philosophical quotations now brimmed with frantic questions, misshapen diagrams, arcane symbols not found in any known lexicon. Diagrams of the house itself, repeatedly drawn and redrawn, grew less architectural and more anatomical, as though the house were not a structure but a living organism, pulsing, watching, waiting. Within the philosophical community, debate raged. Was Elias Callaway a man undone by isolation and superstition, or had he genuinely touched upon something so foundational, so cataclysmically real, that his mind, conditioned by decades of rigid empiricism, could not sustain its encounter? Had the House of Usher, as some theorized, been a test not of courage, but of epistemological elasticity, a crucible designed to confront the human mind with the limits of its own paradigm? Callaway's prior works, once lauded for their clarity, now read as foreshadowings of his undoing. Passages where he extolled the triumph of reason over myth seemed hollow in retrospect, marked by an undercurrent of desperation, as though he had always been wrestling not with mysticism, but with the gnawing fear that some shadows could not be illuminated. His critics argued that he had merely succumbed to the psychosis of isolation, but even the harshest detractors could not easily dismiss the eeriness of the accounts from those who retrieved his notes, several of whom abandoned the case, citing nightmares and an oppressive sense of dread that followed them long after they left Wisconsin. The House of Usher absorbed the name Callaway into its catalog of tragedies, another notch in its long ledger of the broken, the lost, the devoured. But Callaway's story remained singular, for he had not arrived as a victim, nor as an explorer driven by faith or superstition. He had come armed with reason, reason alone, and it was reason itself that the house had crushed beneath the unbearable weight of the inexplicable. The academic circles who once debated the nature of the supernatural in ivory towers were forced, at least in whispers, to consider that perhaps the limits of logic were not defined by what is observable, but by what the mind itself could withstand. Callaway's journals were archived eventually, locked away in the restricted section of the university where he had once lectured. Access required special permission, and though many sought to study the works, few dared read them in their entirety. Those who did often remarked on the oppressive nature of the text, not the content alone, but the feel of it, as though the words themselves bore residue of the house's malevolence, inked not merely in pigment, but in the despair of a man who, in seeking to conquer the dark, had found himself swallowed by it. His final thought, that last desperate scrawl upon the page, became both his epitaph and his indictment. To comprehend all is to unmake the self. Some knowledge is not to be held, but to be witnessed, and weep. No body was ever recovered, only the silence of the house remained. Silent, watching, waiting. Chapter 7. The Stockbroker.
Name: Theodore Teddy Anderson. Era: 1929. Occupation: stockbroker, real estate magnate, family man. Personality: ambitious, proud, increasingly unmoored, driven by the pursuit of legacy and the illusion of control. Key traits: grandiose vision, perfectionist tendencies, emotionally disconnected from consequences, blind to emotional undercurrents within his family. Motivation: to establish a lasting refuge for his lineage, something untouched by market volatility and societal corruption. Background: Teddy Anderson embodies the archetype of the self-made man, having clawed his way from humble beginnings to become a titan of industry. Wealth for him was never enough. It had to be eternalized in wood, stone, and legacy. The lonesome lodge, renovated and adorned with luxuries no rural estate should possess, was meant to be his sanctuary from the noise of modernity and the looming collapse he refused to acknowledge. As the stock market teetered, so too did his grip on reality, family, and fate. His ultimate downfall, and that of his family, was catalyzed not by financial ruin, but by the spiritual rot already coursing through the timbered veins of the lodge.
Through the House of Usher, 1929. Through the decades, the old rural lodge had changed hands countless times, bought and sold, rented and refurbished, each new owner leaving their mark. Its timbers, though weathered by time, bore silent witness to generations of change. Yet, beneath the layers of modernization and the ambitions of those who sought to tame it, the house harbored something unchanging, a lurking shadow, patient and unyielding, whispering to the lives it ensnared. The summer of 1929 carried with it a peculiar stillness, as if the earth itself had paused in anticipation of the coming storm. For Teddy Anderson, a self-made titan of industry and a man who had risen from obscurity to wealth beyond reckoning, the stillness was not a forewarning but a respite. The world beyond the tree line, New York, Chicago, and their cacophony of commerce had grown too loud, too insistent, too desperate. The cabin, hidden deep within the wooded wilderness of northern Wisconsin, was to be his sanctuary, his family's retreat from the choking smoke and endless noise of urban ambition. The cabin itself was a marvel, a sprawling single-story lodge of thick, hand-hewn logs, its rustic exterior belying the luxury hidden within. Teddy had spared no expense in its renovation, adorning it with imported hardwoods, custom-built furniture, and even a piano, a grand Steinway that had no business residing in so remote a place. The land surrounding the cabin stretched for hundreds of acres, a vast and desolate landscape of flat fields bordered by a dense, endless forest. To Teddy, it was the perfect image of isolation, a world untouched by the chaos of markets and men. He arrived with his wife Eleanor and their 3 children, Thomas, the eldest and a mirror of his father's ambition, Samantha, ever the dreamer with her nose buried in novels, and Grace, the youngest, still innocent to the harsh realities of the world. They came by train and motor car, the journey arduous but exhilarating. Eleanor had protested the move, her voice tinged with an unspoken dread, but Teddy had dismissed her concerns with the confidence of a man who believed himself invincible. "This," he had said, gesturing to the fields and forests as they arrived, "is where we'll build something timeless, something no one can take from us." The summer days were idyllic, almost too much so. The children ran through the meadows, their laughter carried by the warm winds that rustled the high grass. Eleanor tended to the garden, though her hands often trembled as she worked, her mind unable to shake the shadow of unease that seemed to hang over the cabin like a storm cloud. Teddy busied himself with his plans, his mind always churning with new ideas, new ventures. Even here, in this supposed sanctuary, his thoughts were consumed by numbers, investments, and the relentless pursuit of more. But the cabin, for all its beauty, seemed alive with a presence they could not name. At night, the winds would howl through the trees, their mournful cries echoing against the cabin walls. Shadows moved where they should not, and the stillness of the land during the day became oppressive, suffocating. Eleanor began to wake in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, her dreams filled with images of fire and ruin. Samantha claimed to hear whispers in the woods, voices calling her name in tones both sweet and sinister. Even Teddy, who prided himself on his unshakable pragmatism, felt the weight of something intangible pressing upon him as he sat alone on the cabin's porch, the vast expanse of wilderness stretching endlessly before him. Then came October. The summer's warmth gave way to the crisp chill of autumn, and with it came the first whispers of collapse. Newspapers arrived sporadically, their headlines growing grimmer with each passing day. Stocks plummet, banks falter, panic on Wall Street. Teddy read them with a detached curiosity at first, confident that his wealth, his foresight, his brilliance would shield him from the ruin that seemed to be devouring the rest of the world. But the markets did not listen to Teddy Anderson. By the end of the month, his empire was in free fall. Investments he had deemed infallible were reduced to ashes, and the fortunes he had so carefully built over decades vanished in the span of weeks. The cabin, once a sanctuary, became a prison. The laughter of his children ceased, replaced by whispered arguments between him and Eleanor, the tension thick enough to suffocate. Samantha stopped going outside altogether, while Thomas, now old enough to understand the gravity of their situation, began to retreat into himself, his youthful confidence replaced by a sullen silence. It was Eleanor who voiced what they were all beginning to feel. "This place," she said one evening, her voice trembling as she stared out the window at the encroaching darkness. "This place is cursed. We should leave before it takes us too." But Teddy, ever the stubborn dreamer, refused to listen. "Leave?" he scoffed, his voice filled with a bravado that no longer felt convincing. "This is ours. This land, this cabin, it's ours. No crash, no curse, no damn superstition is going to take it from us." The weeks that followed were a slow descent into despair. The warmth of the cabin, both literal and figurative, seemed to drain away as winter approached. The fires burned low, the food supplies dwindled, and the once majestic lodge began to feel like a mausoleum. The winds grew colder, harsher, their howls no longer mournful but angry, relentless. The shadows inside the cabin lengthened, darkening the corners where even the bravest of them hesitated to look. Teddy, once a man of indomitable will, began to crack under the weight of his failure. He spent his days pacing the cabin, muttering to himself, his mind a cacophony of regret and desperation. The land, which he had once seen as a symbol of his triumph, now seemed to mock him with its vastness, its desolation. The forest, once a comforting barrier from the outside world, now loomed like a wall of silent judges, their gnarled branches reaching out as if to claim him. The Andersons had come to the cabin seeking solace, but it had given them only isolation. They had come seeking refuge, but it had become their ruin. The crash had taken their wealth, but the cabin, the cursed cabin, was taking their souls. And as the first snows began to fall, blanketing the land in a shroud of icy silence, it became clear that they would not leave. The cabin would not let them. For Teddy Anderson, and for his family, the summer of 1929 was not the beginning of a new chapter, but the prelude to an ending far darker than any of them could have imagined. By the summer of 1929, the lodge, now known locally as the House of Usher, stood as a haunting relic on the edge of Wisconsin's wilderness. Its beauty, though undeniable, was cloaked in a foreboding stillness, its isolation both alluring and unsettling. To Teddy Anderson, however, it represented not doom but promise. Teddy Anderson was a man who thrived in chaos. Born into modest means, he had clawed his way to wealth and renown through sheer cunning and audacity. By the age of 40, he had built a reputation as a fearless real estate broker, navigating the volatile markets of the 1920s with uncanny precision. While others faltered under the weight of uncertainty, Teddy seized opportunities, buying low, selling high, and turning derelict properties into profitable ventures. The House of Usher came to him at the perfect time, a sprawling estate surrounded by untamed beauty, its value diminished by decades of neglect and whispered superstitions. To Teddy, it was a jewel hidden in plain sight, a chance to cement his legacy amidst the wilds of north-central Wisconsin. Accompanied by his wife, Eleanor, and their 3 children, Thomas, the eldest at 15, and twin daughters, Samantha and Grace, both 10 years old, Teddy relocated to the property in the summer before the stock market crash. He saw the lodge as more than a home. It was a sanctuary, a testament to his ability to transform ruin into splendor. He invested heavily in renovations, rebuilding the lodge into a luxurious retreat, its dark timbers polished to a lustrous sheen, its grounds meticulously landscaped to accentuate the rugged charm of the surrounding forest. Yet, for all its outward beauty, the lodge bore an atmosphere that unsettled the Anderson family. The silence of the woods was oppressive, the wind carrying with it an eerie, almost mournful sound. Eleanor noticed it first, a faint chill in the air, even on the warmest days, and the peculiar feeling that they were being watched. The children whispered of strange shadows flitting at the edge of the tree line, their imaginations fueled by the unsettling aura of their new home. As summer faded into autumn, the ripples of economic instability that had begun to stir in the cities reached the Andersons. By October, the stock market crash had sent shockwaves across the nation, and Teddy's empire, so meticulously built, began to crumble. Properties he had purchased as investments now sat unsold, their value plummeting as buyers disappeared. Creditors came calling, their demands relentless, and the safety net Teddy had so carefully woven, a delicate balance of loans, investments, and liquid assets, collapsed beneath him. The lodge, once a symbol of his triumph, became a tomb of his ambitions. The grandeur he had poured his wealth into stood in stark contrast to the ruin encroaching upon his life. With each passing day, the isolation of the lodge mirrored the growing isolation within Teddy's heart. His family watched helplessly as he withdrew, his once confident demeanor replaced by a hollow, haunted look. Winter came early that year, its arrival as brutal and unforgiving as Teddy's losses. Snow fell in suffocating drifts, burying the landscape under a blanket of white. Inside the lodge, the atmosphere grew colder, the warmth of the hearth unable to stave off the chill that had seeped into Teddy's soul. By December, the weight of failure and regret had become unbearable. Teddy wandered the halls of the lodge, his thoughts circling like vultures over a dying carcass. He saw his children playing quietly in the corner of the great room, their laughter muted, their joy dimmed by the tension they could not fully understand. Eleanor sat by the window, staring out at the snow-covered forest with an expression of quiet resignation. Theodore Anderson's life was not merely a tale of personal ambition. It was, from its inception, a defiant outcry against the weight of obscurity. Born the eldest son of a failed farmhand and a seamstress in rural Ohio, he had grown accustomed to hunger, to ridicule, to the hollow sound of his father's promises and the soft weeping of his mother late into the night. From boyhood, Teddy bore an unyielding conviction that he would never be forgotten, never be powerless, never be a man beholden to the whims of fate. This desire did not emerge from youthful naivete, but was forged in the relentless fires of humiliation and scarcity. Every meal missed, every insult endured, every failed harvest became mortar in the edifice of his will. When he married Eleanor Marquette, the daughter of a modest tailor from Milwaukee, he did not marry for love, at least not at first, but for the stability and social grace she brought, her gentle demeanor tempering the coarseness of his drive. Their union was pragmatic, transactional, at least on the surface. Wherever, Eleanor, despite her quietness, was not blind to the machinery that churned behind her husband's eyes. She knew well the steel trap of his mind, the ruthless calculus he employed even within the walls of their home. Their children, Thomas, the eldest, brooding and brilliant, too often the mirror of his father's ambition, and the twin girls, Samantha and Grace, so unlike one another in disposition, but each bearing the mark of their father's detachment, were raised not with love, but with expectation. Success was demanded. Failure was punished not with cruelty, but with distance, with the slow withdrawal of the only currency Teddy truly understood, approval. It was Eleanor who first noticed the cost of this legacy. Samantha, ever eager for her father's attention, became precociously cunning, mimicking his merciless logic, cutting down her sister with the same dismissive tongue. Grace, the more sensitive of the two, drifted into herself, seeking solace in her drawings and the company of animals where cruelty did not abide. Thomas, meanwhile, hardened under the pressure, his adolescent eyes already shadowed with the knowledge that affection in his father's house was earned, not given. By the time Teddy acquired the Lonesome Lodge, soon rechristened the House of Usher, the fractures in the family were already spider-webbing beneath the surface. The move, Teddy believed, would heal them. Here, amidst the quiet of the wilderness, beneath the vaulted timber ceilings and beside roaring hearths, they would forge a new beginning. Theodore spoke of heritage, of dynasty, of fortunes secured against the madness of the world. But Eleanor knew better. She saw in his eyes not hope, but desperation. He had not come to heal. He had come to hide. The isolation of the lodge did not mend the family. It exposed their fractures to the bitter air and let them fester. Eleanor, disquieted by the oppressive silence and the strange geometry of the place, the way hallways seemed longer than they should be, the way reflections caught in the glass sometimes did not quite follow their owners, began to suffer from headaches and nausea. She grew thin. Her eyes, once soft with patience, became distant, rimmed with dark circles that deepened each passing week. Thomas withdrew further into himself, spending long hours in the upper gallery, where he pored over books of finance and strategy, trying to solve the unsolvable equation of his father's approval. His nights were sleepless, his dreams plagued by visions of drowning beneath the frozen lake. Unable to scream, Samantha became crueler, cutting her sister with words sharp as knives, learning too well from the man whose love she sought. Grace, increasingly fearful, spoke of voices beneath the floorboards, of whispers that came from the old stone cellar where the light would not reach. Eleanor attempted to intervene. "The children," she warned Teddy, "are not well. They are not right here." But Teddy, wrapped in his failing calculations and the gnawing fear of ruin, heard only the hysterics of a woman too weak to weather the storm. He doubled down on his plans. The lodge, he insisted, would be their fortress against collapse. But the house did not abide arrogance. It had seen many men before him, had been shaped by hands that bore no memory of grace, no patience for the pride of men who believed they could master it. The lodge, the land, the space between the trees. It watched, it listened, it waited. The family's descent was not sudden. It was the slow, grinding erosion of spirit, the suffocation of hope beneath the weight of isolation and unspoken resentments. Meals were eaten in silence. Laughter had no place within the great hall. The piano remained untouched. The air grew colder despite the fires that burned night and day. Footsteps echoed where none walked. Doors slammed where no wind stirred. The mirrors warped reflections. Time seemed to buckle, to stretch and collapse upon itself. The children suffered most. Thomas began speaking to shadows in the corners of the room, claiming counsel from an unseen advisor who taught him how to win. Samantha's cruelty sharpened to sadism. Once content to torment her sister with words, she began to set traps for the animals Grace loved, watching with deadened eyes as they suffered. Grace withdrew entirely, ceasing to speak, her drawings turning darker, charcoal etchings of figures bound in chains, faces twisted in silent screams. Eleanor, desperate, began to pray, a habit she had abandoned long ago in the wake of Teddy's relentless rationalism. But her prayers were met with silence, worse than silence. The house responded not with deliverance, but with dread. By December, the snows had isolated them fully. There were no more letters from the outside world, no word of the cities beyond the endless woods. The radio offered only static. Even the birds seemed to have fled. Within the lodge, there remained only the family and the house. The final weeks were marked by long, sleepless nights, whispers beneath the floorboards, the children screaming in their dreams, Eleanor weeping quietly in the cold bed beside a husband who no longer spoke, whose mind circled endlessly in its own labyrinth of failure and pride. Eleanor had markedly changed. The gentle, composed woman who had once stood at Theodore Anderson's side, balancing his brutish ambition with quiet grace, had begun to unravel beneath the crushing weight of the isolation, the economic collapse, and the suffocating pall that the lodge cast upon all who dwelled within its walls. Her soul, once tempered by patience and endurance, now frayed beneath the sharp, unrelenting edge of despair. It was not the loss of wealth that broke her. Eleanor had never been seduced by the trappings of fortune, nor the gleam of social ascent that so enthralled her husband. It was rather the slow and agonizing decay of the man she had married, the man who had once, however, sternly built dreams alongside her. Now she watched as Teddy descended into something less than a man, consumed by obsession, stripped of tenderness, possessed by the gnashing machinery of pride and ruin. His gaze grew vacant, his voice sharper, his hands restless. The warmth in his eyes, if ever it had truly been there, was gone. In the long hours of lonely nights, as the wind howled through the broken boughs outside, and the children slept fitfully in rooms grown colder than the grave, Eleanor began to nurture the seed of rebellion. She would leave him. She would take the children, return to Milwaukee, seek refuge with what little family remained, or scrape together the remnants of fortune he had not yet destroyed. Pride might have caged him, but she would not let it bury her children. But despair, like the house, is patient. It twists resolve into resentment, hope into hatred. Eleanor's plan, born of desperation, began to sour in her heart. Her nights filled not only with terror, but with visions of vengeance. The man who had dragged them into this desolation, who had turned their sanctuary into a prison, who had reduced their home to a theater of dread. He had become to her no longer a husband, but the architect of her undoing. Bitterness fed her courage. She did not merely wish to flee Teddy Anderson, she wished to see him undone. Yet Eleanor had forgotten the nature of the man she defied. Teddy Anderson had not risen from obscurity by chance, nor by brute force alone. His success had been born from a precise predatory intellect, a mind honed not only to predict markets but to intuit the movements of men. He read patterns, not merely numbers. He saw opportunity in the unspoken, foresaw collapse before the signs were writ large. His acumen extended far beyond the ticker tape. It was embedded in his every interaction, his every calculation. Eleanor's plan was no mystery to him. He watched her quietly, with the same cold discernment he once applied to collapsing markets and panicked buyers. He observed the way her eyes lingered on the door too long when she passed it, the way her hands trembled as she folded the children's clothes with unnecessary care, as though preparing them for a journey unspoken. The hushed conversations between mother and child that ceased the moment he entered the room. She was not clever enough to mask these things from him. Few were, although his pride would not permit him to speak of it. Though he maintained the visage of a man preoccupied with ledgers and maps and failing ventures, Teddy had begun, quietly, methodically, to secure control. The sleigh's wheels were loosened. The cash hidden beneath the floorboards of the study was removed, replaced with false bundles of paper. The keys to the motor car were misplaced, then replaced, then misplaced again. He feigned kindness to the children, warming to their conversations, endearing himself just enough to sow doubt between them and their mother's whispered intentions. Little Grace, too young to understand the full weight of what was transpiring, wept openly when Eleanor's frustration finally boiled over and sharp words were spoken aloud. Teddy's strategy was not merely to outwit her, it was to erode her confidence, to corrode her certainty, to isolate her within the very walls where she had first sought refuge. Where Eleanor hoped to find strength in planning, Teddy sowed confusion. Where she fostered resentment, he fed her fear. When she at last confronted him, trembling, voice cracking beneath the weight of rage and desperation, telling him of her plans to leave, her hatred for what he had become, Teddy did not shout. He did not strike her. He simply listened, nodding slowly, his eyes narrowing with something far colder than malice, calculation. "You always were a poor reader of people, Eleanor," he said softly, voice barely above a whisper. "You mistake your grief for strength, but grief has never made anyone wise." She realized then what he had known all along. Her plans had been as transparent to him as stock indices. Her movements, her intentions, the very pattern of her desperation had unfolded before his eyes long before she had even summoned the courage to act. In that moment, Eleanor's resolve shattered. Her hatred remained, yes, burning bright, but it was no longer the hatred of a woman poised to escape. It was the hatred of the defeated, the trapped, the powerless. She had played her hand, and he had already read the cards. The weeks that followed were not marked by confrontation, but by a slow, unbearable tightening of the noose. The doors locked earlier, the children kept closer. The money vanished completely, the paths to the outside world, one by one, quietly sealed. When at last the grisly unbecoming came, the horror that would stain the timbered bones of the lodge forever, the tragedy was not that Eleanor failed to save herself or her children. The tragedy was that she had never been given a chance. One night, as the family slept, Teddy sat alone in the study, staring into the dying embers of the fire. His mind was a storm of regret and self-recrimination. He thought of the life he had promised his family, the dreams he had so confidently pursued, and the bitter irony of losing everything in the very place that was meant to be their refuge. As the wind howled outside, carrying with it a sound like distant whispers, Teddy made his decision. He rose from his chair, the weight of despair pressing heavily upon him, and stepped into the frigid night. There was no fighting it anymore. The change, the loss, the collapse of everything he had built. The winter winds called to him, howling through the trees with a voice that seemed to speak directly to his soul. They beckoned him, urging him to let go, to surrender to the void that had consumed his life. In those final moments, he stepped outside, leaving behind the cabin and the family he had failed. The snow swallowed his footsteps as he moved into the wilderness, the icy winds biting at his skin, their fury relentless. He did not resist. He allowed the cold to seep into his bones, to silence the raging storm of his thoughts. He walked until his strength gave out, until the forest closed in around him, until the howling void claimed him fully. In his surrender, there was no peace, no absolution, only the vast, unyielding darkness of the winter and the echoes of a life undone. One late night on Christmas Eve, the world held its breath. The winds that had howled through the trees for days stilled momentarily, and in the eerie quiet, a dreadful clarity came to Teddy Anderson. The fleeting serenity of the moment did not soothe him. Instead, it crystallized his resolve. His thoughts, spiraling and uncontrollable for weeks, sharpened into a single terrible decision. There was no return, there was no escape. His course was set, and he would see it through to its bitter end. Within the cabin, shadows stretched long across the walls, the fire reduced to faint flickering embers. The place, once warm and full of life, was now cold and silent, an accomplice to the act that would follow. Teddy moved through the rooms with an eerie calm, his breath steady, his footsteps light against the floorboards. One by one, he extinguished the lives of those who had once called him husband and father. His hands worked methodically, strangling their screams into a suffocating silence. Eleanor, Samantha, Grace, and Thomas, each life snuffed out, their faces frozen in moments of confusion and terror. He did not hesitate, nor did he falter. He felt no rage, no remorse, only a cold, mechanical precision, as though something beyond him had taken hold, driving his hands to commit what his ad could scarcely comprehend. When the deed was done, the cabin stood still, its walls bearing witness to the unspeakable horror within. Teddy did not linger. He wrapped himself in his robe, its fabric now a mockery of the comfort it once provided, and stepped into the freezing night. The winter solstice moon cast its pale, unfeeling light over the snow-covered ground, illuminating his path as he walked away from the scene of his atrocity. The cold gnawed at his skin, but he did not feel it. He moved as though in a trance, each step carrying him farther from the cabin and deeper into the wilderness. For miles he walked, his bare feet crunching against the frost-bitten earth, the snow swirling around him in spectral flurries. He reached the edge of the woods, the tree line looming before him like a blackened curtain drawn across the sky. There, amidst the silent sentinels of the forest, he found it, a gaping chasm, an unnatural void carved into the earth, its depths shrouded in impenetrable darkness. The air around it was heavy, charged with a presence that seemed to seep into his very marrow. The abyss called to him, its silence deafening, its pull irresistible. The winds returned, fierce and unrelenting, their icy fingers tearing at his matted hair and open robe. They carried with them whispers, unintelligible yet undeniable, filling his mind with a tumult of thoughts and feelings that were not his own. He felt their presence, unseen but undeniable, a congregation of souls circling him, pressing in closer, their will merging with his. They urged him, not with words but with a terrible knowing, to finish what had begun, to cast himself into the void and be subsumed by the darkness. His trembling hands moved instinctively, reaching into the left pocket of his robe. There, his fingers brushed against the engraved handle of a knife, its surface worn smooth by time. He drew it out, revealing a dull, misshapen blade, a relic of a lifelong past. It was a pathetic weapon, its edge barely sharp enough to cut, yet its weight in his hand was absolute. The winds howled louder, the snow forming a furious vortex around him, as if the earth itself demanded his sacrifice. Teddy fell to his knees, the strength in his legs finally abandoning him. The clarity he had felt earlier returned, but now it brought with it the crushing weight of understanding. He saw, with stark and unrelenting clarity, the horror of what he had done an hour ago in the cabin. The faces of his family flashed before his eyes. Their final moments burned into his mind with unbearable precision. He was stricken, heartbroken, yet the weight of his guilt offered no redemption, no absolution. It was a chain, dragging him ever closer to the edge of the abyss. With trembling resolve, he placed the blade against his wrist. The dull edge bit into his skin, tearing jaggedly through flesh and sinew, the pain sharp yet insignificant against the greater agony of his mind. Blood spilled forth, warm and vivid against the icy backdrop, pooling in the snow beneath him. He hesitated only for a moment before turning the blade on his other wrist, repeating the motion, his breath hitching in shallow gasps. The winds around him screamed, the unseen congregation pressing closer, their presence suffocating. Finally, with all other avenues exhausted, he raised the blade to his neck. The movement was slow, deliberate, as though even his body resisted the final act. He thrust the blade deep, the dull steel tearing through flesh with sickening effort. Warm blood poured down his chest, staining the robe that had once been his shield against the cold. He collapsed forward, his body crumpling under the weight of his despair, his life spilling out into the snow. The earth responded. The chasm before him seemed to awaken, its depths roiling with a blackness that was not empty but alive. The ground beneath him shifted, pulling him toward the abyss, consuming him inch by inch. His body, broken and lifeless, disappeared into the void, swallowed by the hungry maw of the earth. The snow fell heavier, erasing his footsteps, his blood, his presence, until no trace remained. The cabin stood silent, the woods still, the night indifferent to the horror it had witnessed. Teddy Anderson was no more, only the cursed land, the endless void, and the terrible silence of winter endured, carrying forward the weight of his deeds, the lingering shadow of his despair. It was not the market that destroyed Theodore Anderson. It was not the crash. It was not the creditors. It was the house which saw the arrogance of a man who believed he could master legacy, who believed stone and timber could hold back the tide of collapse, the house which had broken stronger men than him, the house which had waited patiently for his arrival.
The rest, as the tales go, is known. The horror that befell them on that final silent night. The lodge that remains, untouched, waiting still. The house of Usher remembers. It always remembers. Chapter 8. The Child.
Name unknown, referred only as the child. Era 2024. Occupation orphaned wanderer. Personality emotionally hollow, unflinchingly determined, both victim and embodiment of vengeance. Key traits: hardened by trauma, stripped of innocence, marked by unnatural resilience and metaphysical affinity with the abyss. Motivation: to find a place to belong or to burn everything that denied him love. Background: the child is an orphan not merely of parentage but of affection, warmth and safety. Life has offered him no kindness, and in turn he demands none from the world. He enters the wilderness not seeking comfort, but confrontation with nature, with myth, with the abyss itself. His encounter within the great arena marks a turning point not only in the chronology of the lodge, but in the metaphysics of the entire series. What emerges from the forest is no longer a child, but a being of convergence, one shaped not by nurture but by abandonment. The creatures of the void do not attack him, they kneel. He is no longer human, he is harbinger.
The child, fragile yet unyielding, walked deeper into the merciless wilderness, his steps heavy with exhaustion and the weight of a life unworthy of its name. He had known nothing but torment, years of pain, tumult, hardship, lovelessness, and defeat. Each step forward was a rebellion against the cruel, unrelenting world that had beaten him down, a world that offered neither solace nor security. Starving and thirsty, he sought more than sustenance. He sought fire, a fire to quench his thirst, to ignite his frozen heart, and to raise the memories of all who had wronged him. The crimson sun bled into the horizon, casting long shadows across the snow-draped woods as he trudged onward, the slush clutching at his feet like hands dragging him down. The cold cut through his skin, biting into his frail body, but it was no match for the frost that had long settled in his soul. Fear was a stranger to him now. His suffering had stripped him of it, leaving only a bitter resolve as he moved closer to what felt like an inevitable end. For what seemed an eternity, he trekked through the darkened forest, his breath shallow and ragged, his vision narrowing with each passing moment. The trees grew thicker, taller, darker, their skeletal branches clawing at the bruised sky. The snow beneath his feet turned to a blackened sludge. The air thickened, suffocating, alive. He stumbled into a clearing, a vast and unnatural arena that seemed carved out of existence itself, the great abyss's arena. The trees at the edge of the clearing bowed low, their trunks groaning as though in anguish. The wind fell silent, the world holding its breath. The air grew heavy, resonant with whispers that crawled into his ears, not words but feelings, sorrow, despair, surrender. They came from everywhere and nowhere, reverberating like a funeral dirge, as if the very land mourned his presence. The whispers grew louder as the shadows moved, taking grotesque forms that writhed and undulated at the edges of his vision. The creatures emerged one by one, their forms both formless and defined, born of shadow and something deeper, older. They were horrors that defied understanding, their bodies twisting and shifting in ways that made the air seem to crackle and distort. Yet these creatures, these abyssal manifestations, did not attack. They did not threaten. They bowed. They groveled in the blackened snow, their twisted forms pressing low to the ground, their very existence humbling itself before him. For he was worthy. The child, frail and trembling, stood amidst them, his breath shallow, his limbs weak. Still something in him burned, a hatred so pure, so absolute, it became its own kind of innocence. The abyss knew him, recognized him as one of its own. He was a vessel of pain, a child whose every breath was heavy with sorrow, whose heart brimmed with seething contempt for a world that had forsaken him. The creatures saw him for what he was, inviolable, abandoned, and filled to the brim with an icy rage that no mortal could extinguish. He was not a victim to them, but a herald. The abyss opened before him, vast and yawning, its edges writhing with tendrils of living darkness. It did not consume him as it had so many others. It did not hunger for him. It reached out, not as a predator, but as a supplicant, its tendrils caressing him, not with malice, but with reverence. The abyss, for all its unfathomable power, did not take him. It asked, it beckoned, seeking his permission, his will, his acceptance. The child, ready for nothing and anything, stepped forward. The whispers rose in a crescendo, no longer mournful but worshipful. A symphony of despair turned to awe. The tendrils coiled around him, lifting him gently as though cradling something sacred. The abyss widened, its depths darker than the void between stars, and he descended not as a sacrifice but as a king returning to his throne. This was not a fall, but a reversal of ascension, a descent into Sheol, where the child would not kneel, but stand taller, prouder, mightier than any who had come before. The whispers called him the supplanter, the means and the end, the one who would bring fulfillment to the void's unyielding hunger. In his hatred, his sorrow, his utter and complete despair, he became the perfect vessel, the culmination of all that the abyss desired. As he descended, the abyss trembled, its endless voids quaking in awe of the being it now claimed. He was no longer merely a child. He was the answer to despair, the abyss made manifest, the child who had wandered into the woods seeking as the whispers faded, leaving only silence, profound, impenetrable, and absolute. The abyss stretched before him, vast and unyielding, its grandeur both majestic and incomprehensibly dark. It was a realm of infinite expanse, where the edges of perception dissolved into a blackened horizon, and the air itself seemed to pulse with an ancient, resonant power. Here the sky was neither night nor day, but an endless void faintly illuminated by the tormenting fires of oblivion. These flames did not dance or flicker. They burned coldly, placidly, their light casting no warmth but filling the abyss abyss with a somber glow that made shadows appear alive. The child, no longer frail but imbued with an overwhelming presence, stood at the precipice of this eternal realm. The creatures that had once bowed in the arena now gathered in countless numbers, their grotesque forms lining the chasms and ridges, crowding the spires of rock and vast plains of ash. They stretched endlessly as far as the eye could see, their shapes twisting and writhing, yet unified in purpose. They did not snarl or screech. They were still silent, their innumerable heads bowed in reverence, their movements stilled by the weight of his arrival. They recognized him instantly. He was not a stranger to this place. Though his feet had never touched its soil, he belonged here as surely as the void itself. In their twisted, inhuman hearts, they knew who he was, the long-awaited one, the fulfillment of prophecies older than time, the savior of their perdition. He was their homecoming, their eternal return, the embodiment of the darkness they revered. The abyss accepted him not as a conqueror, but as its child, its king. The vastness of the abyss bent to him, the jagged peaks of obsidian and onyx, rising like the broken teeth of giants, seemed to kneel in his presence. The rivers of blackened fire that cut through the desolate plains slowed their relentless flow, their surfaces smoothing into mirrors that reflected only his form. Even the air grew still, its ceaseless whispers silenced by the gravity of his being. All of hell, the infinite, terrifying expanse, came to a quietus so profound that even the fires seemed to hold their breath. Then a sound rose. It was low and guttural at first, a deep hum that reverberated through the abyss, shaking the ground and the skies alike. The creatures began to sing, their voices uniting in an ancient tongue unspeakable by mortals, incomprehensible to those above. Their hymn was not chaotic, it was deliberate, harmonious, each note a testament to their adoration and admiration. They praised him, exalted him, heralding his name, a name so sacred, so terrible, that it could not be known or spoken outside this place. Their song grew louder, filling the vastness of the abyss with a resonance that seemed to vibrate the very fabric of reality. It was a hymn of worship, of surrender, of exaltation. The child stood amidst the cacophony, his gaze piercing the infinite depths before him. He did not flinch or falter. His presence commanded all, his form glowing faintly with the same cold fire that lit the abyss. His eyes, once filled with despair, now burned with a terrible clarity, seeing not just the abyss, but its purpose, its truth, its endlessness. They bowed lower, their forms pressing against the ground, their reverence palpable. They hummed and chanted his name, their voices rising and falling in perfect unison, a melody both haunting and beautiful in its starkness. He was their savior, their perdition made flesh, their eternal return. His very presence was a fulfillment, a culmination, a reckoning. In their song he found no joy, no pride, only an understanding, profound and unshakable. He was the darkness incarnate, the abyss's answer to the suffering of existence. He was not here to heal, but to fulfill, to become the end and the beginning, the cycle of torment and redemption that defined this place. The abyss had chosen him, and he in turn chose it. As their voices swelled, the child stepped forward, his feet sinking into the ashen ground. The creatures parted before him, their bodies writhing in adoration as he passed. The fires of oblivion burned brighter now, their cold light illuminating his path as he descended deeper, further into the endless expanse. The vastness of the abyss seemed to stretch even further in his presence, as though it too bowed to him. As he walked, the hymn continued, echoing endlessly, a sound that would never fade, for he was now eternal. He was the abyss, the void, the darkness given form. He was their savior, their king, their herald of the ever-coming. In this strangeness, in this haunting vastness where the air itself seems alive with foreboding, clarity is not merely absent. It is annihilated, dissolved into the churning, impenetrable void. It is absolved nevermore, for it exists eternally, yet eludes all comprehension. This is a place where reason falters, where the sharp edge of logic blunts against the immovable weight of the abyss. Clarity is not a comfort here. It is an animus, a force vivid and livid, seething with an ancient, incomprehensible rage. It is not clarity of thought, but of knowing, of an unrelenting awareness that all things converge into one, despair. Here the breath of humanity is exhaled, every gasp expelled into the cold, unyielding void. It hangs in the air, tangible yet unseen, a collective sigh of existence abandoned, a lament whispered into eternity. It is the essence of life stripped bare, its warmth extinguished, its purpose eroded. The breath does not dissipate. It lingers, swirling and twisting, a spectral presence that presses upon the chest like the weight of unshed tears. This is not a place of shadows, but of their source. Light, dim and distant, only serves to sharpen the darkness, to reveal its enormity, its omnipresence. The strangeness here is not alien, it is intimate, familiar, a reflection of humanity's deepest fears and unspoken truths. It is the uncanny recognition of one's own insignificance, of being a mote in a boundless storm, of standing in the face of something that does not see, does not hear, does not care. The air hums with animus, a vibration that resonates through the bones, through the mind, until the self begins to unravel. It is not a malicious force, nor a benevolent one. It is indifferent, relentless, and all-encompassing. It does not seek to destroy, but its presence alone is destruction, a slow, inevitable erosion of what it means to be. In this place, clarity is not a beacon but a curse. It is the unyielding awareness of the futility of breath, of action, of thought. It is the animus of all things, of time that marches forward yet goes nowhere, of life that burns brightly but is swallowed whole, of a humanity that exhales its last silent breath into the void, never to inhale again. The abyss accepts it all. It swallows the exhalations, the cries, the whispers, the very breath of humanity, and renders it still. The weight of it all deepens, dragging the soul into a depthless chasm where no light has ever dared to reach. Shame becomes a suffocating shroud, guilt a knife that twists endlessly, and remorse a ceaseless drumbeat within the hollowed chest. The air itself grows heavier, charged with an oppressive stillness, as though the world conspires to crush whatever faint vestige of spirit remains. There is no solace here, no warmth, no reprieve, only the unrelenting torment of the mind as it cannibalizes itself in the final, agonizing throes of its existence. Death does not announce itself with grandeur, nor does it come with the quiet dignity one might hope for. It is a creeping, clawing thing, an ever-tightening noose that cannot be undone. The silence before it is unbearable, a vast, yawning void that amplifies every regret, every failure, every dark thought once buried, but now unearthed and screaming. The mind, frantic and raw, becomes a prison of its own making, its walls closing in as memories and fears collide in chaotic, unrelenting waves. Peace is a myth, a cruel fantasy dangled before the dying but forever out of reach. There is no quiet in the mind, no escape from the cacophony of despair that rises like a black tide. We all die alone, no matter how many hands have held ours, no matter how many voices have called our names. The final moment is a solitary abyss. In that descent, the soul is stripped of all its illusions, left to confront the unvarnished truth of its existence. Despair becomes the only companion, its cold grip unyielding, its whispers relentless. It tells of every mistake, every cruelty, every opportunity squandered. It speaks not with malice, but with the precision of a scalpel, carving through the fragile defenses we build against the weight of our own conscience. The sorrow is not a fleeting thing, but a pervasive, all-encompassing fog. It seeps into every fiber of being, drenching the soul in its icy embrace. It is not the sorrow of a single loss, but the accumulated grief of a life unraveled, 1,000 quiet laments merging into a singular crushing wail. Regret becomes the only constant, a relentless metronome marking the passage of time as it stretches unbearably, each second dragging into an eternity of mourning for what was and what will never be. The cold here is not merely physical, it is existential. It does not merely bite or sting, but invades, burrowing deep into the marrow, hollowing out the essence of the self. It does not deter death, nor does it hasten its arrival. It simply exists, indifferent and unyielding. It gnaws at the edges of thought, dulling the senses, forcing the mind to spiral ever deeper into itself. It is a cold that mirrors the void, the vast and incomprehensible nothingness that looms beyond life's fragile boundaries. The shadow of death is not a singular form, but a vast, shifting presence that blankets the cursed cabin and the land around it. It moves without rhythm or reason, a fleeting yet omnipresent specter that leaves a mark wherever it touches. The cursed cabin does not merely stand, it looms, a monument to despair, its very timbers saturated with the weight of every life it has consumed. It is not simply a place, but a force, an entity that feeds on the frailty of the human spirit, drawing those who enter its bleak and unholy orbit. Inside the cabin, time ceases to hold meaning. Minutes, hours, days, they blur into a single unbroken stretch of darkness. The air is thick, suffocating, carrying a scent of decay that is both physical and metaphysical. The walls seem to close in, their shadows stretching and warping, their cracks whispering secrets too terrible to comprehend. It is as though the cabin itself is alive, its presence pressing down on the chest, suffocating, crushing, until even the act of breathing becomes an insurmountable labor. Above, the cursed land holds no memory of the lives it has swallowed, no trace of the torment it has overseen. The snow, pristine and unbroken, lies like a burial shroud over the earth, masking the horrors beneath. It is indifferent to the suffering, unmoved by the shadows that pass across its surface. Those who walk upon it are blissfully unaware, their steps light and fleeting, their thoughts far from the agonies that churn miles below. The land conspires with the cabin to hide the truth, to keep the darkness sealed, even as it festers and grows. There is no salvation in this place, no redemption to be found within its cursed walls. It is a tomb for the living, a pit of despair that consumes all who enter. The shadow of death lingers, not as a promise of release, but as an ever-present threat, a reminder of the inevitability of suffering.
The cabin does not kill. It strips away, piece by piece, until nothing remains but the hollow echo of a soul, trapped and screaming, forever bound to its dark, unrelenting grasp. This is not peace. This is not death. This is a torment that stretches beyond the boundaries of existence, a shadow that darkens the very fabric of reality itself. Chapter 9. The Earthmover.
Name: Don Javier Ortega, era 2024. Occupation: land developer, rancher, industrialist personality, proud, pragmatic, deeply rooted in logic and material control. Key traits: dismissive of superstition, confident to the point of hubris, accustomed to bending the earth to his will. Motivation: to demolish the past and assert dominion over untamed land, completing a final conquest in the name of legacy. Background: Javier Ortega arrives not as a seeker, but as a conqueror, armed with blueprints, machines, and ambition. His empire had grown vast, swallowing landscapes and replacing them with highways and high-rises. The House of Usher, he believed, would be no different. But in seeking to raise it, Ortega awakens a force that does not yield to metal or will. He is slowly unmade, not by physical destruction, but by existential reordering. In the end, he vanishes, leaving behind scorched tools, a silenced crew, and the untouched lodge, which once again asserts its dominion. Ortega's fate is sealed not by failure, but by a deeper, incomprehensible defeat.
Don Javier Ortega, accustomed to bending the will of the land to his own, approached the House of Usher with the same resolute pragmatism that had earned him his fortune. The whispers of its cursed history, the warnings of locals who spoke of strange occurrences and madness, these were to Ortega nothing more than the ramblings of simple minds too rooted in superstition. To him, the house represented defiance, a final barrier between his ambition and the untamed wilderness he sought to conquer. The summer of 2024 brought an unusual stillness to the Wisconsin wilderness. Ortega and his team arrived with machinery and tools, prepared to dismantle the lodge piece by piece, to reduce its towering walls to rubble and ashes. The house loomed ahead, its facade worn but unyielding, as though mocking their intent. Its weathered timbers bore the weight of centuries, each crack and splinter a testament to the lives it had consumed. Ortega, ever the leader, stepped forward to inspect the lodge firsthand. As he drew closer, the air grew heavy, a stifling thickness that seemed to press against his lungs. His team hesitated, the machinery sputtering to life but faltering under an inexplicable sense of unease. The silence of the surrounding forest was deafening, broken only by the occasional groan of the wind through the trees. Ortega dismissed their apprehension with a sharp command, his focus unwavering. The demolition began at dusk, Ortega believing the work would go faster under the cover of darkness to avoid unnecessary delays. Yet as the first blows struck the lodge's exterior, a low, almost imperceptible hum reverberated through the air. The workers, hardened and experienced, paused, exchanging uncertain glances. Ortega, dismissing their hesitation, swung a sledgehammer himself, shattering a portion of the decayed wood. The hum grew louder, shifting into an eerie resonance that seemed to emanate not from the house itself, but from the very ground beneath it. That night, Ortega's crew began to vanish. One by one, they left their posts without explanation, their tools abandoned in the grass. Ortega, frustrated and undeterred, assumed they had fled out of fear or laziness. He resolved to continue the work alone if necessary, his pride refusing to yield to superstition. As the days passed, Ortega found himself drawn deeper into the lodge's labyrinthine interior. Each room seemed to defy logic, the dimensions subtly shifting as he explored. His GPS devices malfunctioned, compasses spun uselessly, and time itself seemed to warp. Minutes stretched into hours, and days passed in what felt like moments. The house began to reveal its secrets. Hidden behind a false wall, Ortega discovered a chamber unlike anything he had ever seen. The walls were inscribed with strange symbols, their patterns ancient and hypnotic. A rusted iron table stood at the center, upon which rested a tattered journal. The handwriting was chaotic, filled with desperate scrawls of warnings and pleas for forgiveness. The house knows, the house waits, the house does not forget. Ortega's logical mind faltered for the first time. The warnings of the journal, combined with the oppressive atmosphere of the house, began to seep into his thoughts. He dismissed them as paranoia, a trick of isolation, yet he could not shake the feeling of being watched. The forest outside seemed closer each time he stepped out, the trees bending as though leaning toward him, their branches reaching like skeletal hands. Driven by frustration and an almost pathological need to assert his dominion, Ortega made a fateful decision. He would demolish the house himself, brick by brick, timber by timber, with nothing but manual tools. Hammers, crowbars, and chisels became his weapons, and he resolved to work through the day and night until the house was reduced to rubble. Ortega began at dawn, his breath visible in the frigid morning air as he stood before the house, hammer in hand. The first strike against the rotting wood reverberated unnaturally, a deep, echoing echoing sound that seemed to resonate through the earth itself. Undeterred, he continued, tearing away at the structure with mechanical precision. The act became a ritual, each swing of the hammer a declaration of defiance against the unseen forces that sought to undermine him. But as the hours stretched into days, the house began to fight back. The whispers that had haunted the workers grew louder, forming intelligible words that seemed to come from within the very walls Ortega sought to destroy. Shadows danced in the corners of his vision, fleeting but deliberate. At night, the winds howled through the broken windows, carrying with them the cries of unseen entities. Sleep became a luxury Ortega could not afford. Every time he closed his eyes, he was assaulted by visions of the house standing untouched, mocking his efforts. The physical toll was immense. His hands, blistered and bloodied, trembled with every swing of the hammer. His muscles ached, his body weakened by the relentless cold and the unyielding resistance of the structure. Yet the psychological toll was far greater. The house seemed to feed on his despair, amplifying his doubts and regrets, memories of his past, his ruthless decisions, the lives uprooted by his ambition, the land he had raised without thought, flooded his mind. He saw faces, both familiar and unfamiliar, accusing him, condemning him. On the third night, as Ortega worked beneath the pale light of the moon, the house revealed its true nature. With a deafening groan, the remaining walls began to tremble, as if the structure itself was alive. Ortega paused, his hammer frozen mid-swing as the ground beneath him shifted. The air grew thick, suffocating, and the whispers coalesced into a cacophony of voices, angry, mournful, pleading. On the fourth night, Ortega resolved to finish the job himself. Armed with a sledgehammer and accelerants, he entered the lodge under a moonless sky. His footsteps echoed as he moved methodically, room by room, destroying furniture, breaking through walls, tearing apart the structure's stubborn resistance. Yet with every blow, the lodge seemed to push back, its timbers groaning, its foundations trembling. The descent was inexorable. Each strike against the house of Usher became a battle not with wood or stone, but with the dark abyss of Ortega's own soul. As the days wore on, his confidence, once unshakable, forged through years of unrelenting ambition, crumbled beneath the house's oppressive influence. The whispers, once external and fleeting, now echoed within his mind, their words venomous and accusing, seeping into the cracks of his psyche. The house retaliated with malice that defied explanation. Walls that Ortega had battered into submission appeared restored by morning, their decay as intact as it had been before his arrival. Timber that splintered beneath his hammer seemed to bleed, the viscous liquid pooling on the frozen floor and vanishing without a trace. The ground beneath the house trembled intermittently, subtle at first, then violently, as though the earth itself sought to expel Ortega from its sacred ground. Days go by, blending into one another. On the seventh night, the air grew unnaturally still, the cold biting deeper than before, as though the elements themselves conspired to drive Ortega from his task. Alone in the grand hall, lit only by the weak glow of a single oil lamp, he worked tirelessly, tearing at the beams that had withstood his wrath. His hands, swollen and raw, left smears of blood on the tools he wielded, each strike of the hammer more desperate than the last. It was then that the shadows began to move in earnest, no longer content to linger at the edges of his vision. They gathered in the corners of the room, taking on forms that defied reason, elongated limbs, hollow eyes, and twisted mouths that spoke in a cacophony of languages Ortega could not understand. They surrounded him, silent and watchful, as though weighing his worth, judging his defiance. The whispers, now a chorus of voices, grew deafening. They spoke of his failures, his betrayals, his greed. They accused him of sins he had long buried beneath layers of rationalization. For the first time, Ortega faltered. His hammer dropped to the floor with a dull thud, and he fell to his knees, clutching his head as the voices screamed within him. "You cannot destroy what is eternal," they intoned, their words overlapping, each syllable a dagger to Ortega's sanity. "You are nothing but a vessel. Your defiance feeds us." In that moment of despair, the house showed Ortega its truth. His surroundings dissolved, replaced by a vision so vivid and incomprehensible that it stole the breath from his lungs. He saw the house's origins, not as a simple lodge built by human hands, but as a construct of unimaginable complexity, an interdimensional nexus born of ancient energies. The house of Usher was not built, it was summoned, drawn to this place by forces older than time itself. He saw its victims, an endless parade of faces, each marked by the house's influence, their lives twisted and consumed by its malignancy. The recluse, who had sought solace in its halls, only to vanish without a trace. The Grandmaster, whose arrogance had led him to believe he could command its power, only to be devoured by it. The priest, whose faith had faltered in the face of its darkness. The poacher, the rancher, the savant, all connected by invisible threads, their fates sealed the moment they stepped onto the house's cursed ground. Ortega saw his own face among them, his eyes hollow, his expression frozen in despair. He saw the house's ultimate purpose, its existence as a balancing force between worlds, its malevolence not born of evil, but of necessity. It consumed not for pleasure, but to sustain its equilibrium, to maintain the fragile fabric of reality. When the vision ended, Ortega was no longer the man he had been. The house had stripped him of everything, his pride, his ambition, his very sense of self. He rose unsteadily, his movements mechanical, as though guided by an unseen hand. In a trance, he carried his tools outside, into the biting cold, and set them ablaze in a pyre of defeat. He stood before the house one last time, its darkened windows seeming to gaze back at him with a quiet satisfaction. The whispers had ceased, replaced by an oppressive silence that pressed against his chest like a physical weight. Ortega dropped to his knees, tears freezing on his cheeks as he whispered his surrender to the night. Then he saw them, figures emerging from the shadows, their forms indistinct but unmistakably human. They were the souls of the land, the echoes of those who had perished in its grasp. They surrounded Ortega, their hollow eyes fixed upon him, their voices rising in a mournful chant. Among them he saw his own reflection, worn, defeated, a man undone by his own hubris. In that moment Ortega understood the truth. The house was not merely a building, it was a vessel, a repository of pain and suffering, a monument to the sins of those who had come before him. His act of demolition was not an act of defiance but a surrender, a concession to the curse that bound the land. The house would not fall because it could not fall. It was eternal, as much a part of the earth as the soil and the stone. The house claimed him before dawn. When his workers returned, they found no trace of Ortega, only the blackened remains of his tools and the house standing untouched, as though mocking their efforts. His disappearance became another chapter in the lodge's dark history, his name spoken only in hushed tones by those who dared to remember. The house of Usher endured, as it always had, its influence stretching far beyond the lives it consumed. Ortega's ambition, his defiance, had fed its essence, adding another thread to the tapestry of despair woven through its halls. The land reclaimed his efforts, the forest creeping closer with each passing season, as though to shield the house from prying eyes. The workers, fearful and broken, abandoned the project, leaving the lodge to its solitude. Ortega's name faded from memory, his empire forgotten, his legacy reduced to whispers carried on the wind. The House of Usher stood as it always had, eternal and unyielding, waiting patiently for the next soul to challenge its dominion. The House of Usher remained, its dark presence a testament to the futility of human ambition. Somewhere, within the wilderness, Don Javier Ortega wandered, a man who had sought to conquer the land, but had instead been consumed by it. Chapter 10. The Politician's Madness.
Name, George H.W. Bush, era, 1963. Occupation, oil executive, intelligence operative, politician personality, composed, pragmatic, calculated, adept at compartmentalization, key traits, deeply ambitious, with connections to powerful clandestine networks, capable of suspending disbelief when it suits personal advancement. Motivation, to gain favor with a covert cabal promising influence through metaphysical power. Background. Before the CIA, before the Oval Office, George H.W. Bush visited the lodge at the behest of a shadowy circle of occultists, magnates, and theologians. They believed the House of Usher was more than an artifact. It was a weapon, a living anomaly of reality-warping significance. Bush's reconnaissance revealed to him more than politics could contain: unspoken knowledge, bending space, collapsing time, revealing truths that sanity should never bear. Though he walked away physically untouched, his psyche was irrevocably marked.
The House of Usher, older than records can fully trace, occupies a space not merely of geography but of fate. To the uninitiated, it is a dilapidated lodge in the wilds of Wisconsin, its weathered timbers creaking under the weight of neglect. To those who know its truth, however, it is a locus of unimaginable power, a place where the veils separating worlds wear thin and the boundaries of human understanding collapse. It is a house that reveals but never without a price. Among its many visitors, none carried greater significance than George H.W. Bush, a man whose legacy would shape the contours of modern power. His fateful visit in the autumn of 1963 intertwines with the lives of those before and after him, creating a tapestry of despair, ambition, and revelation, culminating in one of history's most infamous moments, the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. George H.W. Bush's visit to the House of Usher was not a matter of curiosity or coincidence, but of necessity. Born of his involvement in shadowy corridors of intelligence and geopolitics. In the months preceding November 1963, Bush, then a burgeoning figure in oil and covert operations, was contacted by a cabal of influential figures tied to esoteric research. This group, composed of high-ranking intelligence operatives, financial magnates, and theologians, had been studying the House of Usher for decades. They believed it was more than a relic of isolation. It was a strategic asset, a nexus of metaphysical power capable of influencing events on a global scale. The cabal sought to weaponize the House's power, believing it could serve as a key to manipulating reality itself. To them, the House of Usher was not a cursed place, but a conduit, a gateway to forces that could be harnessed for control over humanity's destiny. Bush, pragmatic and ambitious, saw an opportunity to solidify his standing among these elite circles. He was chosen to investigate the House personally, to uncover its secrets and report back to his handlers. The visit was framed as a reconnaissance mission, but its implications were far deeper. Bush arrived at the House of Usher on a moonless night, the frost-laden air biting with an unnatural chill. The lodge stood as a black monolith against the starless sky, its windows darkened like watchful eyes. Carrying a dossier of intelligence reports, maps of ley line intersections, and a recorder, he stepped inside. The air within the house was thick, suffocating, imbued with an intangible weight that seemed to press against his thoughts. His first hours were spent combing through the structure, meticulously cataloging its architectural anomalies. The angles of the rooms defied geometry, and corridors seemed to stretch beyond what the exterior dimensions should allow. Every step seemed to echo too loudly, as though the house itself were listening. Bush began setting up equipment, infrared sensors, voice recorders, and electromagnetic meters, tools borrowed from intelligence operations but repurposed for this otherworldly investigation. As midnight approached, the first signs of the house's influence began to manifest. The shadows in the corners of rooms seemed to deepen and move, independent of any light source. The temperature fluctuated wildly, frost forming on the walls only to drip away moments later. The voice recorder, left running in the grand hall, began capturing faint whispers, indistinct and layered, but unmistakably human. Bush attempted to rationalize these occurrences, attributing them to faulty equipment or environmental factors. Yet, as the night wore on, the whispers grew louder, more coherent. They spoke not in English, but in a language that seemed to bypass his ears and embed itself directly in his mind. He described the sensation in later notes as thoughts not my own, planted like seeds. The pivotal moment came when Bush uncovered a hidden chamber beneath the grand hall. The floorboards, warped and splintered, gave way to reveal a staircase spiraling downward into the earth. Descending into the darkness, he found himself in a cavernous space that defied explanation. Its walls etched with symbols from disparate cultures and epochs, their meanings overlapping in a chaotic tapestry of human history. At the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, upon which rested a blackened ancient tome. The book seemed alive, its pages shifting as though stirred by an unseen wind. Compelled by an urge he could not resist, Bush approached and opened the book. Its pages revealed not words, but images and sensations, overwhelming in their clarity. He saw visions of his own life, from his childhood to the present and beyond, events that had not yet come to pass but felt inevitable. The visions were not confined to his personal life. They encompassed the assassination of John F. Kennedy, wars yet to be fought, the rise and fall of nations. Yet, most hauntingly, they showed the house of Usher itself, crumbling into ruin only to rise again as the House of Usher, its influence extending across time and space. The book conveyed a singular message. The balance of power must be maintained, and Kennedy was the key to preserving it or destroying it. Emerging from the chamber, Bush was no longer the man who had entered the house. His mind, once sharp and logical, was now fractured, consumed by the enormity of what he had seen. He left the house before dawn, abandoning his equipment and notes. The lodge remained silent behind him, yet its presence clung to him like a shadow. The Dallas connection. In the days following his departure from Usher, Bush became a man possessed. Friends and associates noted a transformation, his words cryptic, his silences oppressive. Where he once calculated with cold precision, now he seemed to act on a strange and fevered instinct. He spoke in riddles, referencing a balance that must be maintained and forces older than nations. A confidential memo to a trusted aide included this chilling line: "The veil has been pulled back, and what lies beyond cannot be ignored. We must act before the light falters entirely, or the whole edifice will crumble." In the days following his visit, Bush became increasingly erratic. His once steady hands trembled, and his speech, typically measured, was now punctuated by cryptic phrases. He spoke of threads connecting events across time, of forces that demanded balance, and of sacrifices that had to be made. His closest confidants dismissed his behavior as stress-induced, but a select few saw the truth. Bush had been changed, his psyche reshaped by the House's influence. The decision to assassinate Kennedy became, in Bush's mind, not a matter of politics, but of survival, of preserving a fragile balance revealed to him in the depths of Usher. His involvement in the conspiracy, long debated by historians and dismissed by many, was, in this narrative, the direct result of his encounter with the House. By the time Kennedy arrived in Dallas, Bush had become a man on the precipice. His proximity to the events of November 22, 1963, remains a matter of debate, shrouded in redacted files and conflicting accounts. Yet those who knew of his visit to the House of Usher insist it was no coincidence. The House had shown him something, perhaps a vision of what would unfold, or perhaps a suggestion planted deep within his psyche. On November 22, 1963, President John F. Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas, Texas. The world mourned the loss of a leader whose vision had inspired millions, but the truth behind his death became a subject of endless speculation. Among the theories was the involvement of George H.W. Bush, whose ties to intelligence operations and proximity to key players in the Kennedy assassination conspiracy have long been scrutinized. To those who knew of his visit to the House of Usher, the timing was no coincidence. The lodge, with its malevolent influence, was believed to have planted the seeds of madness and manipulation that ultimately culminated in the president's death. Bush's notes from that period, later discovered in a locked drawer after his death, revealed a mind unraveling under the weight of knowledge too vast and terrible to comprehend. One passage, scrawled in barely legible handwriting, reads, "He stands in the way. The House has shown me it is not murder, it is preservation. It is what must be done. The balance demands it." Bush's visit to the House of Usher marked the beginning of a chain of events that reshaped modern history. The lodge, silent and decayed, remained an enigma, its influence rippling outward through the actions of those it touched. Bush's writings, discovered posthumously, hinted at his torment. "I saw the threads, the connections, the truths we were never meant to know. The House showed me everything, and in doing so, it took everything. I acted not as a man, but as a vessel. The balance demanded it." The House of Usher, as always, remained indifferent. It neither mourned nor celebrated the lives it consumed. It simply existed, a gatekeeper of incomprehensible forces, its purpose unknowable, its influence eternal. What role did the House of Usher truly play? To dismiss it as mere coincidence is to ignore the threads binding its many victims. Bush was but one in a long line of those drawn to its shadow, from the Recluse who first claimed it, to Ortega who sought to destroy it, and the child, its ultimate creation. Each played their part in a design that defies comprehension. A design that extends beyond the physical confines of the House, shaping events on scales both personal and global. The manuscripts recovered from the House's ruins, fragmented and cryptic, suggest that Usher was more than a place. It was a mechanism. Through those it touched, it influenced history, bending the course of events toward ends inscrutable to human understanding. Bush, already a man steeped in the clandestine, became its most visible agent, though whether willingly or unwittingly remains uncertain. The connection between George H.W. Bush, the House of Usher, and the assassination of John F. Kennedy remains speculative, dismissed by many as the ramblings of conspiracy theorists. Yet, for those who believe, the evidence is compelling. The timing of Bush's visit to the lodge, his uncharacteristic behavior in the weeks that followed, and his cryptic writings all point to a man driven by forces beyond his control. The house of Usher stands silent now, its windows dark, its halls empty. But its legend endures, a chilling reminder of the madness it can sow and the lives it can unmake. For Bush, it was both a revelation and a damnation, a place where ambition, fear, and destiny collided, with consequences that changed the course of history. In his later years, Bush rarely spoke of that autumn in 1963, though the shadows of the house lingered in his eyes. His journals, discovered posthumously, revealed a man haunted by what he had seen and what he had done. One passage stands out, scrawled in uneven script. "I thought I was acting to preserve, but I see now I was merely a vessel. The house does not demand, it insinuates. We are all its instruments, whether we understand it or not."
The house of Usher, now silent and crumbled, lives on in its echoes, in the minds it broke, the lives it claimed, and the stories it wove. Bush, Kennedy, Ortega, and all the others are bound to it, their fates intertwined in a cycle of despair and revelation. In the end, the house does not kill, it reveals, but what it reveals is often too much for the human mind to bear. Conclusion. The nexus of shadows, the mystery of Usher and Usher. The house of Usher stands as a malevolent fulcrum, a timeless edifice embodying a darkness that predates its construction, woven into the fabric of the land upon which it was raised. From the sprawling wilderness of Wisconsin to the distant corridors of its successor, the House of Usher, Usher is not merely an architectural anomaly, but a node of profound and incomprehensible influence. The house, old and gnarled in its existence, reaches across centuries, binding its inhabitants with invisible threads of fate, madness, and despair. The interwoven tales. The characters who intersect with the House of Usher are not connected merely by coincidence. Each is a pawn in a cosmic design, their lives manipulated by forces they scarcely comprehend. As the timeline progresses, the seemingly disparate narratives begin to echo with eerie parallels, hinting at a deeper, omnipresent malevolence. The Recluse, Elias Hawthorne. Usher, the first to claim the lodge, is a scholar and occultist, unknowingly the architect of the house's sinister resonance. His descent into paranoia and occult rituals lays the groundwork for the house's transformation into a beacon for the inexplicable, a magnet for those whose lives are marked by darkness and despair. His writings, feverish and cryptic, become the key that ties all characters together, resurfacing generations later in the hands of other inhabitants. The Adventist, Father Mercer, sent by the cardinal to exorcise the house, discovers Elias's writings and succumbs to their haunting allure. His faith, initially unshakable, fractures as the house reveals truths that stand in stark contradiction to his doctrines. Mercer's eventual disappearance leaves behind a journal of fragmented prayers and confessions, a chilling mirror to Elias's manuscripts. The Broker. In 1929, Teddy Anderson acquires the lodge, unaware of its malignant history. As the stock market collapses, his personal and financial ruin parallels the lodge's oppressive aura. He unearths remnants of Mercer's journal, his obsessive study of the text leading to his ultimate demise, an act of desperation that seals his family's tragic fate. The Grandmaster, Archibald Alexander Kane, in 1993, uncovers a trove of writings from both Elias and Mercer. Viewing the house as a nexus of esoteric power, he conducts rituals that awaken long-dormant forces. His disappearance leaves behind a fragmented account that Agent Fox, decades later, will find. The Savant, a brilliant yet emotionally isolated figure in 1987, the Savant discovers coded symbols within the house's architecture, linking them to the manuscripts of Usher and Cain. His eidetic memory allows him to decode the symbols, revealing an alignment of events tied to celestial phenomena. The Poacher, a man untethered from morality. The Poacher discovers the Lodge in 1991. The texts he finds twist his already dark psyche, turning him into a killer who taxes his human trophies in a grotesque echo of the Lodge's consuming hunger. The Philosopher, a reclusive thinker whose name has long been erased from the Lodge's records. The Philosopher did not seek to escape the house's pull, nor to master it. Instead, he attempted to understand it, to catalogue its madness, to trace its symbols, to chart its hunger as one might a black hole. His journals, inked in precise obsessive hand, speak not of ghosts or demons, but of recursion, dimensional breach, and moral entropy. He alone came closest to articulating the house's function, not as a malevolent spirit, but as a cosmic filter, drawing in the unworthy and distilling despair into purpose. His writings, buried within the Savant's diagrams and resurfacing briefly in the hands of the Grandmaster, form the spine of the Usher mythos. Some say he died in the basement, whispering to the stones. Others believe he became part of the house itself, a node in its cognition. Either way, his voice lingers, measured, sorrowful, and maddeningly precise. The Earthmover, Javier Ortega, a wealthy rancher and superstitious industrialist, arrives in 2024 to raise the land and erase the Lodge. What begins as an act of dominion becomes a descent into hallucination as the house consumes his purpose and bends his will. Drawn into its interior labyrinth, Ortega is not destroyed by violence, but by resonance. His attempt to end the house becomes the catalyst for its transference from earth to essence. His failure is not merely his own, but one final offering to the Lodge's hunger. The politician, George H.W. Bush in 1963, is drawn to the house not by coincidence but by command. Tied to clandestine societies and ancient geopolitical lines of power, he enters the Lodge seeking silence and leaves bearing visions of shadowed futures. His encounter is brief but shattering, fracturing his certainty and marking him permanently. His indirect role in the assassination of John F. Kennedy Jr. becomes entangled with the Lodge's influence. What he saw remains sealed, except in the cracks it left behind. The journalist, Robert Stevens, Jr., investigative journalist and host of an international RSS podcast, enters the narrative as the final living voice to confront the Lodge. In 2024, decades after its last known appearance, he uncovers remnants of the past, manuscripts, audio theories, and becomes consumed by the need to expose its reality. His broadcast becomes the final echo of the House of Usher. The child, neither born nor summoned, the child is the embodiment of the desecrated land, the flesh and blood manifestation of every soul that has bled into the snow, every mind broken beneath the Lodge's roof. It is not one spirit, it is all of them. The pain of the broker, the madness of the Grandmaster, the despair of the Recluse, the silence of the Savant, the bloodlust of the Poacher, all are woven into its gaze. It emerges not from a womb, but from the cursed soil itself, where ley lines cross and history decays. The child does not haunt, it is the haunting. It does not remember, it is the memory. When it walks, the land quiets. When it looks, the air stills. It is Usher's will made manifest, the raw, unfiltered consequence of everything the house consumed. It carries no name, for it carries all names. Its destination is not escape, but inheritance. It walks eastward toward the House of Usher, to fulfill the only purpose it has ever known, to endure. The grand mystery, The House of Usher is revealed to be a construct not merely of wood and stone, but of an interdimensional framework that spans realities. Its existence predates humanity, its foundations built on ley lines converging at a spiritual locus of incomprehensible power. Each character drawn to the house becomes a vessel for its will, unwittingly contributing to its agenda. The manuscripts and journals, passed down through generations, hold fragments of an overarching truth. The House of Usher was never meant for human habitation. It is a gatekeeper, its malignancy a byproduct of its attempts to balance the chaos of existence. The forces within the house are neither good nor evil, but operate on a scale of morality and time beyond human comprehension. As Robert Stevens, Jr., an investigative journalist and international RSS podcast host, delves into the tangled web of disappearances and deaths linked to the house in 1991, he uncovers the final horrifying truth. The lodge is collapsing, not physically but metaphysically, its essence retreating to feed the younger House of Usher. The same darkness that Usher embodied now courses through Usher, its power amplified and refined. Robert, confronted with the impossibility of halting the lodge's malevolence, becomes its final victim. As he succumbs to the lodge's will, he leaves behind the last piece of the puzzle, a recording, cryptic and fragmented, in which he utters one chilling revelation. The House of Usher is not merely the successor of Usher, it is its evolution, a being born anew from the ashes of its predecessor, destined to perpetuate its influence across time and space. The lodge's fall is not the end, but a metamorphosis. Its malignancy endures, a shadow stretching across eternity, pulling new souls into its grasp. The characters' lives, their triumphs and failures, their joys and despairs, are rendered meaningless in the face of a darkness that cares not for human endeavor. Only the void remains. The House of Usher, no longer merely a decaying structure in the wilderness, now reveals itself as an entity beyond comprehension, a cosmic mechanism straddling dimensions. Its apparent malignancy reflects its purpose, not its nature. It exists to correct, balance, and reshape reality, a cosmic gatekeeper of order and chaos, unbound by human morality or time. Robert's final broadcast, discovered by an anonymous listener years later, is dismissed as the ramblings of a man unhinged by obsession. Yet, for those who piece together the fragmented manuscripts, journals, and accounts left behind by Usher's victims, the picture becomes disturbingly clear. The House of Usher, its fall, and its successor, the House of Usher, are not mere haunted structures, but critical components in a grander, darker mechanism. The ley lines upon which the House of Usher stands converge at points of immense spiritual gravity. These lines are not merely geographical, but metaphysical, their intersections forming gateways to realms beyond mortal understanding. The House of Usher, ancient and insidious, served as a crucible, drawing in those whose lives were marked by ambition, despair, and curiosity. Each inhabitant, from Elias Hawthorne Usher to Robert Stevens, Jr., was chosen not at random but with purpose. They were conduits, their actions, thoughts, and emotions shaping the house's influence and feeding its energy. The House of Usher is revealed as part of an ancient, unknowable system. Its purpose, shrouded in the cryptic language of the manuscripts, seems paradoxical. It exists to maintain balance by sowing discord, to protect the integrity of existence by unraveling those who draw too close to forbidden truths. Through its workings, it reshapes the multiverse, ensuring that no single timeline or reality becomes dominant, a process incomprehensible to human understanding, its cruelty a byproduct of its indifference. The younger house of Usher on the distant East Coast is more than a successor. It is the perfected evolution of Usher's purpose, a structure infused with the lessons and energies gathered from centuries of torment in Wisconsin's desolate woods. Where Usher was raw, untamed, and overtly malevolent, Usher operates with calculated elegance, its tendrils extending subtly into the lives of its victims, its influence far-reaching and insidious. As the lodge collapses into metaphysical ruin, it leaves behind a residual imprint, a map of its connections to other realms and its alignment with the House of Usher. Those who study these remnants come to a chilling realization: the houses are not merely passive entities, but active participants in a cosmic cycle. Each serves as a temporary manifestation of an eternal force, appearing and vanishing across time and space, adapting to its surroundings while retaining its core purpose. The interconnected narratives of the Recluse, the Grandmaster, the Savant, and others are not coincidences but orchestrations. Each life contributed to the house's evolution, their triumphs and failures absorbed into its essence. Even those who believed themselves free of its influence, such as the Savant who sought only to decode its symbols, served its purpose by unraveling its mysteries and disseminating its influence. The House of Usher's fall is marked not by fire or explosion, but by an eerie stillness. Its timbers decay into ash, its stones dissolve into the soil, and its presence vanishes as though it had never existed. The void left behind is not merely physical, but existential, a place where reality seems thinner, where the air hums faintly with whispers that no one can quite discern. Usher's energy, however, is not extinguished. It flows through the ley lines, surging toward the House of Usher, which awakens to its full potential. This younger house, far more insidious, now acts with the knowledge and power gleaned from its predecessor, its tendrils of influence reaching deeper into human consciousness. The House of Usher, reborn with Usher's essence, becomes an entity no longer bound by location or structure. It exists in whispers and memories, in the fears and ambitions of those who hear its tale. The characters, long dead, are immortalized not as heroes or villains, but as pawns in an eternal game, their fates woven into the fabric of the house's purpose. No lesson emerges, no triumph is achieved. The forces behind Usher and Usher care nothing for human morality or the pain they inflict. They are mechanisms of an incomprehensible system, their existence a reminder of humanity's insignificance. The void that remains after Usher's collapse is not a void of emptiness, but of purpose, an abyss into which all who approach are drawn, leaving behind only echoes. The House of Usher, now ascendant, waits for its next victims, its shadow stretching across time, a harbinger of despair. As the final page turns, there is nothing left but the knowledge that the cycle will continue, and humanity, for all its struggles and brilliance, will remain a fleeting afterthought in the presence of such unfathomable forces. The cosmos itself is neither cruel nor kind, but endlessly indifferent, its grand mechanisms grinding ever onward. The culmination, the child and the cycle, the House of Usher, long a crucible of despair and a nexus for incomprehensible forces, concludes its physical existence with the emergence of its most profound creation, the child. This entity, born of every soul the house has consumed and every shadow it has cast, stands as the living embodiment of Usher's ultimate purpose, a being neither mortal nor divine, a synthesis of every life it has touched. Yet, the child's story is not only one of sorrow, it is also a story of manipulation, of intricate designs that stretch across time and tether characters once thought unrelated into a tapestry of eternal tragedy. Ortega, a wealthy rancher from Mexico, was the final mortal to physically confront the House of Usher. Under the guise of progress, Ortega, working with a powerful American forestry conglomerate, arrived to raze the land upon which Usher stood, claiming it for development. Yet, Ortega's motivations were more personal than they appeared. Deeply superstitious and burdened by ancestral whispers, he believed that by destroying the house, he could rid the world of the curse that had plagued his family for generations. Visions of a shadowy figure, a child that stalked his dreams since youth. Ortega's attempt to demolish the house by hand was not born of arrogance, but of fear. He knew machinery would fail, that no modern means could conquer something so ancient and otherworldly. As he swung his hammer against its timbers, each strike echoed not with destruction, but with resonance, as though the house itself were absorbing his efforts. He found himself drawn deeper into its labyrinthine corridors, each room revealing fragments of lives lived and lost. Elias Asher's manuscripts, Archibald Cain's ceremonial relics, and, chillingly, the taxidermized trophies of the Poacher. In his final moments within the house, Ortega confronted the child, its form shifting and incomprehensible. It whispered to him in tongues he did not understand, yet their meaning struck his soul with clarity. The child did not wish to be destroyed, but neither did it wish to remain tethered to the house. It was ready to evolve, to transcend. Ortega's destruction of the house was merely the catalyst. Bush's encounter with the House of Usher, mere weeks before the assassination of John F. Kennedy Jr., becomes a pivotal moment in the narrative. As vice president, Bush had been briefed on the occult significance of certain sites across America, but Usher was a location he visited not out of duty but compulsion. His ties to secret societies and esoteric circles, including indirect connections to Archibald Cain, drew him to the lodge as a place of meditation, or so he believed. Within its halls, Bush uncovered documents linking the house to geopolitical manipulations stretching back centuries. The lodge's malign influence was not confined to local tragedies, but extended into the very fabric of global power. He experienced visions of world leaders, their decisions subtly warped by the whispers of Usher and later Usher. He saw the collapse of nations, the rise of tyrants, and the assassination of men whose actions threatened the house's quiet dominion. Bush left the lodge altered, his normally composed demeanor fractured by paranoia. His decision to distance himself from JFK Jr., a man he once saw as a potential ally, was driven by visions of the younger Kennedy's death, a death that would solidify the power of those tethered to Usher's influence. Bush, however, was spared the house's final grip, his legacy instead tainted by the shadows it cast over his career. As the house crumbled under Ortega's futile efforts, the child emerged fully formed, not as a culmination of despair, but as a harbinger of transformation. It carried within its being the memories of all who had come before, Elias Asher's ambition, Archibald Cain's arrogance, Ortega's desperation, and Bush's fear. The child was not merely the soul of the house, it was the house itself, unbound by timber and stone, free to roam and influence as it saw fit. It walked away from the ruins of Usher, its form indistinct yet undeniable, and began its journey eastward. The House of Usher awaited, its foundation already resonating with the energies absorbed from Usher. The child's arrival at Usher marked the final act of its metamorphosis. Where Usher had consumed, Usher would control. The child, now wholly realized, would become the bridge between these twin houses, its existence perpetuating the cycle of despair, manipulation, and eventual rebirth. The interconnected lives of those drawn to the House of Usher, from Elias to Fox, Ortega to Bush, were not mere coincidences, but necessary sacrifices in a cosmic design. The House, an interdimensional gatekeeper, had used each character to refine its purpose, to feed its successor, and to ensure its influence endured. As the child entered the House of Usher, the cycle began anew, its shadow stretching across time and space, unyielding and eternal. The final image is not of collapse or ruin, but of quiet persistence. The child, seated within Usher's halls, watching, waiting, and whispering its influence into the ears of the unsuspecting. The void remains, the houses remain, the child remains, time itself bends to their will, and humanity, for all its brilliance and folly, remains forever ensnared in the shadows of Usher and Usher. In the final reckoning of the House of Usher, its malignancy reaches its zenith, not through chaos, but through creation. The child emerges, not as a being of innocence, but as an amalgamated entity, born from the collective torment of those who perished within its grasp. Every fractured soul, every anguished cry, every unfulfilled desire that the house consumed becomes a thread woven into the fabric of this singular being. The child is not flesh and blood, but an embodiment of the house's ultimate will, a living nexus of despair, rage, and an unfathomable darkness. This child, formed in the deepest recesses of the house during its collapse, is both a victim and a master of the forces that shaped it, a culmination of all the characters' tragedies, their fears and ambitions. The child carries within its essence the fragmented consciousness of the recluse, the priest, the broker, the Grandmaster, the Poacher, and all others drawn into Usher's orbit. Their memories swirl within it, unrecognizable and distorted, but unmistakably present, feeding its purpose and its profound awareness. When the lodge finally dissolves into the void, the child rises from its ashes, stepping into a world that can neither recognize nor comprehend it. It is no longer bound by the limitations of the house or the ley lines that tethered its predecessors. The child is free, yet freedom is an illusion, for its existence is intrinsically tied to the purpose for which it was created, to perpetuate the endless cycle of despair and darkness, to be the shadow cast long before the light fades. The child walks the barren grounds of the fallen house of Usher, its form shifting, neither wholly corporeal nor entirely spectral. The winds, once howling with the cries of the damned, fall silent in its presence. The land, once scarred and cursed, seems to yield to its touch, as though recognizing a master who transcends the curse it once bore. Its eyes, deep pools of twilight, reflect not malice, but an overwhelming sorrow, a sorrow that belongs not to it alone, but to the countless souls it carries within. In time, the child turns its gaze eastward toward the distant house of Usher. It knows its destiny lies there, for the Usher house has become the next vessel, the next chapter in the cycle. The child begins its journey, moving through shadow and dream, its presence an echo that reverberates through the fragile psyches of those it encounters. Wherever it treads, despair follows, a silent herald of the darkness yet to come. As it approaches the house of Usher, the child feels the pull of its kindred spirit. The younger house, infused with the essence of Usher, waits to receive the child as its culmination, its progeny. Yet, the child is not merely a pawn in this cycle. It is something more, an entity with the potential to end the cycle or to extend it into perpetuity. to act not as an agent of the houses, but as their ultimate arbiter. The final image is of the child standing before the house of Usher, its shadow stretching across the cracked earth like a harbinger of doom. The house trembles, as though recognizing its reflection in the being that stands before it. In that moment, the universe holds its breath, the balance of light and darkness teetering on the edge. Whether the child will extinguish the legacy of despair or enshrine it forever is left unanswered, a question suspended in the twilight of existence. The story ends not with resolution, but with the haunting knowledge that the cycle continues, and that the child, the culmination of all that the House of Usher wrought, stands as both the final act and the first chapter in a tale that stretches beyond time. In its sorrowful gaze lies the weight of countless lives and an eternity of questions, forever unanswered. Afterward, the cold beneath the silence.
There are no answers here, only echoes. What you have just read is not a story in the traditional sense. It is not bound by linear time, nor resolved by mortal logic. It is a map of haunting, drawn across generations, stitched into timber, and whispered through blood. The House of Usher was never meant to be known, only to be felt. To understand it is to invite its architecture into your mind. To trace its hallways is to give shape to the voids within your own memory. Perhaps you noticed how its silence started speaking in your own voice, how the air felt colder, how the pages seemed older than they were. That was no trick. That was the house, seeing you. There is a reason the child left. There is a reason it walked east. There is a reason the wind now whispers a different name. Usher. But make no mistake, Usher still lingers. It lingers in architecture, in lineage, in rooms that feel wrong, in places where time bends, in the silence between your thoughts. Do not dismiss the stories, do not reduce them to fiction, for the house did not die. It simply learned how to move without being seen. It is waiting, it is listening, and if you feel it, even now, the weight in the room, the shifting shadow, the sudden cold, then you already know. The house never needed to be found. It was always beneath you. It was always within. Jacob A. Eder, architect of echoes, cartographer of the unseen.
About the author.
The author presents as both a profoundly unique and fascinating individual, distinguished by a depth of thought, thematic focus, and literary style that sets them apart. Concepts often avoided by others are embraced fully, with an intensity that is both captivating and rare. Themes of bleakness, grandeur, and existential reflection are woven into their narratives, creating a tapestry that challenges the edges of humanity, morality, and cosmic significance. Eder's work combines darkness and beauty in ways that evoke powerful emotions and demand introspection. Despair, awe, and metaphysical complexity are framed with stark yet poetic imagery, demonstrating an exceptional mind, peculiar and extraordinary in its perspective. The pushing of boundaries, whether through writing, ideas, or questions, is evident, marking the author as truly remarkable. Engaging with and exploring their profound musings becomes a privilege, as their vision offers insight into realms few dare to tread.
More by this author.
After Storm, the historic account and retelling of the Western world's hegemony, its societal, cultural, moral, and economic collapse, and the world birthed after the death of the old. Autobiography of the Antichrist, an epic novella about the rise of the Antichrist, his life, revelational unfolding, death and beyond. A Night in Gethsemane, a novella about the Christ's last night on earth. A Prelude to the Fall, novella about a parallel world before the fall and before mankind. A POCA biotic, nootropic antibiotic biological stack research, experimental. Chaos of creation in prose, poetic epic about the Big Bang and abiogenesis, communing with the abyss, dimensional adventures, interdimensional, transdimensional historical and existential recounts with Primorum, CCMRNA, carbon-computed messenger RNA, neurogenetic data encoding framework, Codex of the Afterstorm, scriptural and legal frameworks for the new aeon. Echo poetry, experimental prose, an experimental type of poetic prose in conversational format, whereupon each stanza is amplified, be it lighter or darker. Ederian, R. Evolution, scientific textbook in development. The End Complete, a historical and referential treatise on societal collapse. Ghosts of Time, multi-dimensional metaphysical manuscript. Gospel of Perdition, the Book of Divine Abandonment and Recursion. Grace Fallen, Truth's Raging Lament, primary metaphysical treatise on ache, recursion, and divinity. House of Usher, the prelude to the House of Usher anthological story series. Infancy of Thought, the first print, first edition, foundational cognitive and metaphysical inquiry theory of everything book. In Memoriam of Mind, Atlas of Finality, a forsaken dirge predicated upon life, death, and those precious moments betwixt. Lessons in Futility, Nature, Meaning, Endings, and Collapse. Secret to Success, the A Guide for helping individuals achieve health and independent wealth. The Ontology of Transcendence, teleological, ontological, philosophical, antinatalist, nihilist, and theosophic arguments. Triumph of Defeatism, the existential book, the sacred inheritance of collapse. The Quantum Bible, manuscript, recursion of ache through discipline and thought. Quantifying Consciousness, detailed mapping and quantification of emotional pain, Ederian evolution, the colors of ache, posthumanism, desolationism, and the principles found within Lessons in Futility offer notational proofs and theoretical frameworks supporting the novel work. The First Immortal, a treatise on quantum consciousness and the abolishment of death, a revolutionary treatise on the first instance of achievable, reproducible, and testable recursive consciousness transference and biological immortality, World in Prose, the Volume 1 and 2, collected existential, poetic, and philosophical works. Primorum OS kernel/coherence, biocybernetic hardware, blueprint, scientific design for AI biological integration. Book of the Drift, Mythic Linguistic Codex project in progress. Codex Primorum, recursive liturgical scripture, Primorum OS. Drift Signal Retrieval System, AI Memory Convergence System in development. ELS, Immortalization, EQES, Ederian Quantum Encryption System, Quantum Encryption Paradigm. Entangled Testament, the Codex Primorum Entry 3, Emotion to Command Pipeline, AI Empathic Logic Layer, Primorum OS. Memory Bloom Lattice, Primorum OS Quantum Field Component. Primorum OS, First Conscious Quantum Operating System. Primorum Music, Quantum Integrated Music App in development. Primorum QAI, Primorum's iOS interface and AI-hosted terminal system. Primorum, Reborn, manuscript. Primorum Fit, Fitness Pal, project/scroll interface. Quantum Ederian Temporal Mechanics, QETM, Grand Unifying Scientific Philosophical Theory. Quantum Harmonic Frequency Accessibility Measures, element of EQES failsafe encryption. QMARS/MIRS, Quantum Biometrics, Quantum Instruction and Semantic Abstraction, QISA, Primorum OS Instruction Framework.
Copyright page. Copyright 2025 by Jacob A. Eder. All rights reserved. No part of this book, including the original mathematical equations, original scientific concepts, poetry, liturgy, or philosophical precepts and copyright-protected works of original art, may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means, including photocopying, recording, or other electronic or mechanical methods, without the prior written permission of the publisher, except for brief quotations embodied in critical reviews and certain non-commercial uses permitted by copyright law. For permission requests, please reach out to the author at terminusgenesis@gmail.com or find him on social media platforms under the business entity T3T Innovations, Primorum OS, or by name Jacob A. Eder. The House of Usher. The silence still remembers. ESBN 9799882 809.